Palestine hijacked. How Zionism forged an apartheid state. From river to sea. Thomas Suarez. Contents. Dedicated to the youth of Palestine, who from their parents' unwavering struggle for freedom will build a future of their own choosing. Acknowledgements. The origins of this book lie in research inspired by the author, academic, and lecturer Dr. Ghada Karmai, without whose expertise, encouragement, and assistance it would doubtfully exist. I am indebted to the many people who helped me along the way in research that ultimately informed this book: Lawrence Dreyfus, Nancy Ella, Yosef Grodzinsky, Rashid Khalidi, Francis Manesek, Joseph Massid, Nancy Murray, my brother John Suarez, and my daughter Saina T. Suarez. My gratitude goes as well to Lama Alhialo, Michelle Cantoni, Emily Dreyfus, Myrene Gossain, Tony Greenstein, Elaine Hagopian, Masoud Hayan, Fred Pragnell, Rona Sella, Mathilde Vitu, Rawan Yagi, as well as the trustees of the Lancaster City Museum, and the entire always helpful staff of the National Archives in Kew. 3 eyewitnesses to events in the 1940s and early 1950s who are no longer with us kindly shared their first-hand knowledge and insight during my early research. Ex-Haganah member Hannah Braun met with Nancy Ella and me in London in 2007, and her experiences both pre- and post-statehood inform the book beyond the scope of documents. Max Maxwell, SGT Maj, 16 Field Security Section, Intelligence Corps, was present after the Irgun's Austrian train bombing of August 1947, and shared his detailed account of the incident. Ted Steele was part of the British occupation during the last years of the Mandate, and spent an afternoon sharing recollections and photographs. On July 22, 1946, he delivered documents to the British headquarters in the King David Hotel and, breaking with his routine of heading straight to the canteen, left the building. As he did, it blew up. He awoke later in an oxygen tent. My thanks to Camilla Saunders for making our meeting possible. I am grateful to my publisher, Michel Mouchebec, not just for his efforts regarding the present book, but for his and Interlink Publishing's decades of service to society with books that truly matter. Interlink's remarkable roster has always furthered the open exchange of ideas and knowledge, each in its own way a tool toward a better world. My great thanks to the entire Interlink staff, with special thanks to Pam Fontes-May for her expert assistance. To my mother and my late father I owe everything, not least of which was growing up with their sense of universal fairness, of healthy skepticism, and of searching for truth beyond the headlines, that has led me to all that has mattered in my life. Finally, my partner Nancy Ella was my constant alter ego, perceptive critic, and idea tester. In the midst of my early research toward the book, its topic proved unexpectedly prescient when her activism in the Palestinian cause led its adversaries to come knocking at the door of her professional life. Introduction. Jews cannot be as entirely English in thought as the man who is Baum of English parents. There is no use disguising this fact. To me it seems impossible to separate religion from nationality in Judaism. Norman Bentwich, Zionist advocate who would become Attorney General of Palestine, 1992. This is a book of history written to influence the present. It is written in the belief that knowledge of the past will contribute toward today's collective efforts to bring peace to all of Palestine, from river to sea. History has the power to pierce the opaque narratives that hide the truth to perpetuate injustice. The prevailing narrative of Israel-Palestine is of a complex, even irreconcilable, collision conflict between ancient enemies. What history and ongoing reality expose is, however, something vastly simpler: the single story of a racial nationalist settler movement, Zionism, determined to ethnically cleanse a land for itself. This, of course, is no revelation. It is what Palestinians have been saying since they were first displaced by Zionist settlers in the late 19th century. It is what outside observers warned of since the turn of the 20th century, and what witnesses such as Moshe Menuhin have been chronicling since the 1950s. Expanded scholarship in the 1970s added documentary backbone to what should have long been self-evident from Israel's behavior, and in the subsequent 2 decades historians such as Elon Papp scoured Zionist archives that laid to rest any lingering doubts that the conflict was in truth settler colonialism wrapped in elaborate mythology. Point 3. Anti-Jewish persecution was the professed motivation of political Zionism's architects, and a Jewish state its solution. For the victims of pogroms in Europe and Russia, the attraction to Zionism was unquestionably sincere. What history makes plain, however, is that the driving motivation of the Zionist movement itself was not Jewish safety and dignity, but an ethnically predicated settler state for which persecuted Jews were its renewable fuel. As the settler project progressed, so did its addiction to this fuel and the need to ensure that its wells would never run dry. Palestine's history of religious tolerance was erased from the common memory as Palestinian opposition to ethnic domination was framed as anti-Semitism *. Palestinians fought alongside the Allies in World War I against the Ottoman occupation of their land. The Palestinians had been promised liberation, but upon victory Britain instead replaced the single Ottoman occupation with 2 simultaneous occupations, British colonialism facilitating Zionist settler colonialism. Whereas the British occupation was one of traditional empire, the exploitation of the land and its strategic geographic position, the goal of the Zionist occupation it enabled was one of outright dispossession. Messianism. Zionism flourished by rewriting turn of the 20th century European ethnic supremacism as a messianic script, transforming Palestine into a biblical theme park for the script's the narrative stage. Palestine's privileged turf in the collective Judeo-Christian mindset was exploited to seduce fundamentalist Christians, including those. The term anti-Semitism is problematic, historically and linguistically, but as it remains the dominant term for anti-Jewish bigotry, I use it in this book. The promise of Palestinian liberation was part of Britain's Hussein McMahon correspondence of 24 October, 1915. Britain then secretly negotiated its 1916 Sykes-Picot Agreement contradicting that promise, rumors of which Britain dismissed as Turkish propaganda. Yet however brilliant as marketing, that script would have been received with incredulity at best, were it not for a confluence of circumstances. Western powers saw the movement as symbiotic with their own imperial designs. Anti-Jewish bigots supported Zionism because it offered an easy way to send Jews to a ghetto far from their own shores without stigma. And finally, World War I brought new opportunity as Zionists exploited British notions of Jewish power to claim that they could assure Allied victory, if only Foreign Secretary Lord Balfour would sign the 1917 declaration now known by his name. Point 4. Palestinian rights subjugated to Zionism. Despite the Balfour Declaration's evasive allusion to equal rights, the British imposed institutional superiority for the settlers, what today would be called apartheid rule. Zionist leaders across the spectrum, from the allegedly moderate Chaim Weizmann to terrorist leaders like Menachem Begin and Yitzhak Shamir, uniformly demanded Jewish supremacy in Palestine and denounced any suggestion of non-Jews' participation in democracy. In justification, they variously claimed that non-Jews are inferior people and so do not deserve a voice in civil affairs, that Jews were a majority in a biblical realm 2,000 or 3,000 years ago, and that they never gave up their claim and thus are Palestine's exclusive electorate, that Jews are a nationality by blood and thus Jews worldwide are Palestine's voting public, that even a worldwide Jewish vote counter to Zionism would be void, since Zionists know what is best for Jews and must preserve Zionism for future generations, and that the Zionist claim to rule Palestine is not subject to norms applicable to the rest of the world. Point 5. Language. Language as a weapon rather than as a tool of communication. Its power to spark a message past linear reasoning and plant a conclusion by stealth is a coveted perk of statehood. As much as control of statehood gifted the Zionists an Orwellian inversion of language under whose shadow today's so-called conflict is informed. From the podium of statehood, Zionist terrorism became Israeli self-defense, and Palestinians attempting to step foot on their own land became infiltrators or terrorists. Armed Israelis invading Palestinian land, commandeering non-Jewish families' homes and expelling their inhabitants, were now settlers or immigrants. Palestinian land seized and depopulated was not stolen, but annexed, and Israel pressured the media to refer to its illegal settlements as Jewish neighborhoods, CNN among those acquiescing. Biblical and Hebrew nomenclature, and indeed the Hebrew language itself, were themselves exploited as weapons of expropriation, seamlessly woven into secular news coverage to make the absurd seem self-evidently true. 6. Even the concept of Arab Jews has fallen victim, severed into two seeming opposing identities. Jews were as integral to the cultural landscape of Arabian lands as Christians and Muslims, but Zionism enforced a strict dichotomy between Jews and all others in Palestine, as European colonialism has done to some extent throughout the Middle East and North Africa. The false imagery of Jew versus Arab became another subliminal weapon informing the issue of Israel-Palestine. 7. Terrorism. Ethnic depopulation is, by definition, deliberate violence against civilians, that is, terrorism. It is immaterial whether it is accomplished through outright annihilation, by expelling the land's people through pogroms, by expropriating all means of livelihood and thus starving them out, by commandeering their aquifers, through laws ethnically engineered for the purpose, or simply by making life so miserable for the wrong ethnicity that they leave of their own accord. As Israel's narrative would have it, Zionist violence during the British Mandate was not terrorism, because it targeted the British occupation. Overlooking the irony that it was upon that same British occupation that the settlement's claim to legitimacy was founded. Above all, it erases the more than 750,000 civilians ethnically cleansed by Zionist terror in 1948, ethnic expulsion that continues today. Finally, since Zionism depended not just on the transfer of non-Jewish Palestinians out of Palestine, but also on the transfer of Jews into Palestine, hundreds of thousands of people in Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East became fair game for Zionist violence because they were Jewish. The fact that the Zionists' goal also required targeting the very British colonial establishment that had weaned it, is irrelevant. 1. Zionist militias enjoyed wide support among the settlements, especially among the youth indoctrinated into their cause. The British, forever lamenting the very tragedy they continued to facilitate, were unable to control the Zionist terrorism ravaging Palestine and powerless to dampen the terror organization's lucrative fundraising in the US, Britain, and France. Though best remembered by the iconic Irgun and Lehi, the Jewish agency's Haganah was little different, and by early 1948 this official militia, soon to be the Israeli Defense Forces, terrorized the non-Jewish population with barbaric depopulation campaigns that surpassed the abilities of the Irgun or Lehi. Palestinians also committed terror attacks, and this book's focus on Zionist and Israeli terror must never be misinterpreted as excusing Palestinian violence against innocents. This book follows the causes and driving force behind the present tragedy. It is not an inventory of every incident of violence. Its coverage of Zionist violence during the several years leading up to the 1947 UN decision to partition Palestine, though by no means complete, will at times read like such. Palestinian terror occurred principally during the uprisings of the late 1920s and late 1930s, after years of being institutionally discriminated against for the benefit of the Zionists, and after nonviolent resistance diplomacy, entreaties, strikes, boycotts proved futile. The British response to Palestinian terror was brutal. Suspects were summarily hung, hundreds of houses of innocent people demolished, and Palestinians were used as human shields. Any people attacked will resist, and among any group there will be people who will resist in extreme ways, especially when denied any means of self-defense. A state or political movement cannot claim self-defense when putting down the resistance to its own violence, otherwise all aggression would self-justify. It was British and Zionist terrorism that dictated the course of events in Palestine between the world wars, Zionist terrorism that dictated events during the war and pre-state years, and it is Israeli state terrorism that has dictated events since 1948. As the critical years 1940 to 1947 will illustrate, the virtual absence of Palestinian violent resistance changed nothing. Throughout the war and post-war years leading up to the partitioning of Palestine, the British remarked on Palestinian restraint in the face of increasing Zionist attacks. In contrast to their previous treatment of the Palestinians, the British avoided strong measures against the Zionists for fear of unleashing a revolt they could not control, as well as the propaganda windfall it would afford the Zionist movement, especially in the United States. 9. As the British exit was assured in late 1947 by the UN's proposal to partition Palestine into a Zionist and Palestinian state, the terror militias focused their crosshairs onto the sole remaining obstacle to seizing all of historic Palestine, the Palestinians themselves. Emotionally scarred, vulnerable Jewish survivors of the war in Europe were indoctrinated in Zionist-run DP camps and in the settlements with the message that Palestine was their only hope of survival, but that it was inhabited by the heirs to their German tormentors, hardening the war's survivors against soul-searching when, barely 3 years after the defeat of the Nazis, they razed village after village because of people's ethnicity. British documents state explicitly what is overwhelmingly supported by the cumulative evidence, that UNGA Resolution 181, the partitioning of Palestine, was a capitulation to Zionist terror. The UN feared that backing a single, secular democratic state would unleash a new and unprecedented wave of Jewish terrorism that would not be confined to Palestine. Resolution 181 was also a fraud. Its advocates were fully aware that the Zionists backed partition only to extract the single prize of Israeli statehood and disregard the rest. 10. The U.S. Truman administration bullied Resolution 181 into passage, well aware that the Jewish agency's acceptance of it was a pragmatic chess move within the walls of the UN. For the Zionists, partition was a necessary inconvenience to achieve statehood, which in turn was the one weapon powerful enough to defeat partition. The Palestinians, fully aware that the proposed Zionist state would be merely a beachhead to further conquest and expulsion, refused to endorse partition. That did not negate their right to their half of the deal, but no effort was made by the international community to enforce it or to prevent the ethnic cleansing that any informed official feared was imminent. The British, whatever limited control they exerted slipping away precipitously, washed their hands of the catastrophe they had created and, to use their own word, evacuated. By the time the armistice line established a ceasefire at the end of 1948, Israel had seized and ethnically cleansed not just the 56.5% of Palestine that the United Nations had designated for the state, but fully half of the Palestinians' portion as well. This line was not a redrawn partition. It did not give Israel the extra land it had seized, but Israel hurriedly settled new immigrants on that Palestinian territory, rather than on Israel's side of partition, in order to make the theft appear irreversible. Thus in January 1949, the eminent New York Times correspondent Ann O'Hare McCormick declared the two-state solution dead due to Israeli aggression. 11. Meanwhile, the terror gang's leaders moved on to key positions in the new Israeli government. The most notorious of them, Menachem Begin, went to New York and openly fundraised for the violent takeover of the rest of Palestine. Crowded into that remnant of Palestine were the people Israel had ethnically cleansed, both from its own side of partition and from the Palestinian land it occupied to the armistice line. Destitute, the refugees were captured or killed on sight if caught trying to reach their homes, if only to pick their harvest or retrieve hidden savings. Israel flouted the UN's demands to desist even as it sought and won membership in the world body. By the mid-1950s, two events might have ended Israeli aggression. 1. Its violence against its neighbors had become so serious that Britain made plans to neutralize the entire Israeli Air Force and key Israeli military and communications installations. Secondly, Israel was caught targeting British and U.S. citizens in a botched false flag operation, the so-called Lavon Affair. But cynical geopolitics took precedence. Instead of attacking Israel, Britain joined forces with Israel and France to attack Egypt, creating the Suez Crisis. Sources: I have relied chiefly on declassified source documents in the National Archives of Great Britain. Their many authors certainly had their own biases, but they were also professionals, bureaucrats, and first-hand observers, recording clinically and commenting candidly. For Zionist records I have used the terror organization's own words when possible, transcripts of meetings, Jewish agency documents, and the works of Israeli scholars who have scoured the limited Zionist archives made available, principally Elon Papp and Benny Morris. I supplement these with documents from U.S. intelligence and from existing scholarship on the topic. Interviews with 2 eyewitnesses to events provided additional corroboration. My original intent had been to check the Zionist archives for any newly declassified material not yet tapped by Israeli scholars, with the help of an Israeli archivist and translator. But Israel began resealing some records and prevented the unsealing of others due. Jewish terrorism was the term commonly used during the mandate, but when not quoting or paraphrasing a source, I have preferred the more accurate Zionist terrorism. When referring to the native people of Palestine, I have preferred the obvious term Palestinians rather than the broad ethnic term Arabs, which was and is misused as a tool of expropriation, painting the natives of Palestine as nomadic blurs in a great Arab mass who should be happy to vanish into that mass. Point 13. Any quotes not specifically identified are from British colonial, foreign, or War Office records as cited in the relevant endnote. Other than quotes, spellings of Palestinian villages and Jewish settlements are modern when their identity is clear, otherwise spelled as cited in the source documents. All emphasis within quotes is original. Tom Suarez, London, May 2022. A selection of lesser-known source documents cited in this book are online at the author's document website, paldocs.net, or via thomassuarez.com. Zionism, Messianism, and Marketing. Zionism is a kind of intoxication which acts like an epidemic. It may, and presumably will, also pass away like one. But not overnight. Political theorist Eduard Bernstein, writing in the German socialist journal Die Neue Zeit, 191,414. Palestine was a popular destination in the 19th century. People from myriad walks of life came as tourists, pilgrims, adventurers, writers, and as hopeful immigrants, all at a time when various nations jostled for political, religious, economic, and strategic interests in the Levant and Greater Middle East. Beginning in the early 1880s, Europeans who championed the new ethno-nationalist movement of Zionism began arriving in Palestine. In principle, the movement was to serve an urgent and noble purpose, offering victims of European and Russian anti-Jewish persecution a route to safety and dignity. Zionist ideology, however, made the land exclusionary, effectively excising it from the shared inheritance. For the people of Palestine who had lived, loved, and died on the land for millennia, including Palestine's Jews, the settlers were seen not as immigrants, but as usurpers. Zionism's leaders, however, made a starkly different claim: they were neither settlers nor immigrants, but as Jews they were the actual sovereigns of the land, returning home after a 2 millennia absence. 1. Through the decades to come, from mainstream leaders like David Ben-Gurion and Chaim Weizmann to the fanatical terror gang Lehi, the ideological pronouncements of the settler project were couched in the language of Messianism. Zionism was building the final kingdom, the biblical Third Temple, a resurrection rising from the ashes of the fabled Second Temple and Solomon's Temple. Zionism's battles, its enemies, its conquests, its tragedies, were biblical, and its establishment of the Israeli state in 1948 was sold as the resumption, the reconstitution of the biblical realm. As Ben-Gurion put it, the Bible is our mandate to take Palestine. 15. Zionism's imagery touched deep into the collective cultural subconscious of much of the Christian world. In the United States, Christian fundamentalists were seduced by this opportunity to believe that they were living the prophecies themselves, the beginning of the end of time. Are we not witnessing? U.S. Congressman Albert Rossdale testified in 1922 in support of the Zionist colonization of Palestine. The truth of the words of the prophets of the return of Israel, the assurance of whose restoration gleams through the whole vista of prophecy. 16. Fast forward a century, and the need for the Jewish people go back to their homeland, come back to the earth, is among the reasons voiced by U.S. lawmakers for legislation prohibiting U.S. citizens from boycotting the Israeli state. 17. Marketing Zionism. Like other European settler movements, Zionism had to sell itself. Its marketing challenges were however novel, because its narrative was reversed from that of traditional settler movements. Instead of colonists settling faraway lands and spreading the faith, Zionism had to sell the opposite story, that Jews were already foreign settlers in the European countries they now inhabited. They had gone there involuntarily from Palestine 2,000 years ago, and now wanted simply to go back to where they came from, a covenanted people returning to a land to which they'd never been, yet had never left. And in contrast to Europe's Christian colonists settling in Africa, Asia, the Americas, and the Pacific, the Zionists had no interest in spreading their faith to Palestine's natives who, as the script read, had somehow moved in during their absence. 18. Thus to sell its product, what would become the Israeli state, Zionism inverted the historic relationship between religion and colonialism, between Bible and sword. By sailing to the Holy Land, the settlers were sailing to the final page of the Old Testament in order to begin the page's overleaf. Branding was crucial. The otherworldliness of the name Israel would clinch the messianic narrative and place the state apart from all others. The very sound of the name summons imagery of that place exalted in the sum of the most profound music and art of the Western canon and beyond, celebrated in Negro spirituals, sung with reverence in the finest Christmas carols, and invoked with adoration every Sunday at Christian Mass, that place in the book of Genesis that was seemingly created by God. Who would challenge such a name hardwired with veneration into our cultural womb? The branding of Israel was equally important for another, practical reason, as Ben-Gurion would explain in private. Without it, the state would never attract enough Jewish settlers. Palestine was the principal piece of the imagery, the stage itself. There could be no ingathering except to the actual soil of the Hebrew lands in the Bible. Other locations were considered as stepping stones to Palestine, never as substitutes. Proposals like Argentina, Uganda, the Sinai, or Cyprus were what Zionism's founder, Theodor Herzl, called auxiliary colonization that would only attract a few thousand proletarians and the key point serve no political end. In contrast, the very name of Palestine, Herzl argued, would attract our people with a force of marvelous potency. Only in Palestine could Zionism's messianic narrative play out. Herzl tried to buy Palestine from the occupying Ottomans in exchange for settling their foreign debt, and when that failed he tried to get it as payment from Germany for helping that country to extend its suzerainty to the Middle East. The exercise continued after his death until his followers found a willing state sponsor, Britain, as it happened. 19. As Zionism's salespeople looked to the heavens to claim their divine right of return, they turned to the ground below to corroborate their biblical story and their connection to it. So effectively were archaeology, mythology, nomenclature, divine right, the collective Western subconscious, and genetics fused in the service of Zionism that today, when Israel designates Levantine archaeological sites as Israeli national heritage sites, subliminally, the ancient ruins are not just those of a realm from antiquity, they are the living heritage of the Israeli state and its settlers. Israel's leaders visit these sites and speak as though the stones awaken in them a distant memory, an intrinsic familiarity, like one returning to his childhood home and clearing cobwebs from a faded photo album. The militarization of the Hebrew language. Deep under those ancient cobwebs, under what Herzl called the musty deposits of 2,000 years since the Roman conquest, lay another piece of the imagery of the ingathering, language. Clearing away 2 millennia worth, Herzl dug through Arabic, brushed aside some Greek and a bit of Latin, and found Aramaic. But digging down through a few more centuries, he unearthed the right answer, Hebrew, the language to be resurrected and promoted as the settlers' native tongue. No mere historical society reenacting pages from the past, the settlers learned the language of the biblical realm because Zionism required that they be its people. 20. Although by the second decade of the 20th century the lack of a common language in the settlements had become a serious problem, there was wide resistance to reviving an ancient language as the remedy. German was a popular candidate. Dr. Paul Nathan, a prominent Jewish leader in Berlin, made an extensive trip through the Middle East in 1907 with the aim of improving the educational systems among Jewish communities. 7 years later, he returned to Palestine on behalf of the German Jewish National Relief Association, as plans were made to establish a technical institute in Haifa. But in what language would the institute operate? An impassioned dispute was underway as to whether it should be a language that was already widely spoken in the settlements, such as German, versus Hebrew. Nathan argued that knowledge of Hebrew was fine, but that it is an utterly impractical language for a discipline like engineering. What shocked Nathan more than the illogic of Hebrew for the sciences were the tactics of those insisting on it. In a pamphlet published in January 1914, he charged that the settlers were carrying on a campaign of terror modeled almost on Russian pogrom models to enforce the use of Hebrew. Nor was this terror confined to the Jewish settlements. Nathan accused them of stirring up discord with their arrogant Zionist activity and overwrought Jewish nationalist chauvinism, including against the Mohammedan and Christian populations. But the push for Hebrew was fierce. The Actions Committee of the Zionist organization branded Dr. Nathan part of an anti-Zionist alliance, which finds no methods too base to use in fighting Zionism. Why Hebrew? Because our children must know that they belong to an ancient civilized race. Hebrew, however, was being treated more as a tool of political Zionism than as a venerable ancient language. The imagery of the Messianic ingathering would have a cosmetic flaw if its native tongue were any of the living languages being spoken in the settlements, German, Polish, Russian, Ladino, Yiddish, or the Arabic of many indigenous Palestinian Jews. Annie Landau, a paramount figure in Jerusalem education during the first half of the 20th century, taught Hebrew but drew the ire of the Zionists for teaching English as well. This, however, paled next to the outrage she caused for slighting another symbol of Zionist sovereignty, music. In March 1919, she refused to stand for what was called the Zionist national anthem, HaTikva, at the inauguration of a new music school. Furious, Haaretz compared her to Dr. Yaakov Israel Dahan, a critic of Zionism whom the newspaper called. Hebrew remains an important subliminal dimension of the imagery for Israel's sponsor states. A settler in Hebron fresh off the plane from his native United States, speaking acquired Hebrew or flaunted by Hebrew settlement signs, is intuited as more native than the Arabic-speaking actual native whose house or land he is commandeering and whose family has lived there for 1,000 years. 21. Legal precedent made a brief resurrection from Herzl's musty deposits of 2,000 years. When in Tel Aviv in 1938 Talmudic scholar Jacob Melnick was caught married to 3 women, each unknown to the other 2, he successfully argued that it was the Torah, which contains no prohibition against polygamy, that was the law in effect. Not even a Talmudic ban on polygamy changed matters. The defense successfully argued that a Talmudic law is not as strong as one in the Torah. Melnick won twice, in both the district court and the court of appeal. The no-guilty verdict elicited controversy and misgivings, but nonetheless was said by the defense to have forestalled a social upheaval in the Jewish national home. 22. At the UN's 1947 sessions deliberating Palestine's future, Ben-Gurion testified that Palestine belonged to the Jews because they never gave up their claim to it from biblical times 3,500 years ago, to use his figure. Even if the UN accepted the extraordinary claim that he was the descendant of a particular ancient Middle Eastern people, the argument itself would have been laughable, indeed delusional, had his audience's mindset about Palestine not also lay under Herzl's musty deposits of 2,000 years. We still see Palestine through the eyes of the medieval mapmaker. Post-Crusades Mappimundi typically flaunted Palestine at the center of the earth, a symbolic location even when the presumption of a spherical earth made any notion of geographic centrality symbolic as well. It is not happenstance that the first Western printed map of certain date based on actual observation was of Palestine, printed from a woodblock in the northern Germany city of Lübeck in 1475. Palestine, in the Rudimentum Noviciorum, Lübeck, 1475. Woodblock, with inserted movable type. Anonymous, based on the reports of Burchard de Montzion, a German priest and Dominican friar who spent a decade in Palestine, 1274 to 1284. East is at the top. This is the first European printed map of certain date based on actual observation. It extends from Damascus and Sidon on the north, to the Red Sea on the south. Even during the scientific revolutions of the 16th to 18th centuries, most European cartographers presented Palestine in a biblical framework despite their appetite for the latest geographic data. That mindset still informed the Palestine Exploration Fund's British surveyors in the 19th century. Biblical nomenclature increasingly became a weapon of aggression rather than mere chauvinism. Is it not absurd to turn the hills of Judea, Samaria, and the Galilee over to non-Hebrew ownership? Irgun commander Menachem Begin asked UN representatives in 1947, the circular reasoning eliciting no recorded protest. Do not the names themselves bear evidence to whom they rightfully belong? Today, when Israel calls the occupied West Bank Judea and Samaria, or when it assigns Hebrew or biblical names to new settlements it builds over the remains of Palestinian villages it depopulated, they sound like they are part of the Israeli state and always have been. 23. Zionism and the idea of Jews as a nationality race. Zionism's advocates invariably treated Jews as a monolithic nationality, defined above all by the so-called ingathering back to Palestine. From Ben-Gurion to the Irgun and Lehi, the previous 2 millennia of Jewish life were discarded as barely relevant to Jewish history. In 1919, Christian Zionist Colonel Richard Maynard Sigin, chief political officer of the Egyptian Expeditionary Force, went so far as to claim scientific interest in re-establishing a race after a banishment of 2,000 years, as though an ancient tribe's DNA had been frozen for 2 or 3 millennia and Palestine was the petri dish where a bolt of lightning would bring it back to life for the fascination of anthropologists. 24. When that precipitous bolt of lightning struck in 1948, Israel's leaders anointed their creation the Jewish state, not in the sense of Judaism and the state, but Jews as the state, a tribal definition altogether distinct from one of a national religion in the sense of other nations. As a result, the nationality of Jewish citizens of Israel is not Israeli, but Jewish by Israeli law and upheld in its Supreme Court. Any acknowledgement of a national identity or individual voice among world Jewry would undermine Israel's premise of ethnic nationalism. The irony of Zionism selling its ethnic nationalist project in the wake of the Allies' defeat of racial nationalism in Europe was repeatedly noted at the time, including by people who knew Nazi and Zionist fascism firsthand. It was, as Wolfgang Jürgrau put it in this book's epigraph, a tragicomedy. Like the Germany that Jews fled during fascist rule, the Israeli state defines Jews by ethnic descent, accords itself the right to define its genetic parameters, and seeks to protect its perceived purity through laws prohibiting what it considers to be mixing of blood in Israel's case, marriage between a Jew and a non-Jew. Since national self-determination in Israel is by its own laws unique to the Jewish people, Israel as such would soon cease to exist without such race laws. Zionism freed nationalism from the constraints of geographic borders, making ethnicity itself the frontier. Ethnicity and state were made one and the same. 25. The nature of Zionist settlement and land acquisition. Zionist settlement was not immigration per 5 carat, but the extra-nationalization of land, resources, and labor, excised from the shared Palestinian inheritance. In 1919, Baron Edmund de Rothschild, a principal early funder of the settlements, made this explicit. The settlers' success in displacing the Palestinians from their land had been shown when the original Zionist colonies were established, that is, since he began financing those settlements in the 1880s. 26. A first-hand glimpse of the pioneering Zionist settlers came from the Jewish essayist Ahad Hayam. Visiting Palestine in 1891, he reported of the settlers. Suddenly they find themselves in unrestricted freedom, and this change has awakened in them an inclination to despotism. They treat the Arabs with hostility and cruelty, deprive them of their rights, offend them without cause, and even boast of these deeds, and nobody among us opposes this despicable and dangerous inclination. Yitzhak Epstein, speaking at the 7th Zionist Congress in Basel, 1905, warned of land purchases that uproot and dispossess. We must not uproot people from land to which they and their forefathers dedicated their best efforts and toil. If there are farmers who water their fields with their sweat, these are the Arabs. Can this type of land acquisition continue? Will those who are dispossessed remain silent and accept what is being done to them? In the end, they will wake up and return to us in blows what we have looted from them with our gold. 27. Intensively cultivated Palestinian lands, such as one described by a visitor in 1882 as a huge green lake of waving wheat, were acquired by the Jewish National Fund, usually from absentee landlords living abroad who began registering land as theirs to take advantage of the high prices being offered. As with Zionist immigration, its purchases of land were not land sales as commonly understood. The sales would have been illegal in Zionism and anti-Semitism. In its early decades, few Jews wanted anything to do with Zionism. Most wanted equality in their home countries, not a new ghetto far from home. The idea of founding a modern Jewish state, the Berlin correspondent for the London Standard reported after the First Zionist Congress in 1897, which goes by the name of Zionism, finds little favor in Germany, except among the anti-Semites. The Koblenz calls it one of the greatest utopias of our time, and the Frankfurter Zeitung sums up an article on the subject as follows: in short, the degeneration which calls itself anti-Semitism has begotten the degeneration which adorns itself with the name of Zionism. 29. Zionism's violence against Jews was articulated by activists like Jewish Chronicle journalist and historian Lucien Wolf. Wolf had at first been open to Herzl's ideas as a remedial scheme, but after digesting the inner meaning of the settler movement, in 1903 he condemned Zionism as a comprehensive capitulation to the calumnies of the anti-Semites. He could, he wrote in the London Times that year, conceive of no more serious setback for the Jewish struggle for equality than the Zionist scheme. 30. Many resented Zionism's treatment of Jews as a race. Apartheid had enough of that from bigots, and anti-Semitic might well have been the epitaph that buried Zionism along with Herzl. But Herzl fought back, claiming worldwide Jewish allegiance and crowning Zionism as the standard by which good Jews and bad Jews are distinguished. No true Jew can be an anti-Zionist, Herzl decreed, only Mauschel is one. Merely to look at him, this father of Zionism said of such Jews, let alone approach or, heaven forbid, touch him was enough to make us feel sick. They are, Herzl wrote, a hideous distortion of the human character, something unspeakably low and repulsive. We'll breathe more easily, having got rid once and for all of these people who, with furtive shame, we were obliged to treat as our fellow tribesmen. 31. The Zionists would successfully wield extra-national claim over Jews long after the establishment of the Israeli state. In the 1980s, during former Lehi bigwig Yitzhak Shamir's second term as Israeli prime minister, Russia finally allowed Jews to leave. Most wanted to go to the US, and the US welcomed them to its shores. Shamir, furious, called them defectors and successfully coerced US President Reagan to close its doors in order to force them to go to Israel, where they were needed as placeholders for the state's expansion into the West Bank. 32. Zionism handed anti-Semites a way of sending Jews elsewhere, and at times even discreetly marketed that as a selling point. It is very significant that anti-Semites are always very sympathetic to Zionism. Claude Montefiore, president of the Anglo-Jewish Association, testified in 1917 in opposition to British endorsement of Zionism. It is no wonder. Gertrude Bell, the English writer, traveler, archaeologist, and spy, observed the same fondness for Zionism among anti-Jewish bigots in France. The French are anxious to establish Jews anywhere if only to have an excuse for getting rid of them. 33. With a stroke of the pen. With a stroke of the pen, almost, England could assume to herself the active support of the Jews all over the neutral world. Edgar Suarez, banker and president of the Alexandrian Jewish Community, January, 1916.34. In 1905, Prime Minister Arthur James Balfour blocked the immigration of Jews fleeing pogroms in Tsarist Russia, citing the undoubted evils that had fallen upon Britain from these people. 12 years later, as Foreign Secretary, he signed another document that would direct Jews away from Britain, the declaration known by his name, 67 words addressed to Baron Rothschild that quickly became the claimed legal basis for turning Palestine into a Zionist settler state. It read: His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. 35. The document's calculated ambiguity allowed it to be treated like a I am sorry that I cannot give an accurate definition, and Balfour is dead. 36. By putting its viewing with favor into action, Britain would serve three overlapping functions for the Zionists over the next 3 decades. L. The core purpose was for Britain's patronage to give the Zionist project and its settlements perceived legitimacy, political recognition, and semi-autonomy. 2. Thus the second function of the British was to use its military might to suppress the Palestinian resistance to their dispossession. 3. As the Zionists had advertised it, the national home would then grace Britain's empire. Instead, the Zionists waged a massive terror campaign to oust them from Palestine, and it was in that very process of being ousted that the British performed their final, wholly unanticipated function, transforming the Zionists from occupiers to the occupied, from settlers into natives. The bloody uprising against the British colonizers enabled the Zionists to replace the Palestinians as the people perceived to be under occupation, and so to spin their 1948 war of conquest and ethnic cleansing as an indigenous emancipation struggle, a war of independence. In perfect efficiency, this Act 3 left the Palestinians off stage altogether. Act 1 began in London. The Great War, the Zionists, and the Balfour Declaration. When World War I began in late July 1914, the Zionist movement was in need of a breakthrough to elevate its 3 decades of settlement in Palestine to a recognized political feature of the land. A half-year into the war, in January 1915, Liberal Party MP Herbert Samuel distributed a paper to the cabinet proposing what he called the restoration of the Jews to Palestine. This so-called restoration faced an obstacle. As Samuel explained it, the settlers might not at first be able to command obedience from people of the land, Mohammedans of Arab race. Britain, however, had the military power to secure that Palestinian obedience on behalf of the Zionists if it were to add Palestine to its empire as war booty. And what nation would not want to add such a jewel to its collection? So far, empire and prestige were the lure. Samuel made no mention of any alleged ability of the Zionists to reciprocate in any substantive way at present, only the benefit of the devoted gratitude of a whole race, whose goodwill, in time to come, may not be without its value. 37. By early 1916, the story evolved. The war was not going well for the British, and so it was of great interest when they were told that the Jewish race could turn matters around for them. The price tag? Palestine. Balfour would become Foreign Secretary in December, but at the time it was Sir Edward Grey. Grey received a letter dated the 27th of January from Sir Henry McMahon, then High Commissioner in Egypt, detailing a conversation with Edgar Suarez, a prominent Italian businessman and head of the Jewish colony in Alexandria. Suarez advised the British that they were making a great mistake in their handling of the war. It was clear that England had not, in the present struggle, the sympathy of the Jewish race, and he feared that the indifference or hostility of the Jewish race had been a dead weight against us during the past 18 months of the war and would continue to retard every step we took towards victory. How to get rid of that Jewish race, dead weight stymieing British progress in the war? If only Britain could assure Jews about Palestine, it would secure the support of the whole Jewish and German Jewish community in America. What the Jews in America were waiting for was only the knowledge that British policy accorded with their aspirations for Palestine. Suarez was distressed to see England throw away this golden opportunity to turn the war around to its favor, which would take barely more than a stroke of the pen. The simple promise of Palestine would instantaneously change the indifference or hostility of American Jews to the Allied war effort to active enthusiasm. 38. Telegraphic instructions from Foreign Secretary Gray were sent to Paris on the 11th of March 1916, discussing the suggestion, to the effect that if it were possible to come to some arrangement with the Jews in regard to Palestine completely satisfactory to Jewish aspirations, it would have very far-reaching consequences. The goal was to use the Zionist idea, in such a manner as to win the sympathies of the Jewish forces in America, the East, and elsewhere. 39. When the Persian-born British financier, arms dealer, and journalist James Aratun Malcolm met with the influential Mark Sykes in the autumn of 1916, Sykes was depressed over the general bleak outlook of the war, the military deadlock in France, the growing menace of submarine warfare, the unsatisfactory situation which was developing in Russia. The solution, Malcolm suggested, was to make American Jewry thoroughly pro-ally in order to influence the U.S. government to enter the war, and the way to do that was to give Palestine to the Zionists. If Malcolm is to be believed, he was a direct influence on the events leading to the declaration. 3 decades later, 1 month after the establishment of the Israeli state, he wrote to Weizmann at the Hotel Meurice in Paris to remind him of that fateful Saturday evening in October in Addison Road. Incredulous friends, manfully asked and accepted my advice. I sincerely want you to recall what my friends were able to accomplish in 1916 and 1917. 40. The British were receptive to the gibberish intimating the globally powerful Jew, and honed the declaration with input from Zionist leaders. Rothschild and Weizmann succeeded in getting the British to delete a phrase protecting Jews who are fully contented with their existing nationality and citizenship, since their settler project would claim Jewish nationality. Other deliberations involved the messianic re-establishment of a home for the Jewish race, versus the final text's establishment of a national home for the Jewish people. As they finessed the wording, opposition was diverse and eloquent. Claude Montefiore described as intensely obnoxious the invention that Jews constitute a nationality. The Zionist claim that anti-Semitism was eternal, he condemned as a libel upon the Jews and human nature. For the true well-being of Jews, emancipation and liberty throughout the world are 1,000 times more important than a home. Edwin Montagu, a MP and member of the cabinet, viewed with horror the idea of Jewish nationalism, that Jews constitute a race worldwide. Fully aware of what the Zionists planned, he condemned the premise that Jews in Palestine should be invested with certain special rights in excess of those enjoyed by the rest of the population. He was particularly baffled by his government's zeal to please the Zionists in the midst of the Great War, and clearly not a believer in notions of Jewish power, baffled that it had to do with U.S. participation in the fighting. Now will you forgive me for saying that if I am right in thinking that Jews of British birth are in the main anti-Zionist, what can be the motive for our government, in the midst of its great preoccupations and perplexities, doing anything in this matter? To help the Allied cause in America was one of the reasons given in the cabinet discussion. Presciently, he dismissed French support for the Zionists as characteristic of the anti-Semitic trend of opinion in that country, and in an articulate 3-page statement bluntly charged his own government with anti-Semitism for rallying around the mischievous political creed of the Zionists. 42. Weizmann, outraged, dismissed Montefiore and Montagu as Jews who by education and social connections have lost touch with the real spirit animating the Jewish people, and so spoke only for themselves, no matter their numbers. He and Rothschild, not having lost touch, spoke for Jews worldwide. Sykes as well warned against anti-Zionists and their pacifist tendencies, such as Lucien Wolfe and those who think like him. 43. Montagu continued his offensive when the cabinet met on September 3. The phrase "the home of the Jewish people" for Palestine was presumptuous and prejudicial, he argued, and how was it proposed to get rid of the land's people and to introduce the Jews in their place? Lord Curzon voiced the same. What is to become of the people of this country? They and their forefathers have occupied the country for the best part of 1,500 years, but would now either be expelled or left to act merely as hewers of wood and drawers of water to the settlers. Or, as Lawrence of Arabia asked in a letter to Sykes, do the Jews propose the complete expulsion of the Arab peasantry, or their reduction to a day laborer class? More opposition was voiced by a deputation of Jews who came to protest a segregated Jewish regiment that the war cabinet had sanctioned under Zionist pressure. Some 40,000 Jews, the deputation noted with pride, had served with distinction in the British forces without the Zionist segregation. 44. In an intriguing reference with no further details, Weizmann and Rothschild wrote to Balfour on October 3 to remind him that it had been with British approval that their extensive propaganda for a Jewish Palestine had been carried out. They asked Balfour for help at the next cabinet meeting in countering the troublesome Montague, and assailed the assimilated cosmopolitan Jews of haute finance who deny that Jews constitute a separate group from other people, and to whom Judaism is a mere religious formula. The cabinet, indeed, was nervous about the Zionists, not Montague or the Jewish deputation or Montefiore. The acting Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs reported that the Foreign Office had been very strongly pressed for a long time past by the Zionists. It would be of most substantial assistance to the Allies to have the earnestness and enthusiasm of these people enlisted on our side. To do nothing was to risk a direct breach with them, and it was necessary to face this situation. And so it was decided that the War Cabinet would explain to U.S. President Wilson that His Majesty's government were being pressed to make a declaration in sympathy with the Zionist movement, asking his advice on the matter. Wilson's response was cautious, perhaps just a statement of sympathy provided it can be made without conveying any real commitment. Things are in such a state of flux. On the 15th of October, Chief Rabbi Joseph Hertz, at odds with British Jews for his support of Zionism, repeats the call to remove from the draft the clause protecting the rights of Jews who are fully content with their existing nationality and citizenship, as others had. He expresses approval of the draft's vague clause about protecting the rights of the Palestinians themselves, but what is remarkable is his reason. He approves because of his religious obligation to the Palestinians as foreigners in the land, the treatment of the stranger that dwelleth with you, citing Leviticus 19:33-34, modern wording, when a foreigner resides among you in your land, do not mistreat them. The settlers were the Palestine was your land, and the Palestinians were the foreigners not to be mistreated. With the advantage of 20 years' reflection, key players behind the Balfour Declaration testified about it at the 1937 Peel Commission, convened to address the ongoing upheavals in Palestine that Zionist dispossession had caused in the interim. 3 The story remained unchanged. Promised Jewish influence in the Great War was cited as the reason for their support for the declaration 20 years earlier. David Lloyd George, Prime Minister when the declaration was signed, testified that the Zionist leaders gave us a definite promise that they would do their best to rally Jewish sentiment and support throughout the world to the Allied cause, if the British government were to declare their sympathy for a Jewish administration of Palestine. It was important to rally Jewish sentiment, he explained, because in 1917 there were no American divisions at the front, in the trenches, and we had every reason at the time to believe that in both countries the friendliness or hostility of the Jewish race might make a considerable difference. Winston Churchill testified the same. Zionism was embraced because it was a potent factor on public opinion in America from which we gained great advantages in the war. But Horace Rumbold, who had been Britain's ambassador in Berlin for the 5 years ending with Adolf Hitler's rise to power in 1933, and who is remembered for his unvarnished warnings of Hitler's ambitions, asked whether Zionist policy is worth the lives of our men, and so on. And did it follow, he asked Churchill, that having conquered Palestine we can dispose of it as we like? Churchill replied to that and similar questions by repeating the deal with the Zionists, we decided in the process of conquest to make certain pledges to the Jews. The head of the commission, William Peel, was skeptical of this reasoning. He asked Churchill if it is not a very odd self-government when it is only when the Jews are a majority that we can have it. Churchill never addressed the question, insisting instead that we have every right to strike hard in support of our authority. Yet when Peel pointed out that the Zionists were the cause of the present ethnic tensions, that even the old Jews who used to get on so well with the Arabs have now been roped into the hatred of the Arabs, Churchill did not deny this. It is a serious situation, was his reply. Reginald Coupland, a historian, remarked that the average Englishman would wonder why the Arabs were being denied self-government, and why we had to go on shooting the Arabs down because of keeping his promise to the Jews. Peel, similarly, asked Churchill if the British public might get rather tired and rather inquisitive if every 2 or 3 years there was a sort of campaign against the Arabs and we sent out troops and shot them down. They would begin to inquire, why is it done? What is the fault of these people? Why are you doing it? In order to get a home for the Jews. And it would mean rather brutal methods, added Laurie Hammond, who had worked with the British colonial administration in India. I do not say the methods of the Italians at Addis Ababa, referring to Benito Mussolini's Ethiopian massacre of February 1937, but it would mean the blowing up of villages and that sort of thing. The British, he recalled, had blown up part of the Palestinian port city of Jaffa. Peel agreed, and added that they blew up a lot of houses all over the place in order to awe the population. I have seen photographs of these things going up in the air. When Peel challenged Churchill's remarks and questioned whether it is not only a question of being strong enough, but of the ethics of downing the Arabs who simply wanted to remain in their own country, Churchill lost patience. I do not admit that the dog in the manger has the final right to the manger, he countered, even though he may have lain there for a very long time. He denied that a great wrong has been done to the Red Indians of America, or the black people of Australia, by their replacement with a higher grade race. Weizmann's arguments at the hearings were of the same sort. He ridiculed the Palestinians' desire for independence as a crude imitation of the material side of European nationalism, very crude, and mocked them for fearing that we shall come and sweep them out of the country. Britain gives away Palestine. When Balfour's stroke of the pen was applied to the declaration on November 2, 1917, giving away a land Britain did not own, it was treated as legal and authoritative by its supporters. U.S. Judge Joseph Proskauer called it the law of the world despite its equivocalness and Britain's lack of any right to the land. Members of the British cabinet were the first to be confused by it and, asking for clarification, were assured that the declaration did not mean the establishing of a Jewish republic or any other form of state in Palestine or in any part of Palestine. 45. Weizmann, while maintaining the moderate public demeanor that was his hallmark, was pushing to create that very Jewish republic. He demanded that Jewish settlers be accorded special privileges over the Palestinians, and that the British authorities must lie about the scheme in order to discredit protest. 46. Meeting with British Major General William Thwaites on 14 February 1919, Weizmann wanted to be able to give an assurance to the Jews throughout the world that Mr. Balfour's assurances are going to materialize and a Jewish country will be established in, say, 1 or 2 years. This Jewish country was by 1920 or 1921 to occupy all of historic Palestine and then expand further. Yet this precipitous transformation of Palestine was spoken of as a modest demand. He does want to push extravagant claims for territory. The Jordan as an eastern frontier would suffice as a commencement. With the ink from Balfour's pen barely dry, what had been little more than a spiritual home was in truth a Zionist state river to sea as a commencement. Meanwhile, the Zionist organization made proposals to remove non-Jews from the region, and the words Jewish Commonwealth replaced the declaration's national home. J1. Now what is a commonwealth? Asked an exasperated Lord Curzon. I turned to my dictionary, and find it thus defined: a state, a body politic, an independent community, a republic. What then is the good of shutting our eyes to the fact that this is what the Zionists are after, and that the British trusteeship is a mere screen? And the case is rendered not better but the worse if Weizmann says this sort of thing to his friend but sings a different tune in public. 48. Another of Weizmann's supporters who helped him sing a different tune in public was Colonel Richard Maynardsigan, who stated plainly that the Palestinians were not being told the truth. The people of Palestine are not at present in a fit state to be told openly that the establishment of Zionism in Palestine is the policy to which HMG, America and France are committed. 49. Instead, a statement was composed using the most moderate language that denied that immigration spells the flooding of Palestine with the dregs of Eastern Europe. Moreover, the Palestinians were explicitly and repeatedly assured, as the cabinet had been, that this so-called national home would never lead to a Zionist state. Writing to Balfour from Tel Aviv on May 30, 1918, Weizmann justified the lies as all propagandists for settler projects have, by dehumanizing the land's native people. The Arabs, who are superficially clever and quick-witted, worship one thing, and one thing only: power and success. The treacherous nature of the Arab stabs the army in the back, screams as often as he can, and blackmails as much as he can. 50. He fought the threat of democracy by dismissing Arabs as too inferior to be its participants. For self-determination in Palestine to include the Palestinians would be, in his words, to level down the Jew politically to the status of a native. Repeating the pejorative use of native, he claimed that those who object to giving Jewish settlers special privileges denied the Palestinians were looking on the Jews as so many natives and were not conversant with the subtleties and subterfuge of the Oriental mind. After noting that German agents foster notions of the ruthless, wealthy Jew, the financier, the exploiter, the stockbroker, Weizmann then complained, betraying no awareness of the irony, that the British have been strengthened in such views by the rich Jews of Egypt, who are shining examples of Jewish capitalism. He doesn't hesitate to identify the cause of his dislike of Egyptian Jews: they are opponents to Zionism. 51. Weizmann was in Palestine at the time as head of an inter-allied Zionist commission organized by the British. On April 28 he gave what the War Cabinet described as a carefully worded speech in which he again denied that Zionism heralded any move towards a state. But behind the scenes, he continued to behave as if he were sovereign of the country or a sort of uncrowned king of Palestine, signing a treaty on Palestine's behalf with Emir Faisal the following January 4, 2 weeks before the Paris Peace Conference opened, where Faisal led the Arab delegation. 52. As Weizmann sealed his personal deal with Faisal, he continued to complain to the British that the Jews were not receiving that consideration which they had expected in a country which was to be their national home. Rothschild as well pushed for Jewish settlers to be treated more distinct from the other citizens of Palestine, in order to demonstrate that Britain really intended to make Palestine the Jewish national home. The British had already outlawed anti-Zionist publications, excluded the Palestinians from their country's civil affairs, and would impose draconian censorship on the Arabic press. Weizmann now pressed to have Arab iconography removed from the region, complaining, for example, that on the postage stamps in use an Arabic inscription appears. He pushed to have Hebrew recognized as the official language of Palestine, even though, as the British governor of Jaffa commented, the settlers were having to sit down and learn their supposedly native tongue. 53. The Paris Peace Conference. On the 18th of January 1919, all attention shifted to Paris, where the peace conference began the business of settling post-war agreements and the terms for the defeated Central Powers. On the 27th of February, Weizmann handed the conference a list of proposals from the World Zionist Organization, arguing that the Balfour Declaration had already given it the authority to do so. In response, several prominent U.S. Jews composed an articulate rebuttal to the Zionists, delivered to U.S. President Wilson by California Congressman Julius Kahn on March 4. For the very reason that the new era upon which the world is entering aims to establish government everywhere on principles of true democracy, the paper read, "We reject the Zionist project," they wrote in disgust at Zionism's reduction of Jews into a nationality, and warned that no Jew, wherever he may live, can consider himself free from the implications of such a grant. Pretenses that Palestine's native people had nothing to fear were patently disingenuous. The Arabs deserve neither condescension nor tolerance, but justice and equality. 54. On March 21, the British held a meeting to discuss the proposals Weizmann had submitted, but more importantly to discuss what had been deliberately excluded from the WZO submission. Among the 9 attendees were Weizmann, Baron Rothschild, T.E. Lawrence, and Gertrude Bell. Whereas the proposals Weizmann submitted to the conference repeated the guarantees that existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine would suffer no loss of civil or religious rights, and that there shall be no discrimination among the inhabitants, on the grounds of religion, or race. In private he and Rothschild treated the outright ethnic cleansing of non-Jewish Palestinians as indispensable to their plans. In Rothschild's words, he proposed a comprehensive emigration scheme to ship non-Jews to Egypt and Syria. Neither Lawrence nor Bell objected. Point 4. Miss Bell and Colonel Lawrence agreed, and Miss Bell added that there was scope in Mesopotamia for such emigrants. Point 55. Discretion was necessary. Their plans could obviously not be voiced at the conference, but would be dealt with only after the mandate was settled. Meanwhile, the objects of the planned ethnic cleansing were already suffering Weizmann's equality and appealed for their rights. On the 24th of March, the Jaffa Muslim Christian Committee sent a telegram addressed to the British Prime Minister, Lloyd George, in Paris. What fault have we Palestinian Arabs committed? Release us from the Zionists' greed, which is increasing from day to day. Were we liberated by the Allies from the Turkish yoke to be put under the Zionist yoke? 56. Even Balfour was getting nervous. In a letter to Weizmann in Paris dated April 3, Balfour spoke of his considerable anxiety over reports reaching me from sources which I know are unbiased that your adherents there are behaving in a way which is alienating the sympathies of others. Weizmann replied that there was perhaps some undue exuberance among Zionists that was nonetheless understandable, and stated categorically that Zionist intentions were scrupulously regardful of the non-Jewish elements of the Palestinian population. He instead blamed the Palestinians' purposeful and organized misunderstanding, which is as much anti-British as it is anti-Jewish, and mocked the continued talk of a Jewish state when such a claim has been authoritatively repudiated. 57. King Crane Report. Among the participants in the Paris conference was Charles Richard Crane, heir to the Crane Plumbing Parts fortune, who was considered knowledgeable on Middle East affairs. That summer, President Wilson sent Crane and Henry Churchill King, president of Oberlin College and professor of mathematics, philosophy, and theology, to survey the post-war, post-Ottoman Middle East firsthand. Both men reached the Middle East with minds predisposed in favor, as they put it, but that pro-Zionist mindset did not survive the actual facts in Palestine. Their landmark 1919 King Crane report should have been indispensable to the architects of Palestine's future, but it was suppressed until late 1922, when Wilson supplied a copy that was picked up by the New York Times. The paper published the report in its entirety on December 3 to 4, with its own introduction lamenting that the world had not seen it 3 years earlier, before a course had all but irrevocably been charted for the Middle East. The world is askew today because facts have been concealed or perverted. If in 1918 to 1919 the world had seen the international situation, stripped of all camouflage, with every secret treaty opened and every national condition made clear, it would have insisted on a totally different outcome of events. The suppressed report, indeed, corroborated the Palestinians' core allegation, that contrary to the Zionists' public protestations, they intended to purge non-Jews from the land. The fact came out repeatedly in the Commission's conference with Jewish representatives that the Zionists looked forward to a practically complete dispossession of the present non-Jewish inhabitants of Palestine. 58. Zionist assertions that a claimed biblical prerogative outweighed the Palestinians' right to self-determination were dismissed outright. The claim, submitted by Zionist representatives, that they have a right to Palestine, based on an occupation of 2,000 years ago, can hardly be seriously considered. Point 59. The chief administrator in Palestine, H.D. Watson, reported essentially the same. Dismissing religion as driving the Palestinians' opposition, he wrote that the people of the country, the owners of the land, have looked with eager eyes to the peaceful development of their country and the better education of their children for their own benefit, and not for the benefit of peoples of alien nationality. The great fear of the people is that once Zionist wealth is passed into the land, all territorial and mineral concessions will fall into the hands of the Jews, whose intensely clannish instincts prohibit them from dealing with any but those of their own religion, to the detriment of Muslims and Christians. These latter, the natives of the soil, foresee their eventual banishment from the land. 60. Britain, he warned prophetically, will lose the lives of many of her sons in a war which will be fought, against the principles of the League of Nations, enforcing upon a small country a population of aliens. And it was force, Sergeant Major J. N. Camp wrote from Jerusalem with obvious frustration, that would be necessary. If we are to carry out any sort of Zionist policy, we must do so with military force. Before you publish your mandate for Palestine with its conditions, for God's sake let us know, not your policy, but your method of putting it into effect. If we are to proceed with energy, then send us more troops. 61. The public lie was carefully guarded. Weizmann's friend Colonel Maynardsigan, writing to Balfour from Cairo in September of 1919, reassured the Foreign Office that the determination of HMG to establish Zionism in Palestine is still withheld from the general public. He warned against contact with the local Jew, who are the least representative of Jewry or Zionism, and corroborated, indeed boasted, that ethnic cleansing was the plan. The acknowledged superiority of Jewish brains and money, he declared, will force Palestinian landowners and businessmen to realize their impotence to withstand eventual eviction. Most revealing is the adjective he used to describe the Palestinians' objection to their domination by the Zionists, against the minority ruling the majority. For them to object was fanatical. 62. From the moment Balfour signed his name, Weizmann behaved as though the British were already the heirs to the Ottomans in Palestine. But this was not yet the case, and the buried King Crane report showed that it was the United States that the Palestinians themselves wanted to assume stewardship of their land. They viewed the U.S. as the sole great power whose history in the region was not yet tarnished by hypocrisy, and admired its system of representative government. Fear of such a representative government in Palestine being considered at the Paris Conference prompted the Zionist organization to publish a case for a British trusteeship, which argued that democracy does not take into account stages of civilization or differences of quality of the public. 63. The Zionists vs. laws of occupied enemy territory. Upon Britain's conquest of Palestine in late 1917, it was subject to the laws of occupied enemy territory, which state that the status quo of the land must not be altered. The occupying power was simply a caretaker unless and until Britain were made the mandatory power by post-war agreements and the League of Nations. The chief administrator of the military occupation, Major General Sir Louis Bowles, took that task seriously, but found himself stymied by Weizmann's impatience. "It is no use," he said, "to tell the Christian and Muslim natives of Palestine that the law is being observed, because facts witness otherwise. Despite their denials, the Zionists will be satisfied with nothing less than a Jewish state and all that it politically implies." Bowles brought his concerns to the British cabinet, warning of the untenable situation that would befall Palestine if the policy outlined by Dr. Weizmann in Cannon Street were followed. 64. There were nonetheless limits to what Weizmann could do until, in his words, the mandate for Palestine has been granted. In mid-1919 he tried but failed to get the British to replace part of its military presence with a Zionist militia comprised of thousands of Jewish young men from the Russian army, mountain Jews of the Caucasus, Galician Polish prisoners of war, among others. 65. Left to right, Edmund Allenby, Faisal I of Iraq, and Lawrence of Arabia. PALESTINE, June 27, 1936. Accompanying text reads: Faisal, what happens in Palestine? Lawrence, dreadful. Shameful. Allenby, humiliating high. Faisal, long live the mandate. Prematurely ended military rule and replaced Bowles with Weizmann's hand-picked first High Commissioner of Palestine, Herbert Samuel, the same who had first raised the idea of a Zionist Palestine with the cabinet 5 years earlier. This change also allowed existing Zionist militias to be organized into the settlement's official militia, the Haganah. Although allegedly defensive, anti-Zionist Jews soon joined the ranks of what the Haganah defended against. On June 30, 1924, it assassinated Dr. Yaakov Israel Dahan as he left the synagogue on Jaffa Street in Jerusalem, the sixth recorded Zionist assassination attempt, and the first by the Haganah. Despite Britain's 2-year jumpstart on the mandate, Weizmann still expressed irritation over the slow pace, while Churchill, then government minister in charge of the colonies, stressed all that had been done to please him. In a cabinet paper dated August 1921 and marked secret, Churchill confirmed that in the interests of the Zionist policy, all elective institutions have so far been refused to the Arabs, that is, a democracy denied the majority indigenous people. He lamented the drain on Britain's economy for the garrison there, which he estimated at £3,319,000 for 1922, almost wholly due to Zionist policy. But despite all this, Dr. Weizmann and the Zionists are extremely discontented at the progress made. 66. Churchill was an active voice in the public deception. Even after Britain was appointed the mandatory power and the national home became official policy of the League of Nations, he still denied that it heralded the subordination of the Arabic population, as appears to be feared by the Arab delegation. But the Arab delegation was no more skeptical than the British cabinet, which complained that the entire mandate is built on the fallacy of attempting to reconcile the irreconcilable, the creation of Jewish privileges with the maintenance of Arab rights. 67. Whatever Zionism's success in isolating the public narrative from actual intentions, it could not hide that the situation was untenable. In July 1920, Ansh Truther Mackay wrote in the Atlantic Monthly that the theory that the Jews are to come into Palestine and oust the Muslim cultivators by equitable purchase or other means is in violation of principles of sound policy. To this might be ascribed by future historians the outbreak of a great war between the white and the brown races, a war into which America would without doubt be drawn. Similarly, in November 1922, the British Daily Express complained that Dr. Weizmann is inducing us now to remain in Palestine, up to the day when we sink up to our necks in a catastrophe which will no longer be in our power to rectify or correct. By 1926, Weizmann had grown dissatisfied with Jewish privileges being limited to Palestine and Jordan. He now wanted to extend the Zionist project into Syria and the Oran region, fully as far as the Euphrates River. On June 21 he met with Sir John E. Shuckburgh, Assistant Understate Secretary of the Colonial Office, to promote the idea, in which the Euphrates would be siphoned for irrigation of the Zionist settlements. Britain remained neutral on this extension of Zionism to land under French occupation. As Weizmann pushed for more, Palestinian resistance elevated from entreaties and diplomacy to strikes, boycotts, and by the late 1920s, violence, most notoriously the August 24, 1929 massacre of 67 Jews in Hebron, sparked by a false rumor. Racializing of schools and playgrounds. When the wealthy businessman Sir Ellis Kato-Ori of Hong Kong died in 1922, he willed his money to various cross-cultural causes, and one-third of his residuary trust to the British government for the purpose of building a school or schools to be called after. Political cartoon map mocking William Ormsby Gore, Under-Secretary of State for the Colonies, from the Palestinian newspaper Palestine, June 27, 1936. The whole object of His Britannic Majesty's government is that both Arabs and Jews should live together in peace and amity. The prominence of Jaffa reflected ongoing tensions between the British and the people of that city. 2 days after the cartoon's publication, the British blew up part of the ancient city on the orders of Ormsby Gore. My name in Palestine or Mesopotamia as the said British government shall think fit. What the British government thought fit was to use the funds for the erection and endowment of a single school which would be open to the boys of all communities in Palestine and which would promote mutual understanding and cooperation between the Jewish and Arab communities. The Director of Education in Jerusalem welcomed the inter-community project, calling it an opportunity of bringing Jews and Arabs together on common ground. The settlers, however, protested that this legacy left by a Jew should not also benefit non-Jews, and so Herbert Samuel decided to make 2 segregated agricultural schools. The Arab school was then further diminished in 1936 when some of its land was given to the Jewish National Fund, by definition making it unavailable to the Palestinians in perpetuity. After statehood, the Israeli government successfully lobbied Britain for maintenance funds from Cato Ori's estate even though all non-Jews had either been ethnically cleansed or placed under martial law. Similarly, when Bertha Guggenheimer died in 1927, she left behind a trust fund of $100,000 for Palestine with special reference to playground needs, among whose projects was a new playground in Safed. But the settlers blocked Palestinian children from the playground, and protests from Mrs. Guggenheimer's representatives that this violated the philanthropist's intent were ignored. The presence of Arab children, the settlers maintained, was corrupting to Jewish children. Indeed, it was against Jewish ethics and the Torah itself. 68. Land acquisition. The expropriation of land and labor, and thus of ethnic cleansing, were integral to Zionism from its beginnings. Herzl himself had proposed starving out the indigenous people by getting control of the local labor market and then denying them employment, but he cautioned that this had to be carried out discreetly. By 1907, new Zionist immigrants, among them the young David Ben-Gurion, organized boycotts in order to starve non-Jews from the land. The boycotts were imposed against the wishes of traditional, and typically indigenous Jews. When in 1924 the ban on non-Jewish labor was used to stop Orthodox Jews from employing Palestinians to milk their cows on Saturdays, they took their grievance to JNF director Menachem Ussishkin. "If our cows are not milked they will become ill," they explained, "but it is a sin for us to do it ourselves on the Sabbath." In response, Ussishkin, who would facilitate major land acquisition by the JNF, told them that the Zionist prohibition on Arab labor is more sacred than Saturday. Race laws became further institutionalized with the founding of the Jewish Agency in 1929. The agency's constitution specifically denied land and labor to all non-Jews in perpetuity, and stipulated penalties for disobedience. As the more conscientious British officials on the ground complained to no avail in the 1930s, the JNF enforced only Jewish labor regulations in open violation of mandate laws forbidding discrimination based on race, religion, or language. 69. In 1930 Sir John Hope Simpson, who became known for his involvement in refugee issues, warned that land purchases by organizations such as the JNF meant that the land became extraterritorial. It ceases to be land from which the Arab can gain any advantage either now or at any time in the future. Not only can he never hope to lease or cultivate it, but, by the stringent provisions of the lease of the Jewish National Fund, he is deprived forever from employment on the land. 70. This, Simpson continued, is the reason Arabs dismiss the Zionists' professions of goodwill. He refuted a justification for Zionist land expropriation, then already prevalent, that the settlers made the desert bloom where Arabs had left barren land. It is, however, unjust to the poverty-stricken fellow who has been removed from these lands that the suggestion should continually be made that he was a useless cumberer of the ground and produced nothing from it. It should be quite obvious that this is not the fact. 71. It is ironic, he continued, that this charge is made even as Zionists spend vast foreign capital to acquire the most fertile land, evict Arabs from it, and facilitate cultivation for Jews only. Yet poor productivity plagued early Zionist settlements, and some land tilled by Palestinians fell into disuse because of its acquisition by Zionists, with consequences such as a plague of field mice that tormented both communities. Inflation caused by the Zionists' rampant land speculation also forced Palestinians off their own land. The resulting sharp rise in prices plunged smaller farmers into such debt that they could only extricate themselves by, ironically, selling their plot. In his 1932 report on the problem of non-Jews displaced from the lands which they occupied in consequence of the lands falling into Jewish hands, Louis Franch, director of the Department of Development, pointed out the misunderstandings created by the term surplus lands. There were none in Palestine, save for a few insignificant areas in the hills, temporarily abandoned because the owners have lost their cattle or other simple resources and are too much indebted to be able to replace them. Reporting from Nazareth in January of 1935, Archer CUST corroborated French's assessment. Thus the Jewish national home is being established by the combined compulsion of the bayonet and the bribe. Today the purpose of the Jews, a large proportion of whom, though they may not outwardly admit it, have now accepted the revisionist creed that aims in fact, at the conversion of Palestine into a Jewish state to include ultimately Transjordan as well, is to prevent the introduction of any form of popular representation until at all costs and by any means a Jewish majority is secured. Thus rendering the indigenous population irrelevant, a tactic which all fair opinion must hold such circumstances deeply repugnant. Major branch of the Zionist movement founded by Irgun founder Zeev Jabotinsky that advocated maximal territorial aims on both sides of the Jordan. I should hate to think, Assistant Undersecretary for the Colonies Sir Charles Parkinson wrote the same year in reference to the settlers' destruction of Palestinians' livelihoods, that 10 years hence our successors should say that perhaps in 1935 if we had had the courage we might have saved the situation. 72. 10 years hence came and passed. In 1936 Weizmann pushed to acquire another 1,000,000 dunams of the Palestinians' remaining irrigable flat land for the Zionists. 73. Weizmann met with Benito Mussolini in February 1934, hoping that a relationship with the fascists might serve as leverage in the Jewish Agency's demands on the British. When we reach the stage of practicalities, he asked the Italian dictator, practicalities in apparent reference to the coming showdown for the Zionist seizure of Palestine, can I count on your support? To which Mussolini replied certainly. 74. Zionism vs. the anti-Nazi boycott. Hitler's rise as Chancellor in January 1933 quickly led to calls for an international boycott of German goods and services. There was resistance. The UK Board of Deputies of British Jews, for example, opposed the idea, but revulsion over the news from Germany led to a 1 million-strong show of support throughout the United States on the 27th of March. In New York alone, 55,000 people crowded in and around New York's Madison Square Garden as prominent Jewish and Christian leaders demanded that Hitlerism be given the same treatment we gave the Ku Klux Klan, as former New York Governor Smith put it. The boycott hit Germany hard and fast. Within a few months, it had all but bankrupted its shipping and transatlantic passenger travel industry, which had been an important source of foreign capital for the Reich. Heavy machinery exports plummeted to half their 1930 levels, and the same fate befell Germany's once lucrative medical industry. Foreign endowments fell fully 95%, hurting not just the national purse but also the unquantifiable element of academic respectability. Perhaps the most humiliating act of boycott came in June from Arturo Toscanini. This most celebrated conductor had been scheduled to conduct at the world's most celebrated opera festival, Bayreuth, and his high-visibility announcement of cancellation in solidarity with Germany's oppressed left German authorities bereft of stock rebuttals. For once, as the New York Times reported it, Germany could not invoke the excuse of Jewish machinations. His snuff proved more than artistic, as the newspaper Boursen-Zeitung conceded. Only Toscanini's presence could have assured the festival's financial success. 75. When the composer Richard Strauss broke Toscanini's boycott and raised the baton for Wagner's Parsifal, his intervention did nothing to ameliorate Toscanini's injury to the Reich's international veneer. As the boycott movement solidified in March, Sam Cohen, director of the Hanodi Citrus Company in Netanya, was in Germany proposing to the Reich Economics Ministry a scheme to circumvent it to their mutual advantage. The idea was that German Jews with sufficient capital would emigrate to Palestine and have their money, which they would otherwise forfeit, used to purchase German goods and equipment. The Reich would get desperately needed capital, Hanodi would get a cut, and the émigré would salvage part of his capital. Cohen's scheme worked, and though small in scale, it provided a blueprint for a larger boycott-breaking operation by the Zionists. Encouraged by Germany's Gestapo, Foreign Office, and Interior Ministry, Jewish agency representatives such as Haim Arlazorov, head of the agency's political department, went to Germany to negotiate that vastly larger deal with the Nazis, what became known as the Havre Transfer Agreement. German Jews would deposit Reichsmarks into the Anglo-Palestine Bank, what would become Bank Leumi, and eventually receive 42.8% of it in Palestine. Part of the rest financed the Jewish agency's settlements, with a fee going to the Havre Company itself. 76. For Germany, it was also a propaganda win. The boycott-breaking deal had been made by Jews. 2 days after Arlazorov returned to Palestine from Germany, he was assassinated on the beach at Tel Aviv. Majority suspicion fell on the revisionist Abba Ahimir and his. On December 23, Germany announced its new laws classifying Jews in the same category as criminals and enemies of the state. As it did, in New York a crowd of about 3,000 heard Zionist labor leader Berl Locker and head of the Jewish Labor Committee B.C. Viadek argue for and against the Havre Agreement, frequently interrupted by volunteered rebuttals, cheers, whistles and boos, as the Jewish Telegraphic Agency reported it. Havre supporters argued that boycott might fail anyway, whereas the deal with the Nazis would save some Jews. Yet the Jewish agency's profit from the deal was never put into buying the freedom of Jews who didn't have the minimum assets necessary, but was used to finance the settlements. Amid massive opposition, the Havre scheme was adopted in Lucerne by the World Zionist Organization in 1935 at the 19th Zionist Congress. Its supporters justified breaking the boycott by saying that they did not wish to take political positions that might compromise the settler project in Palestine. Zionism must concern itself exclusively with the building of the national home in Palestine, and cannot afford to take political positions against individual states. For the Zionists, a key attraction of the deal with the Nazis was its restriction of Jewish evacuation only to Palestine. In 1937, 4 years into Havre, the Nazis still wooed a contact in the Haganah, feeble pokes, with the lure that they would pressure Jewish groups in Germany to oblige Jews to go exclusively to Palestine, and not to other countries. 77. Brenner Zionism in the Age of the Dictators states that between 1933 to 1939, fully 60% of the money invested in Zionist settlement came from breaking the anti-Nazi boycott. He also cites statistics demonstrating that Jews in no danger, coming from Britain, the Americas, Africa, and Turkey, were given preference over European Jews because they were Zionists, and primarily because of their youth and training. Pokes met with Adolf Eichmann in Berlin and claimed that he could supply intelligence on the British, French, and Italians, as well as help the Nazis secure a source of oil in exchange for channeling Jewish emigrants to Palestine. He welcomed Eichmann at Haifa's port when the Nazi official visited Palestine in October 1937, but had only got so far as to give him a tour of a kibbutz when the British learned of his presence. Expelled from Palestine, Eichmann went to Egypt, accompanied by Pokes. Nazi files captured by the U.S. at the close of World War II shed some light on what Eichmann learned from his Haganah host. In Jewish nationalist circles, Eichmann reported, people were very pleased with the radical German policy, since it helped achieve a numerical superiority over the Arabs. It was however difficult to get German Jews to stay in Palestine once there, as most wanted to go elsewhere. To prevent this, those Jews coining from Germany, after taking away their capital, should be put in a communal settlement. The Haganah's records on Pokes are closed. 78. The Peel Commission. It was also in 1937 that the Palestine Royal Commission, established the year before to investigate the causes of unrest in Palestine, issued its report. In stark contrast to the buried 1919 King Crane report, the Peel Commission accepted Zionists' 5 claim of an ancient Jewish nationality with extra-legal biblical entitlement. Zionist settlers, the Commission's extraordinary reasoning read, mean to show what the Jewish nation can achieve when restored to the land of its birth. Framed thus, the Commission proposed a partition plan that gave vast Palestinian tracts to the settlers and required the forcible transfer of 225,000 Palestinians and 1,250 Jews, a ratio of 180 to 1. Yet, in a premonition of today's peace talks, the Commission presented this as though it were the Zionists that were sacrificing. Jews, the Commission lamented, must be content with less than the land of Israel they once ruled, both land of Israel and, especially. Although the Zionist establishment welcomed the Peel Commission's implicit promise of racially segregated statehood, it rejected the plan because it did not give them all of Palestine. Ben-Gurion, speaking to the media after the hearings, invoked the Bible as Jews' unassailable legal title to Palestine, and ridiculed the Arabs as being busy with politics. 80. Offering the Commission his explanation as to why the Palestinians were against Zionist colonization, Ben-Gurion continued in the fashion of Weizmann, it was their intolerance, which is inherent perhaps in them, in their education and upbringing. It is different levels of culture. 81. In his diary, Ben-Gurion fixated on the Peel Commission's proposal of ethnic segregation, underlining forced transfer, and really Jewish. He then elevated his four underlined words beyond even the biblical, couched in a tribal use of us and we that transcended even the Peel Commission's messianic they. He wrote that transfer will give us something we never had, neither in the period of the First Temple nor in the period of the Second Temple. Ben-Gurion believed, or at least wanted us future readers of his diary to believe that he believed, that we are indeed entering the epoch of the Third Temple, and he is its prophet. 82. Major British papers published a news photograph on October 21 showing, so the caption read, Arabs rioting in Jerusalem over the Peel Commission's proposals. By the time the story was proven fraudulent, it had served its apparent purpose of reinforcing Arab stereotypes, and provided the Nazis with anti-British propaganda. 83. The Palestinian uprising. The Peel Commission did far more to vindicate Palestinians' fears than address the causes of unrest. The uprising continued lacking any coherent plan or methodology, the few rising leaders were violently eliminated, and the chaos often an excuse for bandits and extortionists rather than a liberation struggle. The British response to Palestinian terror was indiscriminate punishment on a massive scale. In June 1936, British Under-Secretary of State for the Colonies William Ormsby Gore ordered the wholesale destruction of a swath of Jaffa because the old town of Jaffa presented an extremely serious problem to the police and military authorities, a warren of tortuous and narrow-covered streets, where blind alleys and cul-de-sac make the operation of police or troops an extremely hazardous enterprise. Neither police nor soldiers could effectively penetrate into it. British troops blew up about 230 Palestinian homes in the city, leaving about 6,000 people homeless. Chief Justice Sir Michael McDonnell sided with Jaffan petitioners against the attack, calling it a singularly disingenuous lack of moral courage. He was dismissed from his post. When a lone Palestinian assassin murdered a British official in 1938, the British responded by levelling much of the town from which he came. Jenin. Reports of the norms of the British anti-terror operation in Palestine paint a consistent image of its own unstrained terror, just kill innocent and guilty alike, as policeman Raymond Cafferata recorded it. Early in the revolt, Britain began systematically using Palestinians as human shields, a practice not repeated in response to the Zionist terror of the 1940s. The practice is recorded as early as September 24, 1936, when the Nablus mayor, Suleiman Tukin, was used as a human shield by the local British garrison. In another instance, the British tied him to the top of truck. Palestinian human shields were particularly useful on trains. In one tactic, the British forced hostages onto a separate, single-axle extension on front of the trolley, or onto the bonnet of trucks to discourage would-be saboteurs. Yet saboteurs would not necessarily know they were there, and so some hostages sang as loudly as they could as the vehicle moved. Some were tied in place. If any tried to escape, they would be shot. When the same tactic was used with trucks, the fact that trucks are not bound to tracks allowed the ritual to become yet more depraved. In the words of a Manchester regiment private, after finishing the run, 2 photographs of Palestinian hostages used by the British as human shields, forced to remain on a single-axle extension in front of the train. The extraordinary upper photo was taken from inside the locomotive, such as is visible in the lower photo. The driver would switch his wheel back and to make the truck waver, and the poor wag on the front would roll off. If he was lucky he'd get away with a broken leg, but if he was unlucky, nobody bothered to pick up the bits. We were the masters. Another method was to seize Palestinians for what were called minesweeping taxis. As described by a colonial official in the Galilee, the car is filled with them, lashed together and with little room to move. On most occasions they are put in at the point of a revolver, and there they stay from about 2100 until about 0430.84. The Zionist militias. Whereas the Palestinian terrorists were loose bands of guerrillas operating in the country districts, the Zionist terrorists were organized militias operating from within urban centers and enjoying the protection of those populations. Records of Zionist gangs' early violence are sparse, owing no doubt, the British surmised, to the heavy penalties by which Jewish members of the organization are bound to secrecy. The terror had first been assumed to be the work of isolated Jewish fanatics, but by the time of the Palestinian uprising of 1936 to 1939, the British were aware of the highly organized nature of the Zionist militias. The following summary attempts to draw a brief outline of the violence during those years. 85. Palestinians shot 3 Jews on April 15, 1936, 1 survived. 2 days later, the Irgun shot dead 2 Palestinians while they were sleeping in their hut in one of the plantations of the Jews in the colony of Ramatayim, as the newspaper PALESTINE reported it. Palestinian shoeshine boys and peddlers were attacked on April 18, and on April 19 rumors of the murders and beheadings of Arabs in Tel Aviv set off an anti-Jewish rampage in Jaffa by unemployed Palestinians. 9 Jews were killed. As with the 1929 anti-Jewish Jaffa, summer 1936. As the British Royal Engineers dynamited sections of Jaffa, one of the dynamiters poses with the corpse of a cat blown up with the just demolished building behind him. Massacre in Hebron. The number would have been higher had local Palestinians not hidden would-be Jewish victims. The next day the Irgun shot 2 Arabs riding a camel west of Tel Benjamin, killing 1, and murdered a plantation worker. Irgun records cite further anti-Palestinian attacks without details. 86. Passenger trains joined the Irgun's anti-Palestinian targets by August 17, 1936, when it attacked the Jaffa-Jerusalem line with grenades and gunfire at the bridge at Shlush Street in Tel Aviv, causing great consternation among Jaffa Arabs. Palestinian beachgoers remained a favored target for the next decade. The terror gang murdered some in March 1937, as well as agricultural workers in the Heger Valley. Irgun bombings of Palestinian cafes are first documented in April 1937 in Haifa, and bombings of Palestinian buses are recorded as early as September of that year. Rehavia was hit on March 6, Yazur on March 22, Jerusalem on May 20, with further attacks on July 7 and October 20. On November 11, the Irgun threw a bomb at a group of Palestinians on Jaffa Street in Jerusalem, near the garage of the National Bus Co., and that month it attacked cafes in Jerusalem with semi-machine guns and grenades. Palestinian vehicles in the Galilee region were attacked in December, and on December 27 the Irgun opened fire on a Palestinian bus on the Tel Aviv-Jerusalem road. 87. Escalation of Irgun bombing. The attacks became more sophisticated in 1938. 2 sacks containing bombs were found on the Iraq Petroleum Company's workers' train from Haifa, the British reported on April 11. A Palestinian sergeant removed the canvas sacks from the train and placed them in the company's terminal site, where they exploded, killing 2 people and seriously wounding a third. As police rushed to the scene, news came of a similar sack discovered on another train in the vicinity. That carriage was evacuated and uncoupled, and a bomb expert was summoned. In the meantime, a sergeant and 2 constables, hoping to protect the train, threw the sack out the window. As they did, it exploded, killing 2 of them. 1938. The British appear not immediately to have known who was responsible, until the Irgun took credit for placing what it called clock mines on the trains carrying Palestinian workers. 4 more people were killed that day by Irgun bombs near Kiryat Haim. 88. The Irgun attacked what it called mob rioters on April 17. 4 days later, a faulty grenade foiled their attempt to blow up a Palestinian bus. Reprisals against groups of Arabs followed on May 17 in Jerusalem and on the Hebron-Jerusalem road. More mob rioters were attacked on May 23, this time in the Tel Aviv. The Arab market in Jaffa was bombed on June 26, and on the 4th of July 5 more Palestinians were killed and 20 wounded in an Irgun attack on the Arab quarters in Jerusalem. The gang attacked Palestinian buses in the Rami area on July 5.89. What happened on July 6, 1938 was the urgent topic when the British ship HMS Repulse anchored in Haifa Bay 2 days later. The district commissioner came aboard and explained the situation on shore. A large bomb had been thrown on Wednesday afternoon in the Arab market, and had exploded, causing a large number of casualties, and these had increased to about 120 before order was restored. 90. As reported in Palestine, the terrorists had slipped up to the roof of a shop in the entrance to the bazaar market near the Alun market and threw a bomb on a crowd of Arabs, and it exploded with a terrible noise near the shop of the Jewish money changer, who was killed with his son. The sight of was harrowing, this one moaning, that one in pain. 91. The attack, the British report said, must almost certainly have been committed by Jews of the revisionist party. They were correct, it was the Irgun, whose records cite both this and a similar bombing in the Old City of Jerusalem that day. On July 7, Irgun militants from Kfar Saba took up positions on the Tel Aviv-Haifa highway to attack Arab traffic, but they hit Indian visitors from Tanzania instead, mistaking them for Arabs. 92. Early proof of the Zionists' radicalization of children came the next day, July 8. A bomb tore apart a bus filled with Arab countryfolk by the Jaffa Gate, killing 4 Palestinians immediately and wounding 36, the blast so strong that it shattered a nearby vegetable market. Taking responsibility for the bombing, the Irgun boasted that it had caused great consternation in Arab quarters. The British took 4 Jews into custody for the crime, among them the alleged bomb thrower, a 12-year-old schoolgirl. 93. In an attempt to prevent further attacks, the British imposed a curfew and assigned a platoon to safeguard each of Haifa's 5 police districts, yet the Irgun pulled off an even deadlier terror attack on July 15. Disguised as an Arab porter, the bomber placed a booby-trapped cucumber can in the middle of Haifa's Arab market, killing what was described as scores of Palestinians and wounding many. Again 3 days later, a bombing by Jewish militants killed 11 Palestinians and seriously wounded 3. In Haifa, just when the situation in the town seemed to be getting back completely to normal, a captain in the Royal Navy reported on July 25, Zionist terrorists threw a bomb into the melon market, the same as the July 6 attack. The time chosen, 6 o'clock in the morning, ensured maximum civilian casualties. The bombing did a terrible amount of damage, causing the death of 45 Arabs, wounding 45 others, and killing 3 horses and 9 donkeys. The massacre made plain the terrorists' invulnerability. Early morning grocery shoppers might have thought the situation was safe, since no more public place could have been chosen, situated by Kingsway, the Siemens Institute, the headquarters of the landing parties, and within easy sight of the Central Police Station. 94. The next day might have been deadlier yet. One of the Irgun's most venerated martyrs, Jacob Rass, tried to deposit a particularly loathsome time bomb in the Old City of Jerusalem, as British records put it. Dressed as an Arab, Rass hid the device in a barrow of vegetables and was wheeling it into the market when suspicious onlookers exposed the bomb and handed him over to the British. According to the Irgun, he committed suicide to avoid revealing secrets under torture. The Irgun inhabited an imagined Israel that had been interrupted 2,000 years ago, but which they were now reawakening from dormancy. The gang exploited Old Testament passages to encourage what it called right-thinking Jews in the murder of Arabs. For example, Moses summarily executing an Egyptian after making certain that no one would see it. when the militia extolled Ras and other fallen Irgun heroes as having saved the honor of Israel more than once during years and enlarged the number of Arab deaths, the Israel it referred to was a single concept, ancient and future. 95. Evian Conference. As the Irgun bombs of July 1938 exploded in Palestine, representatives of 32 nations met in Evian-les-Bains at the behest of U.S. President Roosevelt to discuss shared responsibility for the resettlement of the Jewish targets of Nazism. Even though Nazi intentions were terrifyingly clear, the international community failed to rise to the urgency of the danger, in part because the Zionist movement failed as well. The Board of Deputies of British Jews viewed mass emigration as no solution to Jewish troubles in Central Europe, and the Zionist Organization of America adopted a resolution insisting that Palestine be the conference's answer to the emergency. Ben-Gurion, too, was lackluster in support for Evian's success. Open safe haven for Jews, he argued, would weaken the Zionist project. Not even Kristallnacht changed his priorities. Speaking in December 1938, the month after that terrible night heralded the beginning of the Holocaust, Ben-Gurion assailed attempts to save Germany's Jewish children unless it was to Palestine. Rather than see all the children escape safely to England, he argued that it was better to let half of them be slaughtered at the hands of the Nazis in order to get the surviving half to be settlers in his colonial project. Although this oft-quoted statement has been excused as hyperbole, an ex-Haganah member whom the author interviewed stated that Ben-Gurion repeated, and meant it. His actions, indeed, speak for him. Ben-Gurion assailed that very attempt to save Jewish children then in progress, the Kindertransport, for which Britain placed no limit and waived all visa requirements, and which saved about 10,000 children. 96. 1. Because of its widespread acceptance in the U.S., mention should be made of the construct that what we call Palestinians were Arabs who flocked to Palestine due to improvements brought by Zionist settlers and British colonization, and so have no claim to their own land. The World Zionist Organization tried to make such a claim, advocates like Churchill repeated it, Joan Peters gave it new life in her book From Time Immemorial, and it was further popularized by Alan Dershowitz. Beyond its historical absurdity, the claim is applied only to non-Jewish Palestinians, not to the influx of Zionist settlers who did indeed come to Palestine under the British occupation and with massive external financing. 2. Israel's first Prime Minister and President, respectively. Weizmann was the main constant figure of influence to span the years from the Balfour Declaration to the Israeli state. Ben-Gurion was the dominant figure in the post-war years and is considered Israel's founding father. 3. While much of the Peel Commission's proceedings has long been available, the full record of the secret testimony of witnesses was only formally declassified in 2017. These copies will, no doubt, be of considerable value to the historian of the remote future, so wrote J.M. Martin, Secretary to the Peel Commission, in an annotation dated January 2, 40 on the blank front leaf of copy F0492/19. 8 decades later, we are now in that remote future. Martin states that 30 copies of the secret proceedings were printed, and that the Commission didn't even allow the witnesses to retain copies of the record of their own evidence. On the same day, a second annotator confirmed that 10 snare conies onl will be retained BV the library *. 4. Gertrude Bell was anti-Zionist and had opposed the Balfour Declaration. It is surprising that she and Lawrence of Arabia were ready to push Palestinians off their land, but Edward said's Orientalism may be relevant. They were Agent Orientalist, whose Orient was held in check by the white man's expert tutelage. Spared the war, Palestine battles itself. Does not take into account the fact that there is a fundamental qualitative difference between Jew and Arab. Chaim Weizmann, May, 191,897. The fundamental difficulty over Palestine was that the Jews refused to admit that the Arabs were their equals. Ernest Bevin, April, 194,898. The crushing of the Palestinian uprising was one of a confluence of events in 1939 that shaped the future of Palestine. Britain issued the white paper that spring in an attempt to put limits on Zionist settlement and land expropriation. The Irgun opened its U.S. front, run by Hillel Kook under the pseudonym Peter Bergson. And of course, in late 1939, World War II broke out. The Second World War dramatically strengthened Zionists' ability to commingle safe haven for Jews with the settler ethnocracy in Palestine. The incomprehensible horrors of the Holocaust engendered such unqualified empathy for persecuted Jews, that it was easily co-opted to the Zionist argument, even as Zionism put itself before Jewish salvation. Fear of a Nazi victory led the Irgun and Haganah to moderate their terror at the outbreak of World War II. Not all Irgun members agreed, however, and in 1940 a splinter group formed under Avraham Stern, just as the Irgun had been formed as a splinter group from the Haganah in 1931. The Stern Gang, as it was commonly called, or more formally Lehi, was the most fanatical of the three major organizations, claiming to be the inheritors of the purest traditions of ancient Israel. Lehi made little distinction between the Allied and the Axis powers, and therefore saw no reason to restrain its terror during the war. Sensible Jews, the group reasoned, may well look to remain in a relatively good position in Palestine after a German victory 100. Lehi and the Italian fascists. Soon after parting ways with the Irgun, Stern hoped to thrust his new, minuscule, and barely known group to victory in the contest to usurp Palestine, above the Irgun, above the Jewish Agency, and above the British, by enlisting the Italian fascists to his cause. Perhaps the very idea that a band of breakaway Irgun militants could have much to entice Mussolini, himself joined in the Pact of Steel with the Nazis, should have seemed odd to Stern. He nonetheless negotiated via a contact whom he believed worked for the Italian consul. This much was correct, but unknown to Stern, the contact also worked for the Irgun. Learning of Stern's plans, the Irgun took over the negotiations, posing as the Italians in order to secure a signed document to embarrass its rival. The result was the Jerusalem Agreement 1940, which must be ratified not later than the 15th of September in the year 1940 with the signatures of the Italians and the Provisional Jewish Prime Minister. The Irgun never got its trophy, however. Sumhitch, a British security officer, wrote, the nature of which is not known, kept the document from being signed by Stern. The intended Lehi fascist pact offers good insight into the gang's thinking. It provided that Italy would help Lehi overthrow the British in Palestine, establish Lehi as the land's sovereign ruler, and then transfer all Jews there. In the first of its 20 clauses, Italy solemnly declares the sacred right of the Jewish nation to create anew an independent and sovereign Jewish state. The second clause is the most relevant to our topic. The first party undertakes to assist the second party with all the means in its power to liquidate the Jewish diaspora by transferring the Jews in countries under its influence and those of other countries with whom it is under agreement to Palestine. In other words, after helping Lehi oust the British from Palestine, the fascists would help Lehi destroy all possible Jewish communities outside of Palestine and transfer their populations to Palestine implicitly with or without their consent. Clause 3 simply states that the Italians will provide the second party with all the means necessary for the execution of sections 1 and 2. Among the Italians' several benefits in the deal was clause 11, in which Lehi declares that the Mediterranean is an Italian sea and that only the first party has the right to an absolute rule over it. The Palestinians are not mentioned at all, suggesting that they are to become part of what the agreement refers to as the Arabs in the Arabian countries. After the Jerusalem Agreement, Stern made two unsuccessful attempts the following year, 1941, to forge an alliance with the Nazis. 101. These pro-Axis terrorists, as the London Times referred to Lehi, sought, in their own command group's words, to clean the city streets from every person who wears a uniform, referring to the British. In truth, anyone seen as an obstacle was vulnerable, and most victims of Zionist assassinations were Jews. 102. A passenger arriving at Palestine's Lydda airport from Germany on February 22, 1939 aroused the suspicion of an immigration officer, and so the officer put the man under guard and left to make inquiries by telephone. he returned to find that the mysterious passenger had escaped, and the passport he had used was that of a Jew killed by Palestinians 5 months earlier, the photograph replaced. 4 days later, Ben-Gurion rallied the Yishuv with what the British called a manifesto, to the Jews of Palestine. The next day outrages were committed by Jews in all parts of the country against Palestinians, this still 3 months before the white paper that became Zionists' new justification for terror attacks. 38 Palestinians were killed and 44 injured. When the Va ad Lumi met the day after that, even those considered moderates spoke in the militant and uncompromising tone previously used only by the followers of Jabotinsky. Newfound support for the more radical revisionist movement echoed by such media as the Labor Daily Davar. In May, the man who had vanished from Lydda airport was caught boarding a flight for Haifa using a phony identity card. He was David Raziel, commander-in-chief of the Irgun, and presumed architect of the February 27 attacks. Raziel met his end in Iraq 2 years later, working with the British to foil a pro-Axis revolt. 103. The White Paper. May 1939. The text of the proposed White Paper was to be aired in Palestine on the evening of May 17, but a half-hour before the scheduled broadcast the wires connecting the wireless transmitters at Ramallah with the Jerusalem studio were cut. The British made emergency arrangements in Ramallah and were able to broadcast an hour and a half late. As they did, about 1,000 Jews sacked the district commissioner's office. An hour later, 5 unknown Jews overpowering 2 Jewish watchmen at the immigration department in Jerusalem and distributed a number of incendiary bombs throughout the building. 4 of the 9 devices exploded. Rioting continued the next day as 1,000 settlers mobbed Zionist Square while others stoned non-Jewish traffic. That evening, youthful Jewish extremists broke windows, looted shops, stoned police, shot 1 dead, and set fire to a post office in Mea Shearim quarter, gutting it. Zionist assassinations of unsympathetic Jews continued with the execution of a police corporal on May 3.104. 3 Jews opened fire from a car on a group of Arabs near the eastern station Haifa on the 25th, as a British dispatch described it, and in the early hours of May 29 a party of unknown Jews raided the Arab village of Bayarades. They shot 10 Palestinians, of whom 4 women and a man died on the spot. The attackers, who were dressed in European clothes and talking Hebrew, planted a Zionist flag in the village and fled by motor car. An unknown Jew assassinated a Jewish police constable and a civilian who was speaking with him. Early that evening, the Irgun bombed the Rex Cinema in Jerusalem. Casualties included 13 Arabs, 3 Brits, and 2 young Jews, a boy and a girl who had gone to the cinema to enjoy themselves in the company of Arabs. The bombing was intended to be more lethal, half of the 4 devices had failed. In Jerusalem the next day, 2 Palestinians in an Arab bus were shot by unknown Jews. 105. On June 2 to 3, Irgun bombs killed 14 Palestinians and injured 35 in attacks on the Arab market near Jaffa Gate, and in indiscriminate mining of Palestinian villages, orchards, roads, and footpaths. Communications were sabotaged, as simultaneous explosions in telephone manholes in 3 sections of Jerusalem destroyed 175 telephone wires, affecting 1,700 lines, and telephone booths were bombed in Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, and Haifa. June 1939. When the murder of an Arab by a Jew in Jerusalem on June 7 took place close to and in full view of a number of other Jews, the witnesses did nothing to stop the murder and then refused to give evidence to the police. In Tel Aviv that day, the telephone lines were bombed again, as was a railway line near the city. On the night of June 8, upwards of a dozen simultaneous explosions of time bombs destroyed 5 electric supply transformers and plunged a third of Jerusalem in darkness. 106. The next morning, a teenage Jewish girl who is reported to have been dressed like an Arab woman, was arrested at 9:30 a.m. just after she had put down a basket containing a time bomb set to explode at 11 o'clock among a crowd of Arabs. That crowd, the intended victims, were women and children waiting to visit their husbands and fathers in Jerusalem's central prison. The capture of the unexploded highly lethal device was, as the New York Times saw it, the first time that incontrovertible evidence has been obtained to show the long-suspected Jewish origin of the bombing of Arab crowds. The arrest of the girl further vindicated fears that children were being indoctrinated by the Zionists. 107. Post offices and postal workers now join the roster of targets. Packages rigged with bombs, including what was described as an envelope mine, a letter bomb, likely by an airgun operative soon to break away with Lehigh, were now a threat. The first exploded in the Central Post Office at about 8:45 on the evening of June 10. As police investigated, 3 Jewish additional police, and a private, became casualties of a second bomb. In the morning, a postal worker clearing the debris found a suspicious heavy package. He alerted a constable, but before the constable had a chance to investigate, it exploded, killing him and injuring 8 postal employees. The good news that morning was the failure of an assassination attempt against the mayor of Jaffa. 108. Between June 12 to 13, coffee houses were bombed, the post office on Herzl Street was mined and destroyed, all telephone kiosks in Tel Aviv were bombed or otherwise sabotaged, and the Tel Aviv train station near Beth Hadar and a Palestinian house in Jaffa were both set afire. When on the night of June 12 5 Palestinians from Balad es Sheikh were rounded up and shot in cold blood outside the village, the Jewish Wireless later boasted of this crime as a Jewish achievement. The road to the Arab village of Fejah was bombed, as was a public works lorry, killing 1 Palestinian and wounding 13, at least one of whom soon died from his injuries. The most deadly attack of those 48 hours was in Tiberias. *A 1945 report by R. Newton in TNA, FO 371/45382 states that, in 1938 a Jewish girl still in her teens had been arrested with a bomb which was to have been exploded in a public place in Jerusalem. I have assumed this to be a misdating of this 1939 incident, where Zionist militants planted a landmine that killed 7 Palestinians and wounded 15. More Palestinians were killed on June 15, and British records cite continued unprovoked, random violence against Palestinians by the Jewish settlers, both by sniper fire and bombs, what the general officer commanding summarized as continuing sabotage, and a number of direct terrorist attacks on Arabs by Jewish extremists. 109. Haifa was the scene of the Irgun's next major market bombing. Ethnic tension in the city, the British said, was maintained by explosion of a large Jewish bomb in Vegetable Market on June 19, which killed 21 and wounded 24 Arabs on the spot. As in previous market bombings, the blast was set at the busy hour of 6 o'clock in the morning to maximize civilian casualties, half of whom were women and children. Lest the Irgun leave any doubt that civilians were indeed its intended targets, in its next radio broadcast the terror group bragged that they had killed far more than the British acknowledged, 52 Palestinian market-goers dead and 32 wounded in that one bombing. 3 Palestinians were murdered and 3 wounded in Libya village the next day. When the day after that a Jewish man was gunned down in Kiryat Moskin, the British might have first assumed that he was a victim of Palestinian retaliation, but quickly learned otherwise. A secret Jewish wireless broadcast announced that he had been executed as a traitor. 110. 3 days later, a Palestinian constable was assassinated in Haifa and more communications were sabotaged. 4 Palestinians were hit by a bomb thrown at them in Haifa on June 26. 2 police inspectors were assassinated by a landmine outside their house in Jerusalem, and when the British put up posters in Tel Aviv condemning terrorism, all were torn down. With blood and fire Judea will rise typified the graffiti painted on the walls in their stead. On the morning of June 27, the Syrian orphanage was bombed, wounding 6 Palestinians, including a boy left in serious condition. The next day, the military commander in Jerusalem reported a particularly flagrant case of the Jewish settlers aiding and abetting terrorism, when a Palestinian man, attacked by a Jewish settler west of Nahalat Shimon quarter, managed to wrest the gun from his assailant, the Jews from the neighborhood, instead of assisting in the capture of the would-be murderer, freed him and reunited him with his gun. Anti-Palestinian terror continued the next day with the killing and wounding of a number of Arabs in 6 separate shooting attacks by Jews this morning. 13 murdered and 4 wounded was the British tally of that morning's anti-Palestinian violence. 11. An Arab was shot dead this morning again on June 30, the Times reported. Later that day, a Palestinian bus was attacked in Jerusalem, and a bomb of Jewish origin exploded in an Arab cafe on Mamilla Road, with 11 casualties. That the Irgun maintained a state of fear through the randomness of its civilian victims is apparent in a fragment of an Irgun diary seized by the British, covering 1 week from June 26 to July 4, 1939. June 26, at 5:30 a.m. our men fired on an Arab carriage in the vicinity of Beit Shirim. 4 Arabs were killed and 1 wounded and died later. On the same day, a short time after this, our men fired at 4 Arabs on the way of Nes Zion to Rishon LeZion. 3 Arabs were killed and 1 wounded. At 8:20 an Arab was killed by our men at Mea Shirim Quarter, Jerusalem. June 17, at 7 o'clock a bomb thrown by our people exploded near the Schneller School in Jerusalem. 6 Arabs were wounded. June 28, at 5 a.m. our men wounded an Arab on the Nebi Samuel Road. At noon a bomb was exploded in a lane opposite the Anglo-Palestine Bank, Haifa. At 2:30 p.m. an Arab was killed in Juriano Square, Haifa. At 7:20 p.m. a bomb exploded in a house in Wadi Salib Quarter, Haifa. June 29, a few minutes past 5 a.m. our men opened fire on 2 Arabs on the Petotic Varash Ha'ayin Road. 2 killed and the 3rd badly wounded. At the same time our men shot 2 Arabs at KM 78 on the Haifa Jaffa RD. 1 killed and the other badly wounded. At 5:30 a.m. an Arab was shot and killed on the Jaffa Tel Aviv Road. At 5:30 a.m. shots were fired at an Arab cart near Sha'uraim. 4 Arabs killed and 1 badly wounded died later. At 6:15 a.m. 2 mines exploded under a train between Acre and Haifa. Railway tracks were demolished. A locomotive and 3 coaches derailed. There were no Jews on this train. At 6:30 a.m. an Arab was killed near the Sheikh Munis Orange Grove. 1 of the wounded died. June 30, at 8 a.m. an Arab was killed by our men at Mea Shirim Market, Jerusalem. On the same day a bomb was placed by our men at an Arab cafe in the corner of Mamilla Road and Julian Street exploded. 12 Arabs were wounded. In the afternoon shots were fired at an Arab bus going from Lifted to Jerusalem. On the same day an Arab who had been wounded on June 29 by Rishon LeZion died. Of respite from Jewish terrorist attacks, the British reported on the 3rd. But then Jewish outrage succeeded outrage carried. July 1939. July 3, at 5:20 p.m. a bomb exploded in the Arab Cafe Edmond on Kingsway, Haifa, 200 meters distance from the police station. Official communique said 1 Arab killed and 42 wounded. July 4, at 5:30 a.m. a bomb was thrown at a truck carrying Arab workers. 3 Arabs were wounded. 2 Arabs were shot in Jaffa Str near the Sephardi orphanage. 1 Arab was badly wounded. 112. The British record attacks on July 3 8C4 that are sufficiently similar to attacks dated as the Irgun recorded the week. There is no suggestion that it was atypical. The same gang murdered 5 Palestinians and wounded 8 on July 20, all casual pedestrians in the Jaffa and Tel Aviv area, and bombed the Lidikantara railway. Jews demonstrating against cancellation of immigration decree killed 7 Palestinians and wounded 6 on July 22, and 39 Palestinians were killed and 46 wounded in another terror attack 3 days later. When on August 2 Jerusalem's new broadcasting house was bombed, a Palestinian engineer was killed, as was a South African Jewess. The organizer of the English Children's Hour, the British, correctly, suspected the revisionists. The attack is confirmed in Irgun records. What the British did not know was that May Weissenberg was the Irgun's inside plant at the station, mortally wounded by mistake, as the gang put it. The bombing rendered the new station unusable. Operations were moved to Ramallah. No group claimed credit for the attempted bombing of a cricket match in Haifa on August 5, likely targeted because one of the teams was the Haifa police. Smoke led to the discovery of the large, smoldering bomb, which malfunctioned when its timing device triggered it at 5 p.m. More attacks went similarly unattributed, such as the bombing of the cutter Sinbad on August 9, killing a police sergeant. The airgun hit an Arab bus in Tiberias with a clock mine, but on August 18 botched the assassination of a Jewish officer by the name of Gordon, who then fled Palestine. It was more successful on August 26, assassinating police detective Ralph Cairns and Inspector Ronald Barker in Jerusalem, as well as bombing the Arab market in Jaffa that day. The Palestinians had one break. There had been a series of bombings of Palestinian houses, but when one bomb failed to explode, police dogs were able to follow the scent to the origin, a nearby Jewish settlement. The fourth and fifth in the airgun records that I have assumed they are the same rather than risk duplication. As the British tended to be more clinical with details such as dates, I have used them here. Among the cities where the airgun had established a visible presence was Geneva. The August 1939 issue of the airgun press, distributed only in Geneva, ended with a warning to dissenting Jews. The Jews of the ghetto, who are weak and faint-hearted and not strong enough for this revolutionary period. Our fathers fought against Rome, against Babylon, and against Hellas. The airgun has taken over the sword of Bar Kokhba. May God help us. Freedom or death. It happened that on the 15th of the month H.G. Daniels, the Times correspondent in Geneva, was approached by a man identifying himself as a member of the airgun, giving the name Yardeni T. In his interview, Daniels noted that the airgun is cell-like in structure, and that the group is a pretty extensive secret organization throughout Palestine formed on Nazi lines. Its purpose is to be in readiness to take action against the Arabs. The organization has plenty of money at its disposal, has the support of the population, without which it could not continue. His organization works only among the youth of Jewry, and abandoned the oppressed Jews as hopeless. The ultimate aim was to seize control in Palestine at some future date to colonize Palestine and Transjordan. In the event of war in Europe, airgun recruits were to shape their actions with Palestine as the objective, a point that confused the correspondent at the time. 113. World War II broke out 2 weeks later. In Palestine, the Jewish Agency made a show of support for the British war effort and said that a system of registration for service of all Jews between 17 and Simon Bar Kokhba led a rebellion known by his name against the Roman Empire in Judea, 132 to 136 AD. R. 50 is now in progress. A year later, by September 1940, the British L940I conceded that the agency's so-called registration at the beginning of the war was purely a political gesture. The agency, rather, was interested only in a segregated Jewish army that would further its territorial claims to Palestine. 114. Control of labor as a method of dispossession. Palestinians developed the Jaffa orange trade in the 19th century, and were exporting 38 million oranges by 1870, a dozen years before the first Zionist settlers stepped foot on the land. Zionist racialization of land and labor gradually locked Palestinians out of their own trade, and even as the year brought an excellent orange harvest, the settlers' drive to exclude non-Jews continued. Groves such. Jaffa orange culture. Packing oranges, 1900 to 1920. As at Nes Ziona were sabotaged for using non-Jewish labor against the orders of the labor exchange. Grove owners who hired Palestinians were assaulted and any non-Jewish workers forced off the grounds. Packing sheds were burned down if their groves employed any non-Jews. From the retail end, Tel Aviv shops selling Arab goods were vandalized. 115. Histadrut officials considered that they were immune from arrest for their violence against non-Jewish workers and any that employ them, and so the British detention of some of its officials under emergency regulations came as a shock to the settlements. Protests against the arrests ranged from a spate of appeals to the brutal murder of a constable involved in the detentions. But the Histadrut refused to end its systemic starving of non-Jews off the land, offering instead to slow down the process, to retain such Arab labor as is now in their employ and eliminate non-Jews by attrition. 116. As the dispossession of the Palestinians continued through such tactics by the settlement's recognized institutions, the terror gangs continued their more direct methods. The Irgun in particular continued to be responsible for the indiscriminate slaughter brought about by setting bombs in places frequented by Arab crowds and for waylaying and murdering lone Arabs. As the High Commissioner put it, their systematic campaign against the police continued as well, especially in Tel Aviv, where Zionist militants planted incendiary bombs in police vehicles and murdered Jewish constables. 117. Both the Eden and Orient cinemas were bombed on March 4, and the same day the printing equipment of the newspaper Haboker was attacked for refusing to print a Zionist manifesto. Zionist terrorists beat a Jewish policeman to death with iron bars on March 13 for his part in the arrest of militants, and another policeman was shot dead in Haifa by Jewish terrorists on June 26. The Haganah's assassination department murdered 4 Jewish soldiers in May as traitors to the Jewish cause, as the British described it. Traitor was also the Haganah's own epitaph for a Sephardic Jew it assassinated on May 3. Printing presses serving German Jewish immigrants in their native tongue were hit by arson, one on March 30, another on April 8. 2 egged buses were set afire by the Irgun or Lehi on August 15, and violence continued against shops selling Palestinian goods or produce. Jews refusing payment to the Jewish National Fund were threatened, and when 2 Jews resisted a special tax imposed by the Jewish Agency, their cars were bombed. Lehi, new and short of finances, devoted much of its efforts to robbery, while remnants of Arab robber gangs raided both Arabs and Jews. One attacked a Jewish milk truck on March 26, killing the assistant driver. On May Day 1940, the Jewish Agency is reported to have instructed Jewish Czech subjects not to register their names for military service in the Allied struggle, because Palestine is their national home and they should fight only in her defense. Italian warplanes attacked Haifa on July 14 and 15, and again on September 6 and 8-9 in the Tel Aviv-Jaffa area. On their last raid the fascists dropped white, pink, and yellow propaganda leaflets in Arabic promising the Palestinians liberation. These, according to the British, were ridiculed by their intended converts. More Axis raids followed on September 21 and 26.118. The Patria and the Struma. Nov. 1940. The most deadly single terror attack to hit Palestine unfolded in November 1940, when the British transferred the passengers from 3 illegal immigrant vessels, the Pacific, the Milos, and the Carat/ZA/FR, onto the ship Patria for the trip to Mauritius where, whatever the hardships, there were facilities for the refugees and they would be safe from the war. The last refugees were put aboard on November 24. At about 9:15 the next morning, a powerful explosion ripped open the vessel and almost at once, a British committee headed by Supreme Court Judge Alan Rose reported, the ship listed to starboard and within 15 minutes of the explosion she had heeled over completely in Haifa port. An estimated 267 people were killed and 172 injured. More than 200 of the dead were Jews fleeing the war in Europe, about 50 were crew and soldiers. 119. Much protestation of innocence came from both the Irgun and the Jewish Agency. Suspicion at first fell on the Irgun, but the bombing was soon proven to be the work of the agency's Haganah under the authority of future Prime Minister Moshe Sharad. This saddled the Jewish Agency with a public relations nightmare. While the hope was obviously to cripple the vessel rather than sink it, inescapably, the agency was willing to accept refugee deaths as sacrifices for the settler state, especially as most of the DPS were trapped in its lower level and could drown even if the explosion didn't kill them. The answer, which would become a recurring theme, was to blame the DPS. The Jewish Agency circulated the story that it was the refugees themselves who blew up their ship. It was a mass suicide. Sharad argued behind agency doors that mythicizing the Patria disaster into a tragic legend of heroism and sacrifice would serve the Zionist cause, both then and for historians in the decades to come. Future Israeli Minister of Defense Pinhas Lavon was not convinced, but agreed that there is no necessary link between the legend and the truth. The Yeshuv's media embraced the lie. Articles proposed epic plays and poetry to immortalize the victims as willing suicide heroes who, with a logic that is never addressed, sacrificed themselves in the hope that in the future some might live. The exploitation of the Patria dead was also a windfall for Zionism's appetite for biblical tie-ins. The Patria was a modern-day Masada asterisk. The lie was still being spread in print 9 years later by the author and journalist Arthur Kestler. According to Roman historian Josephus, in CAAD 73-74, 960 Jews holed up on the Masada, a high, steep mountain plateau by the Dead Sea, committed suicide or killed each other on the approach of Roman troops. The passengers blew up their ship. They had reached their journey's end. They were not even threatened with deportation back to Europe, only to a tropical island without hope of return. 120. Catastrophe struck several of these immigrant vessels before even reaching Palestine. The SS Salvador capsized in the Bosphorus in 1940 with the loss of 350 lives, and more than twice that number perished in the Struma. The Struma was originally a two-mast sailing vessel registered in 1830 in Macedonia, later fitted with a small engine. The revisionists placed ads in the Romanian press for the voyage, and prospective passengers, wary over the fate of the Salvador, were reassured with claims that proved largely fictitious. In early February 1942 the frail vessel, dangerously overcrowded and beset with constant engine trouble, reached Istanbul through the Black Sea carrying 10 crew and 781 immigrants. When Palestinian landing permits promised by the organizers proved to be non-existent, the British attempted to facilitate the transfer to Palestine of the vessel's children aged 11 to 16. This, too, failed. Britain claimed to know that the Gestapo had been behind some of these immigration vessels, that Reich agents were aboard, and thus that the vessels represented a security threat. Whatever the case, Turkish authorities towed the Struma back through the Bosphorus straight into the Black Sea, where its engine failed again. The vessel drifted until sinking with the loss of all aboard save for one 19-year-old refugee. The likely cause was a Russian torpedo. 121. The Jewish Agency seized upon the Struma tragedy to reinforce its calls for Jews not to join the Allied struggle against the Nazis. The argument was that Palestine was the natural home of all Jews, no Jew should fight except in defense of that home, and they should fight only as a segregated Jewish army, which would be a de facto recognition of a Zionist state. The idea, which dated from World War I, was now being pushed by Ben-Gurion and would culminate with the creation of the so-called Jewish Brigade in 1944. Recent German immigrants to Palestine were outraged by Zionism's exploitation of the horrors they had just fled, including its manipulation of the Patria and Struma tragedies. Among those giving voice to this outrage was the prominent journalist Robert Veltsch, who had been editor of the twice-weekly Berlin newspaper Jüdische Rundschau until it was banned by the Nazis in 1938. In a speech in Tel Aviv in 1942, Veltsch railed against this small group of fascist Zionists in Jerusalem, London, and America, mentioning Ben-Gurion and Chertok by name, who poison our youth. We Central European Jews have nothing to do with it. Of the Jewish Agency and the drowned refugees of the Patria and Struma. It is an injustice to the dead misuse this terrible tragedy for a political demonstration. We say it openly that we would have been happy if the Struma people had landed in Mauritius. But the Jewish Agency wanted them only for the national home. It rejected all other possibilities of saving them. This was a very great crime. The victims on the Patria were the fault of the Jews. It is incomprehensible why the Jewish Agency should link these two incidents together. Veltsch warned that the Jewish Agency was naive to the horrors of Nazism. The Zionists have not yet understood that the enemy seeks the destruction of the Jews. We who have been here only a few years, we know what Nazism is. Instead, the Zionist establishment takes part in the crash of European Jewry only as spectators, fighting the British and keeping Jews from joining the Allied struggle while getting comfortable and rich from their political project in Palestine. Recent immigrants from Germany and Central Europe know the truth in Europe but have no representation in the Zionist politic. If they did, we would have demanded that the Yishuv should put itself at the disposal of Britain for the fight against Hitler and Nazism. But they do not want to fight against Hitler because his fascist methods are also theirs. They do not want our young men to join the forces. Day after day they are sabotaging the English war effort. 522. The Iraqi pogroms. 1941. Violence against Jews erupted in Iraq on the first 2 days of June 1941, when the British retook control of the country following a 2-month-old coup by a nationalist Iraqi political faction, the Golden Square. Though aligned with the Axis, it was principally concerned with ridding Iraq of the British, and although the pogrom appeared to be instigated by the victims' non-Jewish countrymen, it was not typical of life for Iraqi Jews. Oddly, Lehi reported in its communiqué that Churchill's government is responsible for the pogrom in Baghdad, and the same allegation came from an Iraqi Jewish witness to the violence, who wrote that the pogroms were a British false flag operation designed to justify the return of British rule to the country. British documents declassified at this author's request strongly suggest this as well. The UK government has however refused to declassify another 10-page, 8-decade-old archive that holds the answer to the question, on the grounds that even in redacted form it might undermine the security of the country and its citizens. 1. The clues that have been declassified involve Amin al-Husseini, the infamous Mufti who is best remembered for his overtures with the Nazis. When in 1921 votes were cast for the new Mufti of Jerusalem, al-Husseini came in last among the 4 candidates, but Herbert Samuel overrode the count and appointed al-Husseini in the belief that he would be advantageous to the mandate which he was, until he joined the rebellion that began in 1936. He went into hiding to escape arrest, fled to Beirut in October 1937, and in October 1939 slipped to Baghdad, then under nominally independent pro-British rule. British plans to retake control of Iraq were already in progress 5 months before the Golden Square coup. In November 1940, with the Mufti ensconced in Baghdad, the British discussed possible action against it. Was decided that the only really effective means of securing control over him would be a military occupation of Iraq. We may be able to clip the Mufti's wings when we can get a new government in Iraq. FO are working on this. Propaganda to justify the proposed coup was also being discussed. High Commissioner Harold MacMichael suggested that documents incriminating the Mufti have been found in Libya that can be used to embarrass him among his followers. But the idea was nixed by others who, knowing that there was no truth in the statement, felt it would not work. Notwithstanding suspicions of British involvement in the anti-Jewish violence, Zionist activity to pressure Jews to emigrate from Iraq to Palestine began about this time. 123. Back in Palestine, the terror group's noose around the settlers tightened. Records covering a 2-week period in the summer of 1941 offer a glimpse into how the Irgun dealt with 3 people refusing donations. June 28, a bomb was thrown at the house of a Mr. Zweig of Ramat Gan, a first warning for an unpaid demand for £200, there would be no second warning. July 3, a Mr. Rosner of Tel Aviv was abducted and taken to Ramat Gan, where he was tortured on account of his refusal to pay £400. 8 days later a bomb exploded outside his house in Tel Aviv. Asterisk as a reference to the value of the £, in 1929 a schoolteacher earned a minimum of ZP60 and a maximum of /CP340 per year. July 6, a bomb was thrown at the house of a Mr. Dankner in Petah Tikva, who was ordered to pay TP.400. 6 days later his business premises at Petah Tikva were wrecked by a bomb. 124. 1941, Zionist goals reaffirmed by key leaders. To be treated as most secret is the red ink heading accompanying a transcript of a meeting of 20 people held in London on September 9, 1941. Present were Weizmann, Ben-Gurion, 3 of the Rothschilds, other Zionist leaders such as Selig Brodetsky and Simon Marx, and the prominent non-Zionist industrialist, Robert Whaley Cohen. Discussing the path to the proposed Jewish state, the conversation ran along the lines of George Orwell's still-to-be-written Animal Farm, in which all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. Anthony de Rothschild began by stressing that there would be no discrimination against any group of its citizens in the Jewish state, not even to meet immediate needs, as equality and non-discrimination were principles for which Jewry has always stood. Weizmann and Ben-Gurion also assured the skeptics, Arabs would have equal rights. However, Weizmann's equality included the transfer of most non-Jews out of Palestine while permitting a certain percentage of Arab and other elements to remain in his Jewish state, the insinuation being as a pool of cheap labor. Anthony de Rothschild's vision of equality and non-discrimination was equally compelling. Equality depended on turning an Arab majority into a minority, and to achieve this, there would be no equal rights for non-Jews. Cohen found the scheme dangerous for everyone concerned, submitting that the Zionists were starting with the kind of aims with which Hitler had started. Cohen did not stop there. He suggested that if a state with equality for everyone were indeed intended, the state should be named with a neutral geographic term such as Palestine, not a religious name that denoted one the basis of race or religion. Louis Bernstein Namier, who had worked as political secretary to the Jewish Agency a decade earlier, refuted Cohen. He argued that if the state had a non-Jewish name, they would never get a Jewish majority, acknowledging the use of Messianism as a calculated strategy. Ben-Gurion and Weizmann agreed, adamant that the state must have a Jewish name. Ben-Gurion clarified that his Jewish state was not based on Judaism, but on the fact that they happened to be Jews. Weizmann, asked about borders of his settler state, Weizmann continued in the same surreal manner. He replied that he would consider the Peel Commission's partition plan, but that the line would be the Jordan. This was nonsensical. The Jordan was the Commission's eastern border for both states, and so Weizmann's partition meant 100% for his state, 0% for the Palestinians, that is, no partition. He went further still. He would very much like to cross the Jordan. At the end of the meeting, Weizmann sought to put his proposals into effect officially in the name of all Jews worldwide. Those against his proposals were, in his word, anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitic was also the word the Irgun used a mid-1941 pamphlet to describe any plan to begin the settlement of Jews outside Palestine, as the gang also railed against Jews fighting with the Allies for a war not theirs. Contradicting apologists who attributed their terror to the desperate plight of Jews in Europe, the Irgun clarified that its attacks were not acts of despair and not acts of revenge, but calculated campaigns of terror, acts of persons who believe that the Jewish kingdom will be created by force. Jews who believed otherwise were Jews of the ghetto, who are weak and faint-hearted and not strong enough for this revolutionary period. 126. The year 1942 began with almost 3 weeks without a major attack, but this ended on the 20th of January. Police received an anonymous tip about an explosion at 8 Yale Street in Tel Aviv, so 5 policemen were dispatched to investigate. Outside, they saw no evidence of damage, and so they entered the house to investigate. The bombs that ripped the house apart once they were inside killed 4 of them. 1942. This cold-blooded act of terrorism, the War Office wrote, was not the first time Lehi had used the trick of luring people into a house rigged to explode. After Lehi assassinated 3 more police officers the following month, the British caught its leader, Avraham Stern. Stern got no further. He was shot dead by the officer who captured him, Geoffrey Morton, when he tried to escape. Morton himself proved difficult to assassinate. Lehi tried on May 1 by planting a massive mine on a roadside where his car would be passing, but Morton's driver veered to the middle of the road to overtake a bicyclist just before the lethal spot. The car was not directly hit and all the occupants survived the blast. 127. Hiking parties, walking tours. Compiling meticulous, comprehensive intelligence about the Palestinian areas was essential to the Jewish Agency's ultimate aim of conquering Palestine. To this end, surveillance teams were organized posing as hiking parties or walking tours. The British were slow in understanding their actual purpose, despite noting their propensity for traveling in Arab areas. By April 1942, it is clear that they had become commonplace. Even if oblivious to their purpose, the authorities had frequently warned the agency against the practice, but to no avail. Parties of Jews consisting mainly of men and women and of students arrange extensive walking tours, frequently through Arab areas. A popular journey is to the Dead Sea. It practically invariably means taking a route through an area of Palestine that is completely Arab. That month, one walking tour was recorded only because of an accident during what was presumed merely to be illegal training. A party consisting of 156 men and women aged 15 to 27, having completed that theoretical part of a course of pre-military training held by the Haganah, proceeded to the Dead Sea Hills in order to carry out practical training. What was described as an exercise was to commence at 4 a.m. on April 9. About 15 minutes before the hour, a group preparing breakfast was oblivious to a sack with hand grenades close to the cooking fire. 6 of the hikers were killed and 10 seriously wounded in the blast. Several hours later, 13 Jewish youths and 5 girls returning from the Dead Sea and well armed, were stopped by the police near Nablus. 128. At about 8 o'clock on the morning of April 22, 1942, as Assistant Inspector General of Police M.J. McConnell drove away from his Jerusalem residence, wires connecting a bomb to his steering column and chassis snapped. A few minutes later, his Palestinian servant noticed something strange on the ground. He picked it up, and a moment later he was dead. 3 hours later, a child noticed a peculiar object on the side of the road near the house of the Inspector General. The child, fortunately, drew the attention of a passing constable to the second Lehigh car bomb of that morning that had broken loose of its wires and failed to kill its intended victim, this one containing 70 sticks of gelignite and 6.5 pounds of rivets. Police dogs followed the scent to a nearby Jewish suburb, there losing the trail. Had either of the assassinations succeeded, evidence pointed to a grander terror attack awaiting the funeral. A further Lehigh assassination attempt on the 1st of May also failed. When on May 19 police attempted to seize an armory of illegal weapons at Givat Haim, 500 settlers convened to block them, and rather than precipitate a confrontation, the police left. 129. The Biltmore Program. May's most consequential news was in New York, where a meeting of Zionist leaders led to the so-called Biltmore Program after the name of the hotel where the conference took place. Authored by Ben-Gurion and endorsed by Weizmann, the Biltmore Platform demanded the complete and unconditional surrender of all of Palestine to the Zionists. The goals of the revisionists were now those of mainstream Zionism. Biltmore was publicly denounced by several prominent rabbis and New York Times publisher Sulzberger. Judge Proskauer, though a devoted Zionist, was branded a traitor to his race by American Zionist leaders Stephen Wise and Abba Silver for resisting the Biltmore's extremism. Most significantly, opposition to it led to the creation of the American Council for Judaism. 130. As Biltmore made revisionist policy mainstream, the ranks of Lehigh, specializing in assassinations, grew slowly, while the ranks of the Irgun and its large-scale destruction, swelled. Irgun recruitment records show that during a one-month period between July-August of 1942, it admitted 680 youths and girls into the organization after the rejection of the medically unfit 131. Intolerance for non-Zionist Jews continued to tighten, and with it intolerance for any Jew using his or her native German rather than Hebrew. Orient, a German language weekly published by the German writers Arnold Zweig and Wolfgang Jürgrau, or, as U.S. intelligence described it, published by German Jews of the old liberal type, was being suppressed by the Zionists' Council for the Propagation of the Hebrew Language. Zweig was a well-established writer, a friend of such intellectuals as Thomas Mann, Bertolt Brecht, and Sigmund Freud. Jürgrau was at the time a relatively unknown social psychologist, physicist, and journalist. 132. When on May 31, 1942 Zweig and other German-speaking Jewish immigrants attempted to hold a meeting of the Anti-Fascist League in Tel Aviv's Esther Cinema, it was violently broken up by thugs that included the sons of Jewish agency officials. To read the Palestine Post, it was Zweig's fault. However much sympathy may be due to those who are unable to speak to Palestine Jews in their own language, the use of German in public is unconditionally to be denounced. Mr. Arnold Zweig should have known better than to rouse the resentment and anger of undisciplined youths. Blumentha T.S. Newest Nachrichten was a German-language daily authored by Jewish immigrants and produced by the Aliyah Hadashah. It reflected a softer form of Zionism than the orthodoxy of the Jewish Agency and the terror gangs. On the evening of June 12, the newspapers were burned, and a few hours later, at 18 minutes after midnight on the 13th, Blumenthal's printing press was blown up. The blast was so strong that it injured 5 people in an adjoining building and started a fire that spread and seriously damaged a neighboring house. 2 weeks later on June 1, the paper's office on Rehovot Hayam in Tel Aviv was set ablaze, causing extensive damage and completely destroying the contents of the storeroom. 133. Meanwhile, threats against Orient continued, as well as against its advertisers, printers, and distributors. After its bookbinding shop was set on fire, Urgrau tried to continue printing in Jerusalem. This was short-lived. The new printing shop was blown up. In Jerusalem, Urgrau later recalled, "I found a well-qualified printer, who neatly brought out our badly roughed-up mouthpiece. One evening, it was February 2,8:30 p.m., 1943, I received a call informing me that our printing shop was destroyed by a bomb. 20 minutes later I found a scene which was reminiscent of a medieval destruction technique. Several bombs must have been placed at various points inside the shop. The detonation was so violent that the people in the neighborhood mistook it for an aerial bombardment by the Nazis and tumbled into the air raid cellar. The Hebrew press, interestingly, failed to report the destruction of our printing premises and took, so to speak, no notice of us. All other printers, whether in the settlements or Arab, were warned that the same fate awaited them if they printed Orient." Determined to tell his readers why the journal could no longer exist, he found a meeting between revisionist and agency representatives said to have taken place about this time produced the following summary of the enemies of Jewry. The foremost enemy were non-Zionist Jews. Second was the democracies and their Atlantic Charter. And lastly, Arabs. Addressing these in reverse order, Palestinians were third only at the current stage. The British already foresaw the Jewish Agency's tactical reason for fueling an alleged Arab problem that would never end, and an intelligence officer noted the self-centered and patronizing attitude to the Palestinians that make any protestations on the part of the Zionists of desire for good relations with the Arabs seem very unreal. The Irgun had already begun the task of morphing the Palestinians into Hitler, plastering posters warning that Arabs were making vigorous underground preparations to destroy the last of our people's hope. 135. As for democracy, on October 4 Ben-Gurion, in Jerusalem between trips to the US and England, told Jewish agency leaders that although Hitler had made Jews suffer, he also revived in assimilated Jews the feeling of Jewish nationalism. We have exploited this feeling in favor of Zionism. Democracy, however, threatened to undo it. Ben-Gurion warned that Jewish nationalism is slowly disappearing again because the democracies, in contrast to the dictator states, recognize the Jews as people having full rights of citizenship. In America there now exists a strong movement away from Zionism. Fully 85% of America's Jewry, he warned, were assimilationists, a setback he blamed again on America's democratic attitude. Another The Atlantic Charter of August, 1941, was an agreement among the Allies of post-war goals. Principal among them were no territorial enlargement or territorial changes made against the wishes of the people, and self-determination. It became the basis for the United Nations. Agency Speaker agreed, condemning the democratic countries and their Atlantic Charter as enemies of Jewry, an echo of the September meeting in London. Opposition to Zionism among Jews had always plagued the movement, but now Ben-Gurion moved to oust any agency members he considered insufficiently Zionist, in particular anyone who voted with the socialist Hashomer Hatzair and their acknowledgement of Palestinian national rights. Meanwhile, Weizmann met with the political theorist and philosopher Isaiah Berlin in England, telling him that Jews are incapable of establishing roots anywhere but in Palestine, and that the Arabs be told firmly that they will never have a state. 136. World War II and recruitment from Palestine. British pamphlets fell from the sky over Haifa on the first day of November 1942, urging people to enlist in His Majesty's forces against the Axis powers. By the end of the year, about 9,000 Palestinian Arabs had enlisted with the Allied forces, notwithstanding reluctance to join a battle that would not bring them their own freedom. As the Haifa advocate Elias Kusa reminded the High Commissioner in an eloquent 14-page response to the pamphlets, Palestinians had flocked of their own accord to join the British in the previous World War, but Britain then betrayed its promise of liberation. Jews enlisted despite recruitment being hampered for quite a different reason, Zionist leaders' continuing determination that Jews enlist only as an exclusively Jewish army that would further the cause of Zionist statehood, not as equal soldiers in the common front. The Jewish Agency maintained its opposition to Jews joining the Allied struggle against the Nazis even though the present month November of 1942 brought hard news of the death camps. Hebrew newspapers were flooded with reports on Nazi atrocities on the Jews in occupied territories, most of them appearing with black-bordered columns. One or two of the papers took up the theme that now is the chance for Jews to join the army and go to the rescue of our brethren, and into December, Nazi atrocities remain the main item in the Hebrew newspapers almost every day. 137. Lehi invoked the Old Testament to continue its preaching against Jews joining the Allied struggle. The Jewish youth does not want to enlist in this Gog and Magog war, a Lehi broadcast said in December of 1941. The two biblical monsters, a reference to the Allies and the Axis, because it is not the war of the Jews, not one for their national interests. The biblical stage, the ever-present prop. Lehi decried that a foreigner is placed on the seat of King David. 138. The Jewish Agency continued to compromise the Allied struggle by what the War Cabinet described as a large-scale arms-stealing racket from the Allied forces, organized by the Jewish authorities, directly undermining the war effort against the Axis. This racket, the War Cabinet lamented, was draining Allied resources as if they were paid by Hitler himself. 139. Solomon Schonfeld's rescue effort. In rescue as well, Zionism failed European Jewry during their most desperate hour. In response to the horrific revelations coming from Nazi-held territory, a joint declaration issued by 11 nations condemned in the strongest possible terms this bestial policy of cold-blooded extermination. The declaration was read to both UK Houses of Parliament on December 17, and to this backdrop British Rabbi Solomon Schonfeld, a primary figure in the 1938 Kinder Transport, redoubled efforts to arrange safe passage for Jews in Axis territory to England. In view of the massacre and starvation of Jews and others in enemy and enemy-held territories, Schonfeld gathered support for a motion to declare its readiness to find temporary refuge in its own territories or in territories under its control for endangered persons. 1943. Inertia for the project grew quickly. By early 1943, Schonfeld had 177 British MPs ready to support the measure, in addition to archbishops, bishops, peers, and the Episcopate of England and Wales. It was at that point, with passage of the rescue effort in sight, that Selig Brodetsky, President of the Board of Deputies of British Jews, assisted from the United States by Stephen Wise, President of the World Jewish Congress, intervened and scuttled it, this despite Wise's having just held a press conference in the U.S. Capitol to spread the alarm that the Nazis planned the extermination of European Jews. Schonfeld, trying to save his project, told the Board of Deputies that they should make the project their idea and take full credit for it. But vanity was not the problem. The sole reason was that the safe haven was not in Palestine. Brodetsky's mentor, the Zionist leader Levi Bakstansky, reinforced the message. He admonished Schonfeld's close associate, Marcus Retter, in no uncertain terms, for attempting a rescue not directed to Palestine, and made explicit that they would do whatever was necessary to squash UK parliamentary support for it. In the end, the Zionists created what appeared as an internecine battle among Jews questioning the very seriousness and urgency of the horror in Europe, making rescue seem futile among members of parliament who had the influence and desire to help. Meanwhile, During the second half of April, representatives of the UK and US met in Bermuda to discuss the issue of Jewish refugees already liberated by the Allied forces and those who remained in Nazi-occupied Europe. Nothing substantive came of the effort, other than affirming that the defeat of the Nazis had to be highest priority. 140. Zionist officials sent not a single emissary to the ghettos of Poland, yet posthumously conscript the victims of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, like those of the Patria, as a mass suicide in the service of the settler state. Few ghetto fighters lived to speak for themselves, but one who did, Marek Edelman, condemned Zionism and refused to endorse the Israeli state as the heir to, or moral outcome of, the Holocaust. He was marginalized, and his account of the uprising, the ghetto fights, was silenced in Israel. 141. Rescue, Ben-Gurion preached, was not Zionism's top priority. The top priority was furthering the Zionist state, what he referred to as internal action. The Jewish Conference is alive, the December 11, 1943 Jewish Daily Forward complained, only when it concerns Palestine, and it is asleep when it concerns rescue work. As Haganah member and future Israeli politician Eliezer Livna would later explain, the rescue of Jews was not an aim in itself, but only a means. Yitzhak Grunbaum, head of the WZO's Palestinian Rescue Committee, was emphatic that rescue must take second place to Zionism. Amid reports of the death camps, a mood swept over Eretz Yisrael, that I think is very dangerous to Zionism, to our efforts for redemption, our war of independence. How is it possible that in a meeting in Yerushalayim people will call, if you don't have enough money you should take it from the Karen Hayesad, you should take the money from the bank, there is money there. And this time in Eretz Yisrael, there are comments, don't put Eretz Yisrael in priority in this difficult time, in the time of destruction of European Jewry. Jay said, no. And again I say no, we have to stand before this wave that is putting Zionist activity into the second row. I think it necessary to say here Zionism is over everything. 42. Referring to those pushing for rescue as pleaders, Grunbaum invoked Zionism's unfailing companion, Messianism, to explain why the settler project was more important than saving Europe's condemned Jews. Whenever Jews underwent a disaster, he argued, our ancestors saw the footsteps of the Messiah. Our history does not extol the pleaders, but history extols the Messiahs, that made heroic efforts for the redemption of the nation. 143. That redemption of the nation meant what the repeated Messiah suggests, the re-establishment of the imagined biblical kingdom, not post-war rebuilding. When in March of 1943, the British announced post-war reconstruction plans formulated by the Palestine War Supply Board, the Jewish Agency reaction was at first divided, but since Ben-Gurion saw reconstruction as an obstacle to Zionism, he urged the Jewish community to adopt an attitude of non-cooperation. Jewish Agency's active opposition to post-war reconstruction brought the resignation of a Dr. Werner Senator, its only remaining moderate, non-Zionist member. By the war's end, Jewish Agency opposition to reconstruction would extend to European reconstruction, though this was voiced publicly only by fringe groups. 144. On New Year's Day of 1943, a Jew whose integrity is not open to question approached high-placed British authorities in great secrecy. Codenamed Z, he was profoundly disquieted by the direction of the Zionist movement. It was accordingly Z's earnest plea that government should act now before the movement grew too strong. He instanced the parallel development of the Nazi movement. Settler youth, Z reported, were being enlisted en masse, with the greatest esteem placed on what Z called S.S. squads after the Nazi death squads, a reference to the Haganah's elite fighting force, the PAL match. Z, as it turned out, was J.S. Bentwich, senior inspector of Jewish schools, ironically the brother of Norman Bentwich, former Attorney General of Palestine. 145. Another first-hand source was Henry Hunlock, a former conservative MP who kept close contact with Jewish Agency officials. He reported that month that the Haganah was preparing to secure the Zionist state by force, but as a feeble conscious saver for the outer world they will say that the British were unable to protect them and their settlements. Hunloke, who a year later would fall under suspicion of compromising intelligence to a Jewish mistress, said that the Jewish agency make one think that they have picked the strangest parts of Nazism, fascism, communism with a spicing of Tammany Hall * as the system best suited for the control of Jews in Palestine. Those with more moderate views are tolerated only until they become influential. From a tender age, children are brought up to have one aim only, the fulfillment of Zionism, and children have walked out on their parents when the parents try to instill some moderation on that aim. The system is closely akin to that adopted by the Nazis, and as history has shown, in a comparatively short space of time, such Tammany Hall is a reference to political patronage, graft, and corruption in the U.S. Democratic Party in New York in the second half of the 19th century through the first quarter of the 20th. Immigration, Hunloke reported, was the ever-present focus, with Poland, Russia, and North Africa looked to for new settlers. But the Jews of North Africa were difficult, they are not Zionist-minded, and so propagandists are at present being trained in Palestine to recruit them. The agency at the moment are exerting every effort to Zionist Jews in various North African territories, and any method will be adopted to achieve Zionism's political goal. Among these methods, he speculated, could be to stir up anti-Semitism, in order to force Jews to come to Palestine. 146. Dr. Aryeh Altman, chairman of a delegation of the new Zionist organization, said much the same: anti-Semitism must form the foundation of Zionist propaganda. Keeping alive the specter of anti-Semitism, Dr. Altman argued, would persuade Jews in Britain or America to emigrate to Palestine. The lure of Zionism for bigots should not be overlooked. Non-Jewish support in America could also be increased by emphasizing the advantages of the settler project in reducing the number of Jews coming into the U.S. 147. The Irgun in the United States during the war. Zionism's need for perpetual anti-Semitism was the essence of Irgun founder Zeev Jabotinsky's message when he preached that Zionism must remain in a permanent state of emergency. In the 1940s, his son Ari was working with Peter Bergson's U.S. organization as it attained, in the words of Israeli Defense Minister and Knesset member Moshe Arentz, unparalleled influence in many circles of American society as well as in the U.S. administration and in Congress. Some light on their operation is preserved in a letter, intercepted and copied by the British, from Ari to a friend in Jerusalem. Jabotinsky explains to his friend that they were operating under the name Committee for a Jewish Army II and that in January 1942, Bergson hit upon a new idea. 148. We bought a page in the New York Times and advertised the Committee for a Jewish Army just the way you would advertise Chevrolet motor cars or Players cigarettes. The full-page advertisement created a sensation. A coupon under the advertisement asked the public to send in their names and a contribution to cover the expenses. The results were so encouraging that we have since kept up a campaign of full-page advertisements throughout the country. The advertisements have appeared in New York, Philadelphia, Washington, Chicago, and Los Angeles at regular intervals. Other cities like Detroit, San Francisco, Houston, and others, have had one or two advertisements each. The results were astounding. 149. The committee boasted as its national chairman Colorado Senator Edwin C. Johnson, whom posterity remembers for an incongruous Senate diatribe against the actress Ingrid Bergman for an extramarital affair. The committee, posing as a non-sectarian, nonpartisan, American organization, composed a letter addressing only venerable principles and sent it to 100 men taken out of the who's who. 10 replied. New stationery was then printed containing the names of those 10 prominent men, and a second letter was sent to 1,000 people. This procedure was repeated several times. Among their other tactics of self-promotion was the hijacking of a religious day, what he described as the most beautiful act of sabotage that I have ever witnessed. Everyone got the impression that the fasting, the mourning, the pious demonstration in the synagogues, were all a part of the Jewish army business. But he is now, Jabotinsky tells his friend, active in a new field, the saving of the Jews of Europe, and this banner served the terror organization's fundraising for the next few years. 150. Their various newspaper ads and publication memo boasted long lists of supporters and testimonials. Among the articles memo reproduced were overtly racist anti-Arab pieces by such then popular names as Dorothy Thompson and George Sokolsky. The committee's own anti-Arab material painted the Palestinians with the Mufti brush and alleged, ironically, that Arabs did not want democracy. Readers were encouraged to send money and to sign their petition demanding the creation of a Jewish army based on Palestine. 151. Full-page Irgun fundraising ads simultaneously exploited anti-Semitism and dismissed any answer to the catastrophe in Europe other than a Zionist state in Palestine. The two were mutually reinforcing. Although 5 million people are condemned to die, the Irgun warned in a 1943 New York Times ad, it quickly assured the reader that America is not asked to open her doors to the uprooted Jewish millions, but exclusively Palestine's doors. The New Zionist Organization of America used the same appeal to anti-Semitism. In a 3/4-page New York Times ad, it threatened that without a Jewish state in Palestine, America will face increasing pressure to open her doors to Jewish DPS. It will be difficult for her to refuse. 152. This tact did not take into account those in the U.S. who might be quite happy to welcome Jews as their neighbors. For those people who fail to support Zionist aims, Irgun propaganda targeted their reputations. They were depicted as lacking in humanitarianism, failing in Christianity, anti-Semitic, and by implication pro-Nazi. 153. Wartime intelligence on fascism in Palestine. At a time when the horrors of racial nationalism in Europe were all too apparent, parallels to the variety evolving in Palestine were increasingly noted. Britain's War Cabinet warned that the Jewish settlers were becoming more and more regimented on totalitarian lines, so that any Jew who openly opposes the party line is in personal danger. 154. A report by U.S. intelligence in the Middle East, dated June 4, 1943, described Zionism in Palestine as a type of nationalism which in any other country would be stigmatized as retrograde Nazism. Indeed, the very same doctrine of blood and soil is being inculcated. It permeates the main Jewish systems of education. As with so many other observers at the time, U.S. intelligence wondered if Zionists would have got further towards rescuing the unfortunates in Axis Europe, had they not complicated the question by always dragging Palestine into the picture. Anti-Semitism, it reported, was essential to Zionism, and whereas assimilated Jews in Europe and America are noted for being stout opponents of racialism and discrimination, Zionism has instead bred a spirit closely akin to Nazism, namely, an attempt to regiment the community, even by force, and to resort to force to get what they want. 155. The fate of the German-language weekly Orient was cited as an example. The journal's January 1943 issue condemned the Yishuv Nazis and their super-Zionism, which it said were as bad as the super-nationalism of the German Reich, and in a February issue, the physicist Wolfgang Urgrau attacked the totalitarian monster gripping the Jewish settlements, even in the ranks of the left parties. Kiosks were bombed for selling non-Hebrew papers to Jews, and cafes and cinemas were bombed if they did not stay closed through to the end of the Sabbath. Anti-Gentilism was rife. Tel Aviv barely tolerates other than Jews, the U.S. report stated, where they even object to the use of the cross on Red Cross ambulances passing through the town. 156. Its authors assailed the crude conception being spread of the Palestinian people as a nomad tent dweller, with a little seasonal agriculture, as being too absurd to need refutation. Citing the Palestinians' priority for education and interest in modern agricultural techniques, the report noted the irony that it was from them that Zionist settlers had learned the cultivation of Jaffa oranges. Indeed, whereas the Palestinians were self-sufficient, the Zionist settlements exist on massive external financing, and should Jews overseas ever tire of supporting the settlers, the venture will collapse like a pricked balloon. The conclusion of this early U.S. intelligence report was, however, premature. Now that the world has seen the lengths to which the Nazi creed has carried the nations, it reasoned, the Zionists are due to find themselves an anachronism. 157. In late 1943, a campaign of meetings, plays, and songs was launched to encourage people to have more children, which was one of the Irgun's 6 commandments, while a parallel campaign more aggressively sought to maintain Jewish purity by preventing friendships between Jews and non-Jews, presaging the Israeli state's laws against such mixed marriage. 158. It is at this point that the Irgun began to dismiss the ongoing war against the Nazis as a reason to moderate its violence. As Begin would later explain, in late 1943 and early 1944 it became obvious that the Allied effort would not in itself lead to what he called a Hebrew nation on both sides of the Jordan, and so their terror in Palestine resumed without regard for how it impacted the struggle against fascism. 159. The sale of Palestine fails. The close of 1943 brought the rambling end of a 4-year attempt to create a Zionist state by purchasing the entirety of Palestine for £20 million, payable to Saudi Arabia's Ibn Saud, who would have become Palestine's ultimate absentee landlord. It was Churchill who had come up with the idea, and in the fall of 1939 suggested it to its obvious champion, Weizmann. The go-between for Ibn Saud was already in place. Despite his opposition to Zionism, Harry St. John Bridger Philby, explorer, writer, Arabist, and Colonial Office intelligence officer who since 1929 had been trying to make some accommodation between the Zionists and the Arab world, what had become known as the Philby Plan. Weizmann, meanwhile, sought support from President Roosevelt. Yet by 1943, when Weizmann thought that the scheme might indeed work, he regretted limiting his purchase to the land west of the Jordan River. In December he wrote to Sumner Welles, who had just retired as Roosevelt's Under-Secretary of State, hoping to add Transjordan to the tab. Limiting the purchase to the land west of the Jordan, he complained, would cut our heritage down to the bone. There was another reason, Weizmann confided in Welles, that he wanted Jordan. Owning the land east of the Jordan would help in the ethnic cleansing of non-Jews from Palestine, facilitate transfers of population, as he put it. In the end, however, Ibn Saud expressed great insult that Weizmann expected to buy him to betray the Palestinians. The deal was dead. 160. A relative quiet of late 1943 was the calm before an ever deadlier storm building from 1944 to statehood. After 5 bombs exploded in the truck park of Steel Brothers in Jaffa on the night of January 28 to 29, pamphlets dropped at the scene accused the firm of being parasites of the foreign government. The Irgun claimed responsibility for the attack in a letter to the Hebrew press. Jan-Feb 1944. Lehi, too, had been quiet, as many of its key people had been captured. But on October 31, some 20 Lehi operatives in the Latron detention camp slipped to freedom through a 176-foot-long tunnel they had bored. After 3 months' preparation, the terror organization was back in business. St. George's Cathedral, where Israeli whistleblower Mordecai Vanunu would sequester himself after his release from prison in 2004, was its target on February 3. At 3 o'clock in the morning, alerted by a Palestinian taxi driver, police found the bombers planting an electrically triggered device in the cathedral wall. They escaped, murdering a Palestinian civilian who had assisted the police. 161. Imaginative security defeating tactics enabled the Irgun to bomb the immigration offices in Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, and Haifa. In Jerusalem, the building's guard was distracted with cries for help from a staged street attack. In Tel Aviv, a sympathetic locksmith supplied a key to an adjoining building, by which 4 Irgun operatives carried sacks of explosives over the roof. The ruse in Haifa was the most colorful. A decoy couple passed in deliberate view of the guard's post, then slipped into a nearby doorway and staged a wild sex encounter whose loud moaning was too much for the guard to resist, investigating at which the actual bombers slipped past, blowing up an air raid shelter and demolishing the building. The Irgun claimed credit for all 3 attacks, and in a pamphlet declared that its violence was a holy battle, a sacred war, and God will help us. The Jewish movement, to establish its sovereignty over the entire land, is based on our historic right, as we are the descendants and legal heirs of our forefathers, who lived in and governed this country for thousands of years. The only persons to have the right to represent this country, all non-Jewish bodies holding this country, are our mortal enemies. 162. The chief rabbi of Egypt reacted angrily to the ongoing criminal, crazy actions of the Zionists, while the Hebrew daily HIJACKED acknowledged that we are living through a period of almost official admiration for underground activities, and the Irgun warned newspaper editors not to oppose them. The Jewish Agency and the American Zionist organizations, meanwhile, financed a worldwide campaign to abrogate the white paper, which they spun as anti-Bible, and framed any impediment to funneling Jews only to Palestine as the final genocide before it is too late to save even the remnant, as the Jewish Agency put it. Foretelling what would become the modus operandi of the Israeli state, British political intelligence in the Middle East speculated that Zionists would welcome if not actually provoke Arab reaction to the terror, in order that they might use the argument of self-defense against the Arabs as further justification for their own illegal acts. The Palestinians themselves, it noted, remain tolerant. 163. On the night of January 14 to 15, the Irgun bombed government buildings in Jerusalem, and Lehi murdered 2 more police officers, Inspector Green and Constable Ewer. Lehi's successes continued with 2 more police assassinations on the 16th, but it failed twice on the 24th. The bomb that Lehi buried outside the garage of the Deputy Superintendent of Police exploded as he drove out, but he survived inside the wrecked vehicle. Similarly, when Lehi operatives connected wires to detonate their roadside bomb some 60 meters away, the targeted car blew up, but its 4 occupants, which included 2 inspectors and a sergeant, all survived their injuries, shock, and deafness. A third roadside device was discovered before it was tripped. The British analyzed it, a cocktail composed of 5 hand grenades made in the United States, plus 33 sticks of gelignite, ammunition, nuts, and bolts. Further bombings struck the income tax offices in Tel Aviv, Haifa, and Jerusalem on February 26 to 27. The Irgun posted pamphlets in Haifa claiming responsibility. 164. Political terrorism rises in Palestine. Read the headline to a February 26 New York Times article about terrorist activity, in favor of extremist Jewish nationalist demands. The paper's publisher, Arthur Sulzberger, was among the prominent American Jews opposed to those extremist demands and who refused to finance the Irgun's operations. In response, Bergson's solicitations for money now distinguished between the Hebrew nation and the Hebrew race. Jews could contribute to help save stateless Hebrews from oppression without considering themselves Hebrew nationalists. The move appears to have helped Irgun coffers. Later that year, an informant for the British reported that Bergson's group of racketeers known as the Hebrew Committee of National Liberation succeeded in collecting large sums of money by posing as refugee organizations and exploiting gullibility of American public. 165. Hiking parties increase. It is around this time that the Jewish Agency's reconnaissance expeditions begin to figure more prominently in British records. Photographs of Palestinian villages taken by the hikers were processed by a secret photography lab fronting as an irrigation company, and mapping was led by a Hebrew University topographer who, as it happened, also worked as a cartographer for the British. Information collected included topographic location of each village, its access roads, quality of land, springs, main sources of income, socio-political composition, religious affiliations, names of the village leaders, ages of individual men, and an index of its hostility toward the Zionist project. Everything needed to determine how best to attack the villages, in the words of one such hiker. Once these basics were tallied, details were expanded to encompass husbandry, cultivation, the number of trees, quality of fruit groves, average land holding per family, number of cars, names of shop owners, members of workshops, and the names of the artisans and their skills. When 1948 came, the Zionist armies already had photographs, maps, plans, and meticulous statistics about the villages and villagers they would erase. These hiking parties also served 2 immediate needs. The data collected enabled the Haganah to conduct more accurate simulated assaults on Palestinian villages, and the hikes themselves camouflaged movement to and from hidden military training settlements, such as Eilat HaShahar. 3 such intelligence gathering groups were discovered spying on Palestinian villages during the first week of February, 1944.166. March 1944. March was marked by Jewish protests over a new Palestinian restaurant in Jerusalem. The problem was the name, Palestine Restaurant. As reported in the then popular paper Hat Sofa, an Arab business use of the name Palestine was a deliberate insult to the Jewish public. March also brought a new spree of assassinations of policemen. One was shot in the back by Lehi in Tel Aviv on the 2nd, Jewish constable Zev Flesh was murdered on the 13th in Petah Tikva, more constables were murdered on the 15th and 18th, and there were further attacks on police on the 21st. The 23rd was the deadliest day of the month for policemen. 8 were murdered by the air gun in Tel Aviv, Haifa, and Jaffa, but Jaffa's toll would have been much higher had a bomb not been discovered in the air raid shelter below police headquarters. Everyone was evacuated before several explosions ripped through it, completely demolishing one end of the building. All 3 cities' SID offices were blown up by bombers using such guises as doctors and barbers. 167. Thanks to an unexpected informer and ex-Irgun member named Jank Ellis Gilavicius, the police had 50 Irgun members under arrest within the week. However, Zionist institutions and Yishuv generally, High Commissioner Mac Michael reported, have given no assistance in suppressing these political fanatics, partly, no doubt, through fear, but also because, to some extent, they sympathize with them. Support for terrorism was reinforced by the Jewish Agency's intense nationalist drive, for years past, through the education of the young, and platform propaganda. The terrorists regard themselves as the chosen instruments of Zionist goals. Both the agency and the terrorists exploit the world's sympathy for Jewish suffering, and humanitarian urge to do everything possible to relieve it, and readiness to make every possible concession to viewpoint. 168. Responding to charges that the agency shielded terrorism, Ben-Gurion accused the British of conspiracy. He claimed that the British deliberately failed to catch the Jewish terrorists so that they could punish all Jews in Palestine. The Jewish Agency, meanwhile, was mandating terms to the British to secure its cooperation against terror, conditions that the British found, to say the least of it, amazing, and tantamount to a condonation of crime. The terms required that the British agree neither to search for terrorists nor to search the settlements for arms, and in exchange, the agency would share information if it wished to. Despite the chaos, Zionism's British supporters continued to boast that Zionism is a virtual gift to the empire, in the words of the Anglo-Palestinian Club, and that the British Empire's strength is in direct proportion to the extent of Jewish immigration. 169. In the U.S., the Democrats had been the traditional guarantors of Zionist support, but the Irgun now began playing that party off against its rival Republicans, forcing a competition for more vocal support. The NZO's Resettlement Committee was busy enlisting the U.S. to endorse the transfer of populations out of Palestine. According to a NZO letter seized by the British en route to Irgun member Abraham Abrahams in London, who later would emerge as a key figure in domestic terrorism in Britain, the organisation's plans for forced transfer now had the endorsement of 400 important representatives of American public opinion, perhaps garnered through Ari Jabotinsky's list. The Republican Party, hoping to one-up the Democrats, announced its demand for unlimited Jewish immigration into Palestine, and in the UK the Labour Party outdid both US parties, issuing a "But there is surely neither hope nor meaning in a Jewish national home, unless we are prepared to let Jews, if they wish, enter this tiny land in such numbers as to become a majority, for transfer of population. Let the Arabs be encouraged to move out, as the Jews move in." Labour further proposed ethnically cleansing non-Jews from parts of Egypt, Syria, and Jordan for the Zionists. Indeed, we should re-examine also the possibility of extending the present Palestinian boundaries into those countries. Notwithstanding the polite language of Palestinians being encouraged to move out, the meaning was clear. In the words of Gaza District Commissioner W.R. McGeig, it was a declaration in favor of the compulsory transfer of the Arab population of Palestine. The Palestinians were, in MacMichael's words, genuinely shocked that the chosen representatives of a large segment of the British public could advocate removing them from their homeland for the benefit of the settlers. They were also alarmed at the Zionists' obvious influence. Until now, Palestinians who had been inclined to regard Zionist propaganda abroad with little more than irritation, are now thoroughly alarmed at what they regard as this new manifestation of its effectiveness. 170. April-July 1944. Lehi used a grenade to kill a sergeant on the first day of April, attacked 2 constables the 5th, and failed in an assassination attempt on 2 British constables at the Northern Police Station in Tel Aviv on the 9th despite the use of firearms and explosives. Only one of several police assassination attempts in Tel Aviv the next day was successful. 171. Palestine's Jewish civil servants were particular targets of Lehi. A pamphlet the gang distributed in May included a black list of Jewish policemen, and one on the list was already assassinated on the 10th with gunshots and a bomb. Mortars and rearguard action were used against the police fort on May 17, and in the evening some 40 armed Jews from the coastal area hijacked the broadcasting station in Ramallah and ambushed the police when they arrived, but the attack was disrupted by the happenstance appearance of an Arab taxi that ran their blockade. The attackers questioned the station operator in Hebrew without success, then shot up the control desk and 2 aerials. 172. That same evening, about 30 Jews described as wearing khaki shirts and shorts placed wooden boards studded with nails on the road. As a taxi with 3 Palestinians came to a halt from blown tires, the attackers ignited explosives under the vehicle, knocking it off the road. Although the occupants survived the blast, the Jews fired on them as they fled, hitting 2 of them. Nail-studded boards was the method du jour. Some hours later, at about 2:30 a.m. on May 18, a police patrol northeast of Lydda returned fire to 6 attackers, damaging their truck, whereupon they slipped into the darkness. Shortly afterwards, 2 more trucks came from the same direction, stopped, and about 18 persons of both sexes got out and ran away. In all 3 trucks the police found gelignite and boards studded with nails, as had been used earlier to disable the Palestinian taxi. The attackers acquired the trucks by commissioning their owners for work outside of town, who on arrival were attacked, removed from their trucks and bound. Gelignite bombs, grenades, Tommy guns, and automatic pistols were the method on the night of July 13 to 14, as 2 Palestinians were killed and a Jewish constable critically wounded in the bombing of the district police headquarters and land registry offices. The militants entered dressed as police, then shot the guards as others in plain clothes carried in the explosives. The Irgun boastfully claimed responsibility. The next day, the gang hijacked an explosives truck and murdered a constable. More bombings followed on July 28. 173. It cannot be denied, the commissioner's offices in Jaffa reported that month, that the recent outrage of the Irgun Zivei Lumi has increased their reputation enormously amongst Jewish youth, and further successes would considerably enlarge their field for recruits. The chief secretary in Jerusalem, similarly, reported that a large segment of the settlement's youth looks upon these terrorists as the Con-Ern of modern times. Palestinians continued to die in Zionist attacks, and this has inevitably increased Arab hostility towards everything Jewish. 174. Zionism vs. Allied successes. Setbacks to the Nazi armies during the summer of 1944 caused some concern that Zionism would suffer a setback in turn. In political circles, the chief secretary in Jerusalem wrote, "There appears to be some tendency to fear that Nazi oppression will end before it has been possible to obtain permission for large numbers of Jewish refugees to enter Palestine on that account." Similarly, MacMichael reported that agency leaders were trying to utilize all remaining vacancies of the White Paper's 75,000 permits quickly, in order to create an immigration crisis while the refugee problem is still acute. Ben-Gurion as well appeared to be addressing the Nazi setbacks when, lecturing in Tel Aviv on April 2, he warned that the defeat of the Axis would not end the threat against Jews. Indeed, the Allied victory against the Nazis would make matters worse, bringing mounting anti-Semitism and many other countries ready to enact Hitler's solution. 175. The Jewish Brigade. Ben-Gurion's biggest success of the summer of 1944 was Churchill's creation of the Jewish Brigade, under intense pressure from the United States but against the overwhelming advice of Churchill's own military. 176. The alleged rationale for an all-Jewish army was that it would afford Jews dignity in the fight against the Nazis. British generals, however, argued that a segregated brigade was strategically inefficient and only exacerbated the struggle against the Nazis. Jews, they noted, already served in the British military along with everyone else. What, in truth, was the push for a segregated Jewish army? The military view was that the Zionists wanted a Jews-only army. For two reasons unrelated to the Nazis: 1, to claim that the segregated Jewish army had been a de facto acknowledgement of a Jewish nationality, and 2, to have the British create a professionally trained Zionist army to be better prepared to take Palestine by force after the war. And so this brigade, ostensibly created to participate in the fight against ethnic nationalism in Europe, was in truth created to help install ethnic nationalism in Palestine. 177. Writing eloquently against the brigade, the noted Russian-born American philosopher and legal scholar Morris Cohen warned that the complete moral bankruptcy of racialist nationalism has been made obvious by Nazi Germany and condemned as anti-Semitic contention that the Jews are a foreign national group everywhere except in Palestine. A memorandum to the War Cabinet said much the same. The Zionists' true purpose was a state based on ethnic supremacy. It is clear from both the public and private utterances of the Zionist leaders that they do not want a joint Jew and Arab state. They want a purely Jewish state, and they are determined to get it, by any means in their power. That is the motive underlying the agitation for a Jewish army, will have no share in the government of the country that will be reserved entirely for Jews. We must face the fact that this is their conception, and that they will accept no other. 62 U.S. rabbis signed a press statement condemning the idea of a segregated brigade. It would, they said, further add to the unhappy plight of our stricken people. By late January 1944, however, Internal War Office correspondence concedes that we can no longer use the argument that an implication of a Jewish state would be a prejudgment, because the writing is on the wall that there will be such a state agency would resist partition with the forces at their disposal, forces which past experience and recent intelligence has shown to be both fanatical and well-disciplined. 184. Rumors of partition spread quickly. The implacably messianic Weizmann condemned the rumors with the lament that Pharaoh once offered us to make bricks without straw, the word us ensuring that 20th century European Jewry had been plucked out of the Old Testament but had left the page about the Pharaoh dog-eared. It was however the British on the ground who proved to be the prophets, worrying that partition would cause the extremist Jewish element to raise the excuse of Arab outrages in order to take whatever portion of the land is allotted to the Palestinians. 185. Allied struggle impeded by Zionist violence. Throughout the war years, Zionist violence was an encumbrance on the battle against the Axis power, both because of the manpower and resources diverted to dealing with the attacks, and because of the Zionists' pilfering of Allied arms and munitions. As a British report from October lamented, relentless Jewish terrorism is the sabotage of the general effort of the United Nations in their life and death struggle against the worst enemy that Jewry has ever known. Hoping that the spectre of a Nazi victory would move the Zionists to stop the terror, the British beseeched the settlers in United Nations. Here refers to the Allied nations, not the UN, which was established in late 1945. Chapter 3 spared the war. Palestine battles itself. 107 print and over the airwaves. Palestine has enjoyed 5 years of virtual immunity from the horrors of war. Palestine has however been the scene of a series of outrageous crimes of violence by Jewish terrorists, acting with the deliberate intention of bringing about by force developments favorable to the realization of political aims. These events are proceeding side by side with the bitterest phase of the critical fighting between the United Nations and Nazi Germany. 186. Yet the British on the ground reported increasing numbers of Jewish young men and women who are becoming infected with the gangster virus, recruits for the terrorist organization in order to force the maximalist aims, a Jewish state covering all Palestine and ultimately Transjordan. Youth are nurtured by the propagandist nature of much teaching in Jewish schools, the youth movement, and the totalitarian organization and regimentation of the Yishuv by the agency of the Histadrut, etc. These things constitute the negation of free thought and speech. 187. The Palestinians, meanwhile, are losing their lives, here and there, in small numbers, at Jewish hands in the course of terrorist operations. As reported by the Jerusalem District Commissioner's Office in October, the killing of Arabs by Jewish terrorists, and the distribution of Arabic copies of notices by the Irgun Zivei Lumi threatening that the hands of any Arabs raised against the Jewish cause would be cut off is creating an atmosphere of tension and hatred comparable with that of 1938-39.188. The Irgun posted pamphlets in principal Arab towns announcing that it was the Palestinians' new government, and warning in what the British described as offensive terms that they must not interfere with its operations. Yet the Palestinians maintained their collective refusal to respond in kind. As the Chief Secretary of Lida District reported, it is noticeable that the continuance of Jewish terrorist outrages has not so far provoked the Arabs to retaliation. 189. When the moment was right, the War Office predicted, the settlers would increase their violence to elicit a reprisal. There was evidence that, whatever course the Zionist leaders may adopt, they will deliberately provoke Arab reaction to it, in order to increase the justification for the use of force in self-defense. 190. 2 days after a Palestinian policeman from Gaza was murdered, a party of about 60 Jews from a neighboring settlement chose to pay a visit to Gaza and parade through the streets, yet the Palestinians resisted the taunt. Their restraint, the British observed, was largely due to their awareness that they would be playing into the hands of Jewish propagandists. Similar remarks came independently from the Chief Secretary in Jerusalem in October. Not even the deeds and propaganda of Jewish terrorism have driven the Palestinians to respond in kind. 191. Jews with political sense draw a parallel between Zionist militancy and the rise of Nazism, and express the fear that the groups are gaining an increasing number of adherents amongst the youth. Jewish terrorism is becoming so much a part of the everyday life of Palestine that the average Jew is showing little interest so long as he is left undisturbed himself. Yet the British continued to fear that forceful attempts to stop the terrorism would unleash retaliation from Zionist circles both within and without Palestine that it could not control. 192. Hiking parties continued their surveillance preparing for the coming reckoning. 28 hikers from the Emek settlements scouting the lands east of Jenin were stopped on October 23, followed 5 days later by 2 more parties totaling 30 hikers. More such surveillance teams were recorded by the commissioners' offices in Nablus, which noted their cameras and anti-personnel grenades. Arab Legion * soldiers arrested yet more hikers in Galilee district but, as described by the Galilee district commissioner, the soldiers diffused the incident by entertaining the hikers to dinner and immediately releasing the insolent Jews on arrival at the camp. 193. Walter Guinness, 1st Baron Moyne. November 6 brought the first Zionist assassination outside of Palestine. As Lord Moyne, the British Minister of State in the Middle East, reached home in Cairo at 1:10 that afternoon, 2 Lehi operatives jumped out from hiding. "Don't move," one demanded in what capped. Andrew Hughes Onslow, who had exited the Packard saloon car, described as English, without any noticeable trace of accent. One thrust the barrel of his gun into the open window and shot Moyne 3 times, firing separately and slowly. The driver, who had gone to open the car door for Moyne, lay dying on the ground. The killers escaped on bicycle as per their plan but were spotted by a policeman on motorcycle. Both were captured. 194. November 1944. Moyne, heir to the brewing firm Guinness, was a target because of his criticism of political Zionism. 2 years before his assassination, he succinctly pinpointed the Palestine problem in the House of Lords. The Zionist claim has raised 2 burning issues: firstly, the demand for large-scale immigration into an already overcrowded country, and, secondly, racial domination by these newcomers over the original inhabitants. To charges of antisemitism and innuendos of Nazism, Moyne replied that, if a comparison is to be made with the Nazis, it is surely those who wish to force an imported regime upon the Arab population. The Arab Legion was an army formed and led by the British in 1920 to defend the Transjordan region occupied by Britain after World War I. It played an important role in the fight against the Axis powers in World War II under Sir John Bagot Glubb, the British soldier and scholar who commanded the Legion from 1939 to 1956, when it became the Jordanian Army. Proposal that Arabs should be subjugated by force to a Jewish regime is inconsistent with the Atlantic Charter, and that ought to be told to America. 195. Lehi cited two further reasons for his murder: to demonstrate its policy of personal terror as a warning to others, and to use a high-profile assassination to promote its demands on the global stage. A massive media effort by American Zionists to depict the assassins as martyrs and grant them a reprieve failed, even after garnering support from U.S. politicians and figures as public as Arturo Toscanini. The two were tried and hanged. 196. With Moyne's assassination, the Jewish Agency found itself under international pressure to demonstrate that it was acting against the terror. In a campaign commonly remembered as the Season, the Haganah employed what the British called unconventional attempts to extract information from Irgun members, though Moyne's assassins were Lehi, and the cooperation was viewed as largely political, an opportunity to eliminate persons obnoxious to the agency on party grounds. As MI5 put it, the agency fought terror when it suited their political book. Ben-Gurion and Weizmann publicly expressed outrage at Moyne's assassination, while maintaining non-cooperation. Rabbi Fishman, future Israeli MP, persevered in the view that under no circumstances should we permit cooperation with the government in fighting terrorism, and Yitzhak Grunbaum, who would become first Interior Minister of Israel, described Moyne's assassins as nothing less than national partisans. Palestine's chief Ashkenazi Rabbi Herzog declared that handing over terror suspects to the authorities was against biblical law. When in 1975 Egypt returned their bodies to Israel, the two assassins were hailed as heroic freedom fighters, given a state funeral, and laid in state in the Jerusalem Hall of Heroism. In 1982 Israel issued postal stamps honoring them. 197. 1. The archive at issue is in two parts. Part 1, Co 733/420/19, was released as a result of the author's 2014 FOI request. Despite its documents being heavily redacted, it leaves no doubt that the British conspired to create instability in Iraq in order to justify their renewed control. The British government, however, refused this author's 2018 request for access to the second half of this file, Co 733/420/19/1, which covers the critical time period through to June 1941. 2. Full name: Committee for a Jewish Army of Stateless and Palestinian Jews. 3. Infamous Chicago gangster who was imprisoned in 1932. Fascism, Axis falls, Zionism rises. The weeks and months following the collapse of the Hitler regime will be a time of uncertainty in Europe and even more so in Palestine, and we must exploit this period in order to confront Britain and America with a fait accompli. Ben-Gurion, speaking in February, 1943. 198. United States President Roosevelt died on April 12, 1945, before the Allied victory against the Nazis was complete. The new president, Harry Truman, took office on the eve of that victory and on the eve of plans by the Jewish Agency to exploit the post-war fatigue and confusion. He inherited the Zionists' Nazi type of gangsterism in Palestine, to quote Lord Moyne's successor, James Grigg, and their shift of focus from London to Washington, D.C. Sherritt's opinion of Truman was likely typical among the Jewish Agency. He was a malleable, naive diplomat, and as the British observed, the Zionists feel that their influence in the U.S.A. is sufficiently strong to keep the new president on the right lines. 199. At least 2 years before the Allied victory, Ben-Gurion was looking ahead to exploit its aftermath to further Zionism's goals by force. As recorded by the British Mr. Ben-Gurion and other extremist leaders have on several occasions warned the Haganah that the fight for the Jews will begin when the war against Germany ends, and have urged them, citing the occupation of Vilna by the Poles after the last war as a precedent, to exploit the confusion and war weariness of the post-war period of fait accompli. In preparation for exploiting that post-war weariness, Ben-Gurion fixated on the urgency for human facts on the ground. In a wartime article entitled "The Time Factor in Zionism," he called for a large immigration, the transfer of masses of people to Palestine. We must consolidate every one of our existing positions. Every area of land already in our possession must be settled immediately. We must bring in immigrants from all possible countries by every means. 200. To learn what the Irgun was planning, ex-Irgun informant Jank Ellis Chilavicius was now secreted to the United States to infiltrate the Bergson organization. Codenamed Y-32, he trusted only a certain Catling, a member of the Palestine police, to confide his identity, and so Catling went to the U.S. to get Y-32's report in person. Meeting in New York on the first day of October, Y-32 told Catling that the Irgun has plans far advanced for a full-scale Jewish uprising in Palestine, scheduled to begin some 2 or 3 months after Germany is defeated. Palestine would be denuded of British troops, and a fair number of Jewish troops back in Palestine. The Irgun and Lehi would seize key positions: the Ramallah Broadcasting Station, Jerusalem General Post Office, Secretariat, and the government offices in Jerusalem, Haifa, and Tel Aviv. Should troops be used against them, he reported of the Irgun's thinking, the propaganda value of a wail that British soldiers were killing Jews in their own homeland would turn world opinion in their favor. More worryingly, Y-32 told Catling that Jews in the armed forces are heavily involved, that there are Zionist plants in the British military. Independent confirmation of a planned post-war blitz came from a Cairo prison cell 6 months later when Yaakov Meridor, a former Irgun commander, boasted to a prison warden that he must be in Palestine by V-Day to take part in the plan, because it will be the greatest day in Palestine's history. 201. Thus, when in the early afternoon of May 7, the BBC broadcast announcing the unconditional surrender of Germany was heard in Haifa, Palestine entered a new dynamic. Bands of Jewish youth celebrated the 2 mornings following the Allied victory by parading through the Wadi Salib Arab quarter in Haifa with Zionist flags, taunting the Palestinians until being stopped by the police. Mayog 1945. Coordinated mortar attacks the Irgun had planned for the night of May 13 were foiled, but not its campaign of telegraph pole bombings. 57 were hit on May 14 to 15. A malfunction largely spared the telegraph route north of Hadera, only 6 of the many bombs ignited. On May 16, militants bombed the Lydda police station and Tel Aviv police post, and tried to bomb PMF Camp Sarona, but the device exploded outside. 2 more mortar bombs missed the Jaffa police station, and more than 200 telegraph poles were found rigged with explosives, most near Lydda. The communications blitz continued with the destruction of lines on the Tel Aviv-Jerusalem road on May 17, the Haifa-Lydda road on May 18, near Givat Shaul and Mike Bizriel on May 21, and the sabotage of government lines on May 22. The next day, bombs severed oil pipelines belonging to the Iraq Petroleum Company in 2 places near Indar in Galilee district, and the pipelines were bombed again on May 25 near Haifa. Police in Sarona were attacked on May 26, and mortars loaded with incendiary projectiles were discovered in a nearby orange grove. There was, however, a noteworthy act of resistance. On May 13, the truck containing 4 mortars, detonators, gelignite, and 73 anti-personnel blast was apprehended by members of the Kfar Hasidim Orthodox settlement near Haifa and turned over to police. Meanwhile, reconnaissance hiking parties discovered in the Nablus area provoked comment but no incidents among the Palestinians. 202. When in response to the escalation in sabotage the British again pressed Sherrod for cooperation, he now admitted that the majority of the community was not necessarily so opposed to these activities as to make them willing to assist in their suppression. Weizmann continued to argue against partition, and continued to do so as if he were an oracle for the scriptures. The choice made by destiny cannot be undone. Palestine is the Jewish people's birthplace, and it gave birth to no other. It owes its place in history to the Jews and to no other people. The curse of homelessness must be lifted from the entire race. Teddy Kollek, a future mayor of Jerusalem, began to figure importantly as a source for the British. Known as Scorpion, his mission was enigmatic, sometimes behaving as a diplomat or go-between, as if seeking credibility with the British in order to contain the most serious suspicions about the Jewish agency. He is believed to have informed against the Irgun and Lehi, whether independently or on the agency's behalf. In the summer of 1945, Kollek spoke about the relationships among the three terror organizations, that there can be no question of cooperation, that neither the Irgun nor Lehi was willing to lose its identity to the Haganah. While it was true that the militias coveted their individual identities, the evidence already suggested that, as a British defense report described it, the Haganah will have a lot of its dirty work done for it, without carrying any responsibility, by having the Irgun carry out attacks which the Jewish agency then condemns. In a few months, an intercepted telegram would prove Haganah-Irgun collaboration was already in progress, and by the following June the Irgun would be openly cheering its collaboration with the Haganah and Lehi. While Kollek was being cautiously courted by the British, the Jewish agency sought to ingratiate him in London as without political investment. He was a true friend of the British who has lots of Arab friends, to quote the draft for an article the Jewish agency considered planting in the gossip column of one of the major London newspapers. 203. Kollek was probably the source of a tip that led the British on June 13 to discover a loaded triple-mortar battery behind the YMCA at Jerusalem, aligned in the direction of the King David Building, the saluting base area for the King's birthday parade. This break followed a day in which they thwarted a mortar attack apparently intended to destroy the government printing press in Jerusalem, but failed to stop the Irgun from blowing up a bridge on the Bajaz line and exploding more pamphlet bombs. 204. On July 13, a lorry containing 500 pounds of high explosives intended for use in a quarry was ambushed in daylight by 10 armed Jews near Petah Tikva. Constable Wild, escorting the truck, was murdered, and the explosives vanished, raising the suspicion that temporary additional constables were themselves Irgun or had been squared by them. Police dogs followed the scent to the orange groves of Givat Hashel settlement near Petah Tikva. As had become routine, when the settlers refused to cooperate, the British authorities ordered the police to call off the search because any attempt to search the Jewish settlement would lead to severe disorder. 205. Two of the policemen nevertheless continued to hunt for their colleagues' murderers and the stolen explosives, but were again stopped by their superiors. In frustration, they wrote to the British government recounting the inexplicable end of their investigation. Two of the undersigned, the letter summarized, were in the search which, after discovering ample evidence, was called off, for no accountable reason, when on the point of discovering more, and better, evidence. Several policemen reported this calling off of the pursuit of Zionist terrorists, and many complained bitterly of the severe restrictions placed on their right to defend themselves against the Zionists. In each case, their superiors cited two reasons for overriding their concerns: fear of an insurrection from the Zionists if the terrorists were pursued into the settlements, and fear of handing them a propaganda windfall in the United States. 206. Lehi joined forces with the Irgun on July 23 to bomb the railway bridge on the Haifa-Cairo line near Yavne. The collaboration continued 2 days later when the combined terror groups blew up a 5-span girder bridge on 4 stone piers on the main Kantara-Lydda line near Yibna, between Gaza and Lydda. Police dogs traced the scent to 3 Jewish colonies, again in vain. Another government vehicle carrying explosives vanished to an Irgun hijacking the next day. 207. In the U.S., the Irgun's Bergson group had so woven itself into American life that on the first day of August a retiring U.S. Senator, Guy Gillette, became the new president of the terror organization's American League for a Free Palestine, and chief political advisor to its so-called Hebrew Committee of National Liberation. In Palestine, a large party of armed Jews, numbering between 30 and 90, including several women, attacked an explosive store on August 13, stealing 450 pounds of gelignite, fuses, and detonators. Joseph Davidescu, formerly with military intelligence, was assassinated on August 22 as he chatted with a neighbor at the kitchen table. 24 years earlier, Davidescu had been convicted of perjury for protecting a Zionist arms smuggling ring, but Lehi had now suspected him of gathering intelligence on them. 208. Meanwhile, the Zionists' own intelligence-gathering hiking missions intensified with the Allied victory. In the north, the district commissioner's office in Nablus reported that apprehension has been aroused there by the activities of large Jewish walking parties, who, it is claimed, were equipped with pistols and cameras. It is popularly believed that the role of these parties is to spy out the land. And in the south, in Beersheba sub-district, anti-Jewish feeling, which has in the past been comparatively mild, has recently become much intensified. The chief reason for this is the large number of Jewish hiking parties which have been operating lately in the Negev and which, as regarded out of their office at 55 West 42nd Street in Manhattan, in September, the United Zionists Revisionists of America now advocated a further method to exploit post-war vulnerability. The group issued the first calls for the boycott of Britain, economically devastated by the war against Hitler, until it accedes to their demands. Sept 1945. After a failed robbery of the Palestine discount bank in Tel Aviv on September 2 by a party of Jews, British officials, nervous over rumors that terror attacks were planned for mid-September, arranged another meeting with Teddy Kollek. Despite the lull at the present time, Kollek told them, the NMO particularly were very active indeed, generally putting their house in order. Enlarging their dwindling stockpile of explosives was high on their to-do list, explaining the recent rash of such thefts. The Irgun and Lehi were feverishly training new recruits, particularly in such fine arts as shadowing, and the Irgun was perfecting its new 40-kilo mortar known as V.3. Presumably the type discovered behind the YMCA on June 12. More accurate and with a longer range, the gang was planting them in pre-arranged positions for use at later dates. Due to political deliberations underway in London, the Jewish agency told the Irgun and Lehi to pedal slowly, and so the two militias were likely to engage only in robbery during the coming few weeks. 210. Irgun-Lehi collaboration was corroborated by Irgun documents seized 5 months later, on February 28, 1946, during a British raid on 45 Zikron Moshe Street. One document codified an Irgun-Lehi agreement to carry out attacks in Palestine or outside, if necessary, and celebrated their first joint operation, the destruction of the bridge at Yibna, the results of which have been described by news agencies and broadcasting systems throughout the world as an attack on one of the most vital roadways of British imperialism by units of the national military. This report from the Gaza District Commissioner refers to a separate report has been submitted to you on the subject of the hikers, but which the author has not been able to locate. Organization under their respective commanders. 2. 5 pamphlet bombs of a larger size than hitherto exploded in various parts of Jerusalem on September 15, injuring 9 people, as the Irgun also shot dead a constable in an attempted robbery. A bridge was bombed 4 days later, as was an armored car escorting diamonds. Another constable was murdered outside the Tel Aviv post office on the 28th. 212. September's most disturbing news came with the British intercept of a message sent by Moshe Sna, head of the Haganah, to the Jewish agency's London office. It again proved the agency's direct hand in terror, and suggested that Kollek's informing on the Irgun and Lehi was competition control rather than terror control. The message spoke of causing a serious incident that would be merely a warning of much more serious incidents to come if the British failed to heed the Zionists' demands, incidents that would involve an Irgun-Lehi alliance and threaten the safety of all British interests in the country. With September's surrender of Japan ending the war, Weizmann turned to reparations and demanded that they go directly to the Jewish agency. His argument went as follows: the victim of the war was the Jewish people as a whole, that what happened is without parallel in the history of mankind, and that the Jewish agency is the representative of the Jewish people be tapped for reparations, which the Foreign Office thought a monstrous suggestion. 213. Oct-Nov-1945 Immigration from all sources by all means was the unanimous battle cry at a mass meeting at the Jewish Center on October 8, in which once moderate factions now demanded the immediate creation of a Jewish state in all of Palestine. Thus the Jewish Agency was all the more furious when the next day Hebrew University President Judah Magnus lambasted the growing trend towards totalitarianism amongst the Jews and denounced the pressure, particularly in America, to yield to Zionist totalitarianism which seeks to subject to its discipline the entire Jewish people. In response, the agency smeared Magnus with a Nazi allusion, characterizing his words as akin to praising the Germans at the time of Dunkirk. 214. The night of Magnus' speech, PAL match operatives broke into the athlete clearance camp, where immigrants were held pending immigration permits. After murdering a constable and raiding the depot, they freed all the immigrants minus 11, who they bound, gagged, and left. When the British arrived, one of the gagged victims, identified as a Christian woman, was dead, suffocated. The 11 had presumably refused to participate in the escape, the British report read, whereas the Haganah put the number they tied up at 13 and dismissed them as illegal immigrants. The victims were smeared as Magnus had been smeared. SNA charged that they had maintained contact with the Nazis. In a message to a contact in London, he described the athlete attack as a great success. In the new post-war dynamic, the Jewish Agency's protection of those responsible was no longer just the threat of bedlam if terrorists were pursued into the settlements. When police tried to enforce a road check in the area, they were ambushed by Jews armed with rifles, submachine guns, and grenades, killing a constable on the spot and seriously wounding another. In the hills about 7 hours later, a police detachment detained 9 suspects en route to Meshek-Yajur, but while their identities were being established, a party of 100 Jewish men, armed with pick-halves, arrived on the scene from that Jewish colony and forced the police, who had been forbidden from using firearms, to free the suspects. At about the same time, police pursuing terror suspects in the Montefiore quarter of Tel Aviv, not related to the athlete incident, were attacked by a mob of 150 to 200 Jews who threw stones and blocked them, while more settlers were bussed in from nearby quarters to stop the police from taking away 3 suspects. 215. The Irgun raided an army camp on October 11, seizing hundreds of rifles, guns, grenades, and ammunition. On the 16th, at about 10:30 a.m. a number of unknown Jews attempted to hold up an army truck at the Salama railway crossing, apparently having. In the south, a large number of hiking parties were operating in the Beersheba region, while in London Azam Bey, the Secretary-General of the Arab League, received a final summons from the Messiah threatening woe to all Arabdom should he in any way question the return Israelites. In Palestine, High Commissioner Viscount Gort gathered 3 Jewish Agency officials, Dr. Joseph, Mr. Kaplan, and Mr. Ben Zevi, and warned them solemnly and with emphasis to help end the terror. The 3 appeared little impressed, replying only that they would continue to take their instructions from their superiors. 216. Lord Gort, a veteran of both world wars, turned to one R. Newton, a Hebrew-speaking former resident of the settlements. Violence and intransigent nationalism, Newton testified, was fostered by the Jewish educational system, and by the incitement and hysteria fostered systematically among the Jewish youth in Palestine. This education and political propaganda has produced youths and girls who were ready to use murder for their political ends. 217. Thus a prerequisite for peace in Palestine, Newton said, would be the re-education of the Jewish youth. As for the Palestinians, they did not wish for violence, and indeed it was only the intense Zionist propaganda that led them to a renewed interest in politics, with a growing number of young men who were interested in social and economic matters and were more up-to-date in their ideas than the established figures from old prominent Arab families. Europe's persecuted Jews were being used as a political weapon to gain control of Palestine. Declaration of a policy unfavorable to extreme Zionism would be met with terror. Jews who were against political extremism, were exposed to intimidation, had no political influence. Independently, A British report that month noted an example of such intimidation. An American Jew in Nathania named Kliansky was ostracized, both his sons were fired from their jobs, and he was evicted from his synagogue to shouts of "he is defiled." It was the Jewish agency itself that was the ringleader of the next Blitz, a series of concerted attacks during the night of October 31 November 1 that was made by armed Jews on Palestine railway system, culminating with a full-scale attack on the railway station and goods yard at Lydda in which several people were killed. Lehi, independently, caused serious sabotage and one fatality at the Haifa refinery. Railway tracks were severed in 242 places, and police naval vessels were bombed, 2 sunk at Haifa and 1 at Jaffa. An intercepted telegram proved that the Jewish agency enlisted the collaboration of both the Irgun and Lehi for the operation. A testament to the planning involved, the telegram reported that in all the activities, no one was hurt, stopped or arrested, and bragged that 500 explosions from the Syrian frontier to Gaza, from Haifa to Samak, from Lydda to Jerusalem. The activities have made a great impression on the country. The authorities are bewildered. KOI Israel Radio announced that the countrywide sabotage serves as a warning to the government of the white paper. In the daylight following the night of carnage, the police discovered a bomb that had failed to explode, raising hope that police dogs could follow the scent to the terrorists' hideout, which they did. A small patrol under a Mr. Gould followed the canine sleuths to Ramat HaKosh settlement. As they approached, the settlement's school bells rang and a large part of the population turned out at the gate to bar his progress. Gould explained that they were interested only in detaining a suspect in the night's attacks, and that it was wrong of them to harbor a terrorist. As he made his appeal, the crowd threatened him with stones, fresh supplies of which were brought to the scene in boxes. The vast sabotage of the railways and the civilian dead failed to elicit even the usual formal expression of deprecation from Zionist leaders. Instead, the dominant note was satisfaction at the display of organization and the strength of the Yeshuv's armed forces. This reference to the 3 terror gangs as the Yeshuv's armed forces, an early acknowledgement that they would coalesce into a state army, the Israeli Defense Forces. As those armed forces continued preparations to seize Palestine, KOI Israel Radio continued the necessary dehumanization of the Palestinians. They were ignorant people, have done a great deal of harm to themselves in trying to stand in our way. Preparations to remove those ignorant people also continued. The British confiscated more documents from an egged bus containing detailed surveillance about Palestinian villages, more fruit from the hiking parties. 219. Yet the Palestinians' reaction to the violence and taunting, as recorded in a mid-November British report to the British minister in Beirut, continued to be general dissatisfaction but no disposition to violence. Native Jews of the Levant states, the report continued, are apprehensive of Zionism. They show solidarity with local Arab population, regret inclusion of pro-Zionist America in Inquiry Commission, a reference to the Anglo-American Commission of Inquiry, newly formed to advance a solution to the Palestine question. 220. Politicians of that pro-Zionist America were now demanding that Britain admit an additional 100,000 Jews into Palestine immediately, an electioneering gimmick, charged Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin. Any other alternative to relieve suffering, unless it was founded upon Palestine policy alone, he complained, was rejected by the United States government and by the Jews. 221. In early November, the Haganah announced the conscription of all Jewish boys and girls aged 17 to 18, what the Palestine Post may to as national service, with no exceptions. Previously, conscription had applied only after leaving school. The 14th and 15th of the month heralded a new round of violence. The district offices in Tel Aviv were attacked for the 3rd time in 5 years, destroying 2 floors along with many of their documents. Emergency crews attempting to reach the burning offices were stoned. A curfew was imposed but proved meaningless, cars were overturned, a military truck set afire and burned out, part of a railway line torn up, Arab buses stoned, and several buildings wrecked and looted. After partially destroying the post office, the crowd attempted to burn it down. When the police, under heavy stoning by a crowd of about 5,000, attempted to charge the crowd with batons. The crowd advanced against them instead and forced the police to retreat. Haganah leader Sna, meanwhile, was baiting the Palestinians in an address to a large crowd in Jerusalem. The army camp at Rosh Hashanah was raided on the 22nd to replenish supplies. 222. On the night of the 24th to 25th, Jews opened fire with automatic weapons, rifles, and hand grenades at Sidna Ali Coast Guard Station. 3 of 4 bombs exploded, seriously damaging the building. Similarly, the Coast Guard stations at Givat Olga was surrounded by Jews who opened fire with automatic weapons and grenades, who then succeeded in placing gelignite charges against building which wrecked it. This time, the British decided to risk the propaganda and mayhem to get the bombers. When the settlers stopped the police from any investigation, the police persevered. Prepared for such a possibility, large crowds Jews poured in from surrounding country on buses to block them. Still the authorities did not give up, now forcing their way into Rishpon settlement with tear gas, guns, and batons. There they discovered a man badly injured by a grenade, presumably one of the attackers, along with 175 pounds of the explosive ammonal, 20 sticks of gelignite, grenades, military uniforms, and clothes stained with sea water. Immediately, the Jewish agency turned the capture of one bomber into a public relations bonanza. The US media accepted the agency's announcement that the British had forcibly entered 3 peaceful labor agricultural settlements, wantonly beat hundreds men and women, without any reason, intimidating the Jews of Palestine into submission, who the more melodramatic media referred to as the Children of Israel. 223. First signs of US loan as pro-Zionist leverage. Dec. 1945. In what must have seemed to the British a consummate irony, the Jewish agency now sought to exploit the debilitating debt Britain incurred fighting the Nazis, a debt that only a loan from the US could relieve, but that Zionist influence in the US could hold hostage to force Britain to capitulate to its demands. An informant codenamed Circus was present at a mid-December secret meeting of the Jewish agency executive, at which Ben-Gurion stressed that our activities should be directed from Washington and not from London. Jewish influence in America is powerful and able to cause damage to the interests of Great Britain, with the post-war loan the threat. Zionism's appeal to anti-Semitism remained another key to manipulating the Americans. The tactic was repeated at a mid-December meeting of the Jewish agency executive. Propaganda in America is to be increased, and is to include an approach to the Americans on the lines that if they do not wish an influx of European Jews as immigrants to the United States, they would be well advised to support the Zionist claim to Palestine. 224. This appeal to anti-Semites was no surprise. The previous July, the British Embassy in Washington had reported that the average citizen does not want them in the United States, and salves his conscience by advocating their admittance to Palestine. 225. Circus also repeated the Jewish agency's determination that any differentiation made between the problem of the Jew and that of political Zionism had to be stopped. Of this, Bevin was well aware, and so when in a public speech on November 13 he distinguished between Jews and Zionists, the fallout was swift and vicious. A worldwide smear campaign ensued, and Bevin became an assassination target. Distrust of Reconstruction continued as well, lest conditions in Europe be improved sufficiently to induce Jews to resume residence there rather than emigrate to Palestine, as Haifa District Commissioner A.N. Law saw it. To counter any such inclination, Circus reported that the agency decided to increase propaganda measures among Jews in camps and other countries in Europe. Emissaries were being sent from Jerusalem, London, and New York with the goal that 85% of the Jews in Europe can be persuaded to emigrate to Palestine. R. Newton corroborated the Jewish agency's opposition to Reconstruction, testifying that they were not interested in Jewish rehabilitation in Europe. They were afraid that with the improvement of conditions in Europe the pressure on Palestine would subside. 226. As the British observed Christmas on December 25, the Irgun raided the army camp at Beth Nabalah. This attack failed in its goal, the requisition of weapons, but the setback lasted only 2 days. December 27, indeed, proved to be a prelude to what was to come in 1946, the year that marked Britain's effective loss of control to the Zionist militias. A serious Jewish terrorist attack began at 7:15 that evening, when police headquarters Jerusalem was attacked by armed Jews in a savage and ruthless manner that will be viewed with horror by all the civilized nations of the world. After Jews armed with automatic weapons and explosives killed 2 police and blew open the door to a building opposite police headquarters in order to gain access to its balcony, other Jews laid explosives at one corner of the police offices under cover of fire from the balcony and blew it up. 10 people were buried under the rubble. 5 were still alive when pulled out. A policeman named Flanagan was on his way to the hospital in answer to an emergency call to donate blood when he learned. 2 minutes into the Jerusalem siege, district police headquarters in Jaffa were heavily attacked by armed Jews in the Jaffa/Tel Aviv road, the first of coordinated attacks on 2 police stations and 2 military barracks intended to prevent reinforcements from reaching the scene. A Palestinian telephone operator was killed in the attack, which wrecked the ground, first floor, and telephone exchange. About 3 minutes after the Jaffa attack began, the Jews cut through the wire fence of the REME depot at Levant Fair in Tel Aviv, and murdered in cold blood an unarmed British soldier L/Corporal R. Simons. The Jews then lobbed a grenade through the window of a room in which a number of men were asleep. 10 people were killed in the day's carnage, and 11 wounded. The attacks, an Irgun proclamation announced, were carried out with zeal and heroism by all the fighters according to predetermined Plan 228. When in the aftermath of this newest terror the British made yet further appeals to the Jewish Agency, Ben-Gurion and Sharett disassociated themselves from the murderous attacks but reiterated that the terrorism would not stop as long as Britain stood in the way of Zionist nationalist ambitions. Sharett went so far as to state this publicly, telling reporters that any appeals to Jews to obey the law would fall on deaf ears unless Zionist demands were met. It was the British instead that offered an olive branch. In an attempt to secure cooperation, they authorized another 1,500 Jewish settlers a month. The overture was without effect. The end of the year brought the news that Transjordan had been granted independence. This elicited a dual reaction. Publicly, Zionist leaders like Sharett condemned Jordanian independence, claiming that the land had been promised to them as part of the Jewish state, but privately, they calculated that it was a lucky turn of events, because it would be much easier for them to infiltrate into a weak but independent Arab state than wrest Transjordan from British control. And so in anticipation of future claims on Jordan, Jewish Agency propaganda began referring to Palestine as Western Palestine, and Haganah commander Sna made clear in an interview for the New York Post that he spoke of both banks of the Jordan. Year-end rumors of partition within Palestine received the same split reaction. Publicly, they were condemned, but pragmatists would even welcome partition, since partition would mean statehood, and statehood would enable infiltration and expansion. That is, partition was a tactic, not an end. 229. None of this was happening fast enough to satisfy the fanaticism the Zionists had nurtured. Sna warned Sharett that the Haganah was so anxious for action that 250 PAL match members had defected to the Irgun. Ben-Gurion helped contain the impatience by reassuring the Jewish Agency executive that he would never agree to agency assistance to the administration and police in stopping Irgun activities. 230. Documents seized from Sna's flat show that the agency did more than cooperate with the Irgun, it actually helped finance the terror gang. Jewish Agency Treasurer Eliezer Kaplan is the likely author of this penciled comment to Sna. But if they really do free us from all expenditure on illegal immigration, it will enable us to increase the allocation to the Irgun. 231. Another document, a 4-page plan of action clipped to a letter to Ben-Gurion and copied to Sna, stressed that the final solution in Palestine will be determined by the relative forces on the spot, not by partition. The point is then restated more bluntly: seizing control of the country by force of arms. Conscription into the Yeshuv's military will be backed when necessary by physical force, and the agency's rule over Jews would be absolute, with a supreme body that can impose on any person, group, or enterprise any duty or prohibition it finds necessary to achieve Zionist goals. Its powers over Jews would extend beyond the legal boundaries. 232. Subordinated to a single cry. The unfortunate Jews of Europe's DP camps are helpless hostages for whom statehood has been made the only ransom. Admitting that the Jews of Europe have suffered beyond expression, why in God's name should the fate of all these unhappy people be subordinated to the single cry of statehood? Arthur Hayes Sulzberger, publisher of the New York Times, both in a speech and in print, 1946. 233. Jowers beyond the legal boundaries certainly characterized Zionist leaders' attitudes in the long-awaited post-war confusion that was now theirs to exploit. As the world picked up the pieces from the global cataclysm, the once only opportunity it presented, Zionism brought heightened campaigns of terror to Palestine, the first Zionist bombings in Europe, new efforts to preserve Jewish racial purity, accelerated recruitment into the militias, tightened repression of the Yishuv, and new methods of control over the war's Jewish survivors. Control over Europe's Jewish DPS, what Newton had referred to as exploiting the situation of the Jews in Europe, was necessary to prevent them from emigrating anywhere other than to Palestine or opt to remain in their own countries, which under no circumstances, Sherritt lectured to the Jewish Agency executive, should be permitted. An intelligence summary from April of 1945 quotes Eliyahu Dobkin, then head of the Jewish Agency's Immigration Department, as saying that terrorist methods would be used to force European Jews to move to Palestine after the war, and that the sinking of the Patria, which killed about 267 people, would be eclipsed if necessary to make Jews in Palestine stay in Palestine. We should not treat this danger lightly, Ben-Gurion said of the possibility that the war's Jewish survivors might not want to go to Palestine. 234. This, however, appears to have been the case. The best estimate available is that immediately after the war, only 15% would have willingly opted to go to Palestine despite years of Zionist propaganda. An actual emancipation of Europe's Jews would have crippled the Zionist project, and so campaigns to stop it included the isolation and coercion of the survivors themselves, the sabotage of international safe haven for them, and the forced removal of Jewish orphans from their adoptive European families. 235. Influencing Jewish survivors required that they first be segregated from other DPS. The Truman administration acquiesced to Zionists' demands that this be done, despite misgivings among many that it echoed Nazi behavior. Even the pro-Zionist Churchill was uncomfortable with the forced segregation. He wrote to Truman that the Control Commission have endeavored to avoid treating people on a racial basis, noting that within these camps were people from almost every race in Europe, and there appears to have been very little difference in the amount of torture and treatment they had to undergo. But with Jews now segregated from all others, Jewish Agency relief workers could now set about indoctrinating them into the Zionist cause. The Irgun as well was active in the camps. MI5 reported ample evidence of the existence of revisionist and Irgun cells in displaced persons camps in both the British and American zones in Europe. The group's influence would become more visible with the bombings by Jewish DPS of European trains and hotels in 1947. 236. Many Jewish DPS resisted the Zionists' message, and so where persuasion failed, uncooperative DPS were shunned, their rations reduced, and in some cases subjected to violence. When a Jewish survivor in the Bergen-Belsen DP camp began to voice the opinion that many countries, not just Palestine, be open to them, she was physically attacked and dragged down the steps. Men who refused to join the militias were sometimes beaten. DPS were trained to organize mass aliyah, and those who resisted the Zionist indoctrination quickly learned to pretend otherwise. 237. Anglo-American Commission of Inquiry. An urgent object of the indoctrination was to train the DPS to give fanatical only to Palestine statements to the Anglo-American Commission of Inquiry. Thus when in early 1946 the AACI visited the Jewish DP camps, they were greeted by prominently displayed Zionist flags and notices reading "Our answer to the Anglo-American Commission: Palestine or Death." Everywhere, the committee reported, Jews shouted or chanted, to Palestine, and threatened waves of suicide if denied this. There is no way to know to what extent the DPS were successfully indoctrinated, versus pretending to be a convert in order to survive life in the Zionist-run camps. In 1945, one unconverted Jewish survivor compared life under the Zionists to that of Spanish Jews at the close of the 15th century, who had to follow their beliefs in secret and pretend to have converted to Christianity. Live here like the Moranos once lived in Spain. 1. The difference in numbers between the indoctrinated versus Moranos is immaterial to its effect on the committee. When asked what alternatives to Palestine they might consider, they repeated en masse that there was only one alternative: mass suicide. Even when the United States, long the favored destination, was raised as an option, the DPS refused fearfully, saying that they would not be safe there. Publicly, the committee claimed that they had no idea how the Jews in the camps had got this idea at 238. However, if the committee was shocked by the DP's fanaticism, Palestine was the answer the committee's American members had hoped to hear. When Britain first approached the U.S. about such a commission to find solutions to the crisis, the U.S. agreed in principle to the formation of a joint committee, but wished to shift the emphasis in its terms of reference from the general problem of Jewish displaced persons to the particular question of their entry into Palestine, and indeed tried to eliminate any reference to countries of possible settlement other than Palestine. 239. Military training became part of the DPS enforced program, and by late 1946, MI5 reported that paramilitary training in Jewish camps appears to be an everyday occurrence. Bergen-Belsen, a DP camp of some 11,000 Jews, had become a semi-autonomous state that defied the Allied authority. Some survivors, however, escaped the camps and settled in Europe, heightening Jewish agency fears that peace was damaging the Zionist project. 240. Rabbi Herzog and adopted Jewish orphans. Orphans of Jewish background adopted by European families were another crack in the Zionist narrative. For Yitzhak Halevi Herzog, Ashkenazi chief rabbi of Palestine since 1937, the solution to these children was to forcibly remove thousands of them from the adoptive families that had saved them when their parents perished years earlier. Armed ex-Jewish brigade soldiers helped in the removals when necessary. This summary of Herzog's trip is taken from a transcript of his report to the Vayad Leumi executive, by a usually reliable source and marked secret. This author has relied on two separate documents to corroborate the accuracy of the transcript. Principally, Trafford Smith, who was supportive of Herzog's removal of the children, heard about the trip from Herzog himself shortly after his return. Afterwards, Smith read this transcript and commented on it, but made no mention of inaccuracies. Grodzinsky's research. More generally, Eliyahu Dobkin of the Jewish Agency, in an address to the MAPE executive on May 1, 1946, discussed the problem of Jewish children in Christian families. Articles in the Palestine Post and New York Times support the basic idea of the transcript, and none contradict it. Rabbi Herzog made a 6-month tour of Europe in 1946 to organize the rescue of Jewish children from their adoptive homes, where they were faced with spiritual destruction. 10,000 children was the general number he cited in February as his goal. After a supportive meeting with the Pope in early March, he spoke of 8,000 children in Christian homes and monasteries, and that he hoped to bring these children back into the Jewish fold. The Jewish fold did not mean Jewish homes per se, but Palestine. The plan was to place them in other homes until they could come to Palestine, because only Palestine could give them relief from their mental and spiritual shock. Herzog's problem was that too few Jews in Europe shared his views, and upon reaching Europe he confronted fierce resistance by local Jewish organizations. The Siyuver de Secours Auxiliary Enfant had a list of 600 Jewish children growing up in Christian homes, but the relief organization was not interested in making the children orphans for a second time. Herzog lambasted us for doing nothing, to take the children away, and used his power to circumvent them. He succeeded in removing 250 children from their homes. 241. Next, finding himself up against a French resistance, Herzog met the Prime Minister of France, from whom demanded promulgation of a law which would oblige every family to declare the particulars of the children it houses in order to forcibly expose those children who were Jewish so they could be taken away. Quite a Kafkaesque twist on Passover for these children who had just been spared the Nazis. He however had to satisfy myself for the time being with 1,000 to 1,500 children taken from their homes and put in a Talmudic school until they can be transferred to Palestine. 242 Switzerland as well proved difficult for Rabbi Herzog because of the influence of what he called Jewish assimilants, particularly a Mr. Bloch who was chairman of the Jewish community. But Herzog prevailed. Bloch was forced to resign, after which Herzog, presumably meaning the chairman of the provisional government, in 1946 either Felix Gwynn or Georges Bedault, approached government circles to extricate 600 children from their homes. He worried, however, that Swiss Jews cannot be relied on to perform the kidnappings, and so suggested that a special committee be sent from the Yishuv to ensure that the children are taken away. 243. In Belgium, Rabbi Herzog again faced the obstacle of a Jewish committee, composed mainly of assimilants. The committee knew of 400 families who had adopted Jewish orphans, but it was not interested in his demands to rescue them, and so Herzog went to the Prime Minister, the Crown Prince, the Catholic Cardinal, and the Minister for Justice, and won legal backing to force them to hand over the list of children. When the horrified Jewish committee still refused to divulge the information, Herzog had considerable pressure put on the committee, after which it supplied me with names but withheld addresses. He appealed to the authorities for full legal assistance to force the Jewish committee to divulge the addresses so the children could be pulled from their homes and shipped to Palestine. 244. In Holland, the situation was particularly frustrating for Herzog, because during the war, the Dutch treated the Jews very well. It is too upsetting to remove the children, the Dutch told him, as attachments have been formed between them and the families. Herzog nonetheless appealed to the government for the necessary legislation to forcibly remove the children. Poland was more of the same. Despite meeting with Edward Ossop-Komorowski, Prime Minister of the Provisional Government, Herzog left frustrated that he could only remove half of what he believed to be the country's 4,000 Jewish orphans. Great Britain was worse still. The rabbi failed to win over the Jews there in support of my work, because the assimilants there do not show much understanding. Jews, he warned in summary, must not be exposed to the tactics of non-Zionist Jewry. 245. In Herzog's view, these Jewish assimilants were condemning the children to a fate more terrible than death. For a Jew to be raised as a Christian, he said in justification for his kidnappings, is much worse than physical murder. Reaction to Herzog's kidnapping project was mixed. John Gutch, who had just survived the King David Hotel bombing, condemned it. It illustrates only too clearly the fact that Zionist Jews are not in the least interested in the happiness and comfort of Jews. A Jew who seeks to find a home and happiness elsewhere is regarded as a renegade from the Zionist cause. Such bigotry and callousness are difficult for us to appreciate. Trafford Smith of the Colonial Office was typical of those who defended Herzog. He argued that it is understandable that Jewish religious leaders should wish to keep as Jews the few children left to them. Even Smith, however, added that it is tragic in the extreme that the sufferings of these children should be still further prolonged in order to preserve them for Jewry. The problem with defenses such as Smith's is that, as history repeatedly demonstrated, the children were not being preserved for Jewry, but for Zionism. At the same time Herzog was rescuing Jewish orphans from their non-Jewish families, Zionist leaders were sabotaging Jewish adoptive homes for young Jewish survivors, for the single reason that those homes were not in Palestine. In August 1945, Jewish activists in Britain asked their government to allow 1,000 Jewish child survivors still without homes to emigrate to England. Among the organizers were those who had run the Kinder transport in 1938 that had saved the lives of many Jewish children. Britain agreed, and the first 300 children were flown to England, where they were received by members of Jewish youth movements, teachers, and nurses knowledgeable about refugee issues. They were united with their adoptive Jewish families and received excellent attention from the local Jewish community, enjoying frequent visits by community leaders and rabbis. But when word of the transport reached Zionist leaders, they stopped it. The remaining 700 child survivors were left to remain in the orphanages, on display to garner world pity for opening the gates to Palestine until they could be shipped there as facts on the ground. Even as doctors reported the desperate condition of the camps, and the shortage of food, heat, and medical attention, Ben-Gurion sanctioned the use of force to stop the evacuations to Jewish homes in Britain. A similar rescue program was sabotaged in France. 246. The actual driving force was not saving Jewish children from a Christian home much worse than physical murder, as Rabbi Herzog explained it, but gathering ethnically correct settlers. 247. Some of the children were in their mid-teens and, fully understanding what was happening, wrote letters to the Zionist leaders who had taken control of their lives. The teenagers explained that they had lost any hope that their parents were alive, that they had been offered new lives in England and the opportunity to study in London, and asked that they not be blocked from this new life but to no avail. As further insurance, some Jewish children were forbidden from seeking out family members who survived the war, for fear that ties in Europe might be re-established. The Jewish agency's Eliyahu Dobkin lamented the grave dispute caused by non-Zionist Jews over the exodus of the children. 248. The Roosevelt Refugee Program vs. the Zionist Pet Thesis. What might have been the most important resettlement program of the entire post-war period was stopped by Zionist leaders in the United States. When President Roosevelt proposed his plan for the easy migration of the 500,000 beaten people of Europe to his friend Morris Ernst, co-founder of what would become the American Civil Liberties Union, he explained that if Britain would open her doors, he could get the U.S. to do the same. Ernst went to London on Roosevelt's behalf in February of 1944, when the second Blitz hit. The British accepted Roosevelt's proposal, agreeing to provide for 150,000 refugees if the U.S. would reciprocate. Roosevelt was excited. 150,000 to England, 150,000 to match that in the United States, pick up 200,000 or 300,000 elsewhere, and we can start with 500,000 of these oppressed people. 249. But the rescue program was dead within a week. The dominant vocal Jewish leadership of America won't stand for it, Roosevelt told Ernst, after making a sarcastic quip about Stephen Wise. Ernst, bewildered, began to lobby influential Zionist friends on behalf of freer immigration, but facing an often fanatically emotional vested interest in putting over the Palestinian movement, he was thrown out of parlors and accused of treason. Ernst. Jewish leaders decried, sneered and then attacked me as if I were a traitor. I was openly accused of furthering this plan of freer immigration in order to undermine political Zionism. 250. In the end, 500,000 European refugees were denied the option of new homes in modern, safe countries because of what Ernst called the Zionists' pet thesis that Jews must be blocked from going anywhere other than Palestine. January 1946. When an explosion on New Year's Day of 1946 brought the police to 84 Dizengoff Street in Tel Aviv, it proved to be an accidental blast from Lehigh explosives, exposing their hideout in the cellar of the building. There the British found a small arsenal that included revolvers, grenades, bombs, a very considerable quantity of chemicals and laboratory equipment, army, police, and RAF uniforms. More interesting were the documents found there. Some suggested imminent targets, a plan and photographs of the court in Jerusalem, of the Jerusalem railway station, and the government printing press. Other papers showed that Lehigh nurtured contacts with police, government officials, and watchmen, while agents were sought among soldiers, seamen, technical specialists, radio and telephone operators, and factory owners. Lehigh activities outside Palestine were pursued through foreign Jews and agents sent abroad. Training and meetings took place at synagogues, schools, stores, flats, factories, workshops, offices, orange groves, and packing sheds. Lehigh assassinated the officer who filed the report. 251. The Yeshuv's recruiting center made a New Year's announcement repeating calls for all girls and boys born in 1928 to report. 500 new recruits had joined this Jewish brigade group the previous month, and another 200 to 300 would be added shortly. The main Jewish brigade was the subject of news from Europe. It was believed not unconnected with the recent seizure of 40 tons of arms in the S of France. The brigade was increasingly a problem in Palestine as well. The evidence is clear. British Commander-in-Chief Sir Bernard Paget reported that Jewish soldiers in the British forces were a menace to security to the extent of murdering fellow soldiers and police, confirming Y-32's warnings. Since there was no way to distinguish Zionist plants from Jewish soldiers, Paget pushed to have all Jews released from service as early as possible. 252. On the second day of 1946, pamphlet bombs exploded in Tel Aviv and Haifa announcing that the attacks 6 days earlier, December 27, had been a joint Irgun Lehi operation. But the militias were running short of cash, and so January 12 was devoted to fundraising. At 10:10 that morning, the Irgun aided, according to Circus, by the PAL match blew up the Haifa-Jerusalem passenger train as it passed about 2 miles north of Hadera, the blasts overturning engines, coaches, and the majority of the wagons. As the crippled train reeled to a halt, fire was opened at the train from both sides by party of some 70 Jews, including women, armed with rifles and Tommy guns. The militants had learned that the train carried £35,000 in railroad staff salaries, and the train's guards, even after extricating themselves from the wreckage, could not prevent the robbery by such a large armed mob. The attackers used pepper to obscure the scent of their escape, causing investigators to lose the trail halfway between the station and Hadera. Meanwhile in Jaffa, the Irgun's armed robbery of the Arab gold exchange of £6,000 brought its one-day bounty to £41,000.253. At about 8 p.m. on January 19, an employee at the Jerusalem Electric Corp called the power station to report that the padlock and chain to the sub-power station in Musrara quarter had been cut through. Shortly he was held up by an armed Jew who ordered him to leave the premises, whereupon the plant was bombed by 5 Jews. Next, radios went dead as the Palestine broadcasting service was knocked out by 4 explosions, and other parties of armed Jews, including girls, were taking up positions in St. Paul's Road, Queen Melisand's Way and adjoining small streets, 3 or 4 Jews lying in the road manning a brand gun. About 8 girls were crouching against a wall. The Jews were wearing battle dress and steel helmets, some of the girls blue shirts and khaki shorts. 254. After the brand gun party opened fire on a military patrol, a confused period followed with explosions from grenades, incendiary bottles, and mines, the collective shrapnel causing injuries far from the blasts. Roaming militants shot the deputy superintendent of police in both legs on St. Paul's Road. One leg had to be amputated. 2 groups of assailants, one about 15 strong, the other about 8, slipped in and out of alleys. At about 9:30 p.m. the assistant superintendent of police attempted to neutralize one of the mines, but it was booby-trapped. The explosion killed him and injured another. Upon the arrival of the military, the roaming gang members turned to sniper fire from streets and rooftops. They shot dead a student at the Middle East Center of Arab Studies, and hijacked a taxi by shooting the driver in the head. The Irgun and Lehi jointly claimed responsibility for the Evening of Terror. 255. British anxiety over their inability to distinguish Zionist plants among Jewish personnel took another turn for the worse when the Givat Olga Coast Guard station blew up on the night of January 20 to 21. The police were baffled, because there had been no attack. The structure just seemed to blow up of its own accord. They discovered that the workmen who had rebuilt the structure after it was bombed 2 months earlier were PAL match plants, and had simply embedded the new bomb into the reconstruction. As recorded by Cunningham, the explosives were planted in the building with the assistance of Jewish workmen engaged in repairing the damage caused in the previous attack by armed Jews. The new blast demolished the tower and injured 17 people, at least one of whom died of his wounds. The radar station at Mount Carmel was also attacked that day, but, in the Haganah's words, the activity failed. The members were not taken out. Firing caps used in the failed Haifa bombing were of local manufacture and defective, the British found, and a rare event the booby trap on the device had been defeated. Haganah Commander Sna sent a letter to British headquarters congratulating the bomb expert who had outwitted the device's tamper-proofing. January closed with an odd success and an odd failure. On January 25, 20 armed Jews stole 6,000 pounds of an unusual bartering commodity, yarn. But 3 days later, 17 Irgun members were defeated by an unexpected enemy, mud. In what must have served as fodder for British jokes over beer that night, the militants commandeered 40 machine guns and more than 500 Sten guns in a raid on the RAF base in Akir, but then their stolen truck sank in newly plowed ground during the retreat and had to be abandoned. They escaped by Jeep. 256. The trio of militias remained active in February. The Irgun raided the RAF base in Tel Aviv on the 3rd and the Haganah attacked the Safed police station and its sentry on the 5th. Lehi hit the military camp at Agrobank on the 6th, murdering 3 civilians and 2 servicemen, including a doctor, and wounding several. As was their habit, the militants mined the approach road to blow up anyone coming to the victims' aid. February 1946. Some of the arms stolen by Lehi were used by the Irgun in an attack on a railway workshop in Haifa on the evening of June 17, testifying to the current cooperation between the gangs. Indeed, in its newsletter Herod, the Irgun praised this glorious week of Hebron's 1929 anti-Jewish riot, but whom the gangs had since accused of cruelty in his treatment of Jewish terror suspects. As in preparation for an attack on the village's police station, but the station had a backup generator and the attack failed. 40 to 50,000 settlers and Jewish agency officials turned out in Tel Aviv on the 24th to honor 4 Palmach militants killed in attacks a few days earlier. Among the crowd were several high Jewish agency officials, including Ben-Gurion himself, who did not normally care to associate themselves publicly with terrorist activities. The dead were buried as national heroes. 259. It is the extremist tail that wags the dog, as the High Commissioner put it. The Jewish Agency, through its constant propaganda, have so inflamed Jewish young men and women that terrorist organizations have received a fillip both in recruits and sympathy. In a situation to be mirrored by the future Israeli state, the agency created such hysteria among the settlements that it forfeited even the option of moderating terrorism, instead being forced to greater lengths of extremism by its own hyperbole. 260. American refugees given DP permits. In the United States in the last week of February, Zionist organizations announced an extraordinary initiative. They would recruit young American Jews as emigrants to Palestine, using the available British permits intended for European Jewish DPS. Healthy Americans made better colonizers than the downtrodden survivors of the war. TIE Project had the full support of the Zionist Organization of America and leaders such as Abba Silver. Thus every American Jew sent to be a settler in Palestine deprived a European Jewish DP of that opportunity, an opportunity that the same organizations claimed to be the DP's only hope of survival. Some of the U.S. citizens using the DPS permits would soon bomb the Empire Lifeguard. 261. About 50 Irgun members dressed in battle dress or as Arabs attacked 3 RAF airfields on February 25, Lydda, Petah Tikva, and Kastina. British records say that 16 aircraft were destroyed and 5 damaged beyond repair, but the Irgun dismissed these figures, claiming that it destroyed fully 25 4-engine heavy bombers and a number of fighter planes. One of the leaders of the attack, Dov Cohen, was in the British commandos. Palestinian fears that the Jewish agency's hiking parties were surveillance missions to prepare for their ethnic cleansing were substantiated 2 days later, after the British repelled an assault on the Arab Legion camp at Jebel Canaan. They traced the attackers to Beria settlement, where aside from the expected stockpile of weapons and explosives, they found a cache of documents that were full details of Arab villages, giving the population, water supply and the number of stock carried, notes about reservoirs, water wells, bridges, police stations, telegraph poles, the height of fences, topographical information, numerous sketches and maps, and a diary of hiking trips. The diary covered the period of March 4 through April 19 of the previous year, during which 11 of these reconnaissance hikes were conducted by this one settlement. The teams averaged 5 members selected from a pool of 9. Other papers detailed the security and secrecy measures of this group, which described itself as an integral part of the Aleph, and Irgun Haganah Alliance. 262. March-April 1946. The first major attack of March vindicated the military's warnings that they had trained the Jewish brigade only to return to Palestine as conquerors. At Sarafand military camp on March 6, ex-Jewish brigade soldiers who were located inside the camp facilitated the entry of 14 Irgun disguised as airborne troops. They seriously wounded a female welfare worker as they took captives. 2 days later, a Jewish corporal was part of an Irgun operation transporting a cache of gelignite, demolition charges, detonators, automatics, stens, and suits of battle dress. Attacks on 2 bridges and a transformer planned for March 25 were foiled, though road mines and road blocks had already been set to delay emergency vehicles' access. Routine harassment continued after midnight by 4 Jews disguised as Arabs on the seashore at Batyen, south of Jaffa. Sakrir station was bombed on the 27th.263. A brief, relative lull in the sabotage was observed when the Anglo-American Committee arrived, but widespread sabotage again crippled the railway infrastructure on April 2. Blockhouses and bridges between Yibna and Arab Shukarir were attacked. The line was demolished. Rail car from Palestine pamphlet terrorist methods with mines and booby traps. Headquarters, Chief Engineer, Palestine and Transjordan. December, 1946. Bombed on either side of the Yibna railway station, and bridges there and at Arab Shukarir were seriously damaged. Tracks leading to the station were mined, local telephone lines cut, policemen injured, patrols blown up, the Na Amman bridge near Acre demolished, and the railway stations at Yavne and Ashdod hit. Trains were attacked and burnt out by Jews, injuring 5 people, 1 seriously, and railway lines were cut in several places near Mishmar Hayam colony. At Nam bridge south of Acre, Jews dressed as Arabs held up a police guard while about 20 armed Jews blew up the bridge. Just after 10 o'clock that night, the militants attacked the Isdud railway station between Majdal and Yibna, murdering a policeman and bombing a railway engine. Further attacks were thwarted on April 3 when the British tracked some 30 armed Jews south of Bat Yam at about 8:30 in the morning, some disguised as Arabs, and 3 hours later another group of about 30 was discovered by air reconnaissance. Among the weapons they carried were Bren, Sten, and Tommy guns, and 48 locally manufactured grenades. The Haganah attacked the Haifa train on April 5 and stole 6,000 rounds of cannon shell. 264. Just after midday on April 13, 6 men in the uniform of the Jewish Brigade, using WD vehicle, robbed the Army Convalescent Depot at Nathanya. About 40 minutes later, between 10 and 15 armed Jews disguised as Italian collaborators attacked the Army Leave camp in Nathanya. All were Irgun. To make good their escape, they bombed the bridge between Nathanya and Kfar Vitkin on their exit, the blast injuring the crew of a police car. One of the attackers was apprehended near the bridge with an anti-personnel bomb. 26s. When a British sergeant in battle dress appeared at the Ramat Gab police station on April 23, he had important news to report: Arabs had been caught stealing from the nearby military establishment. British soldiers then appeared at the police station with the Arab prisoners. Once inside, the collective sergeant, soldiers, and Arabs proved to be an Irgun Trojan horse. They quickly seized the building, but as they did the wireless operator slipped into the wireless room and bolted the door. The attackers blew it open, but too late. The distress message had already been understood. Military and police reinforcements soon approached, but in their escape the attackers murdered a Palestinian TAC, wounded 2 other constables, and made off with an assortment of weapons and 7,000 rounds of ammunition. Simultaneously, the Irgun attacked the Tel Aviv railway station. 4 bombs exploded and rocked the waiting room, but one Jewish terrorist was injured while igniting bombs and captured 266. At about 8:45 on the night of April 25, airgun operatives threw an anti-personnel bomb into the Airborne Division's car park in Tel Aviv. As it exploded, a group of 20-30 armed Jews in civilian clothes murdered anyone they saw under cover by heavy fire from accomplices in adjoining houses. After killing the sentry, they entered the park, shone torches on the occupants asleep in the tents and killed them out of hand, and finished by killing 2 more people in the car park. 2 signals from militants planted in nearby houses appear to have been confirmation of success and the order to withdraw, a bugle sounding twice, and a light flashing on and off 3 times in an upper window. As had long been the airgun's standard practice, it had mined all approaches, which seriously hampered the bringing of medical assistance to the casualties. Airgun notices posted in the morning read, "With their aims achieved, our people withdrew with their arms and booty. All our fighters returned to base safety." Fatal casualties were inflicted on the enemy. For the British, it was a premeditated and vicious attack obviously designed to cause the maximum casualties. Sniper fire and vehicle bombings continued. 267. British nerves were rattled by a near disaster on May Day of 1946 when explosives were discovered on the HMS Chevron, rigged to blow up by the ship's magazine. The ship was carrying 13 Jewish naval ratings from Alexandria to Haifa for discharge, a telegram from Cunningham read, and when they were found on shore, one had a detonator sewn into his clothing, and others had explosives similarly concealed. 268. May 1946. Seemingly meaningless attacks against civilians were, the British surmised, youthful recruits getting hands-on practice. On May 14, 10 armed settlers held up a cafe in Petah Tikva to steal a jeep, but being unable to start it, they set it ablaze, while 4 others stole a jeep in nearby Tel Aviv by shooting the driver in the leg. The pros were back the next day, stealing 100,000 small arms ammunition from a special RAF train en route from Acre to Wadi Sarar. An armed bank robbery in Nablus on May 20 was, the British suspected, the work of the airgun, and airgun records confirm this. Mortar fire targeted a police post in Nathanya 2 days later. 269. Malkut, Israel. On June 6, Lehi militants freed an imprisoned colleague as he was being escorted to a clinic for medical attention, wounding 2 people. The patient was no ordinary Lehi operative, but Israel Eldad, a key assassin who in 2 years would be party to the murder of Count Bernadotte. Today, an Israeli settlement near Herodion in the West Bank is named in Eldad's honor. June 1946. As was likely typical among Lehi then, and indeed the more fundamentalist settlers today, Eldad's goal was not the Israeli state, but a kingdom of Israel born of biblical mythology. He saw the Israeli state as the bridgehead of Malkut Israel, the re-establishment of the biblical realm itself in all its perceived ancient splendor. He set out 3 requirements to achieve this: population, the return to Eretz Israel of the entire Jewish people, either of its own free will or under external duress, by reason of race and blood; land, the boundaries set out in the divine promise, from the Euphrates to the Nile; characteristics, a revival of the principles of faith and prophecy. June 10 brought a trio of coordinated attacks on passenger trains. In all 3, armed Jews, disguised as Arabs, distributed along the train with about 1 or 2 in each coach. About 6:30 that Monday evening, a train coming from Jerusalem to Jaffa was stopped at a predetermined spot, about 3.8 kilometers from the Tel Aviv station, by one of the passengers pulling the communication cord. In coordination, 30 armed Jews, 25 men and 5 women, converged on the train, forced everyone off, and blew it up, completely gutting 5 coaches and wounding attack. Roughly simultaneous with that attack, a girl planted for the purpose pulled the communication cord on a train bound for Jerusalem from Lydda as militants on the line waved a red flag for the train to stop. About 15 more met the scene by truck, drenched the 5 coaches in petrol and set them ablaze, completely destroying them. An hour after these 2 attacks began, roughly 7:30, A train traveling between Lydda and Haifa was also stopped by a passenger pulling the communication cord. One passenger described the attacking party as consisting of 4 men and 4 girls, all below the age of 25, the girls approximate 16 years. One of them pulled an explosive charge out of a luncheon basket and detonated it in the locomotive, but the militants then left, probably unnerved by the more exposed location and fear that word of the first 2 bombings had already spread. 270. When early the next morning a Palestinian railway employee discovered an explosive charge of about 50 to 60 pounds on the line southwest of Lydda, he followed the device's electric cable to a nearby orange grove, surprising its 3 authors, Irgun, or stern militants dressed as Arabs. The bomb would have blown up the night train from Kantara, which was due to pass the spot a half-hour later. More explosives rigged on the main line near Hadera went undetected and exploded, severing the track. In Tel Aviv, an explosion led to the discovery of 64 homemade bombs at 57 Mizrahi BST, most primed and packed in cases. The district officer in Haifa was seriously injured in an assassination attempt 2 days later, and a bomb thrown into Café Central in the Arab market area that evening left 2 casualties. 271. The British received a report of a meeting of the Haganah in which the socialist group Hashomer Hatzair demanded to be consulted before any Haganah action, and to guarantee that it would not collaborate with the Irgun. When the reply was unsatisfactory on both issues, a member of Hashomer Hatzair rose and replied that a Nazi is a Nazi, be he a Jew or otherwise, and it is a false sentiment of the Jewish people to condemn Nazism and condone Jewish fascism. 272. Foreign Secretary Bevin laid bare his exasperation with the U.S. administration's continuing acquiescence to the Zionists in a speech he gave in Bournemouth on June 12. His speech had already abandoned all decor in advocating for a Palestinian and not a Jewish or Arab state, and for saying that a Jewish state may set you back for years, but the outrage against that was drowned out by the furor over his charge that American support for Zionism was largely fueled by anti-Semitism. Regarding the agitation in the United States, and particularly New York, for 100,000 Jews to be put into Palestine, I hope it will not be misunderstood in America if I say, with the purest of motives, that was because they did not want too many of them in New York. Bevin's remark elicited venomous indignation, with Senator Robert Wagner accusing him of anti-Semitism for his echo from Nazi dogma will not be excused or forgotten. The American Federation of Polish Jews called Bevin a disciple of Hitler. Bevin had however merely pulled the veil off what had long been an indispensable part of the Jewish Agency's strategy. A week after Bevin's speech, on June 19, Shertok repeated assurances to the Jewish Agency executive that the Americans could be relied on to support a Zionist state because of the American fear of Jews opening the gates of New York. 273. A night of blitzed bridges. Paralyzing attacks hit roads and rail bridges at or near the Palestine frontiers during the night of June 16. Among the worst hit was the Yarmouk Bridge on the Hijaz Railway between El Ham and Samak, which was irreparable, with reconstruction estimated to take more than a year. As Cunningham reported it to Secretary of State for the Colonies G.H. Hall. It is composed of 3 spans, the center one being 50 meters in length passing over a deep gorge. The tops of the 2 pillars supporting the girders were blown up in such a way that the center span collapsed completely to the bottom of the gorge. The same night, the railway bridge at Azizab, north of Acre, was blown up by a large party of Jews, but one powerful charge apparently ignited prematurely. As remains of the bodies of 6 dead Jews were found near railway bridge, it appears that one charge blew up whilst it was being placed in position. 6 haversacks filled with gelignite were discovered on a road bridge nearby. The main bridge at Wadi Gaza was also hit, but being of ferroconcrete construction it did not collapse and was thought to be reparable. Nearby Bedouin were attacked by the saboteurs. 274. Road bridges fared no better. The Allenby Bridge was blown up after a determined attack lasting about 40 minutes by a party of some 20 armed Jews, and the nearby Frontier Control Building was bombed. The pier on the Palestinian side of the Jordan was destroyed, and as a result of the demolition of the pier, The Palestinian end of the bridge's center span, weighing approximately 200 tons, is now resting on the river bank. Police dogs trailed the Allenby Bridge attackers to Kibbutz HIJACKED Jewish settlement. They were met by men and women lying down on the ground with legs arms interlocked as women attacked the soldiers with sticks. Bombs sent the Palestinian end of the bridge at Jisr Sheikh Hussein collapsing into the river, destroying the entire structure. The bridge at Jisr Sheikh Hussein was completely destroyed by a bomb that left the Palestinian end in the Jordan. At Jisr Banat Yaqub, the bridge on Damascus Road crumbled into the river, so badly twisted and bent from a bomb that it must be regarded as a total wreck. When a bomb was discovered on the bridge at Jisr Damiya near Jiftli, a specialist from the Royal Engineers attempted to save the structure. The device exploded as he struggled to disarm it, killing him and wrecking the bridge as intended. The nocturnal blitz continued with the bombings of the bridge and culvert on the road north of Meidala, and the road bridge at Wadi Gaza. To hamper relief efforts, the militants accompanied their night of region-wide destruction with a series of diversionary bombings. This blitz bore all the hallmarks of the Irgun or an Irgun-Lehi collaboration, but it proved to be the handiwork of the Jewish agency's Haganah, which had yet more planned for the next evening. 275. A good evening to miss a concert. Two journalists sympathetic to the Jewish agency, one named Simon who worked for United Press, and Eric Gottgetrew of Associated Press, had tickets to attend a concert by the Palestine Orchestra on the night of June 17. Neither went. When the day came, someone at the agency suggested to both that it was a good evening to stay home. At about 9:30, as the concert progressed without them, about 30 militants used grenades and automatic fire to break into the Palestine Railways workshops at Haifa Bay and set bombs. After several loud explosions, searchlights from Mount Carmel went into action and night planes were sent out to investigate. Explosions continued till late night and the fires raged until sunrise. Vital railway machinery was destroyed, crippling railway maintenance and thus making subsequent terror attacks on the railways all the more serious. The approach to the workshop had been mined to target first responders, and so the Haifa municipal fire engine that rushed to the scene was blown up, leaving several firemen injured in the wrecked vehicle. Obviously, the Jewish agency knew in advance that it was a good night for two journalists to stay home. A document found with Shertok 12 days later contained a dismissive of statement about victims, reminiscent of SNA's illegal immigrants' comment at the athlete clearance camp incident the previous October. Among the killed and wounded in the events at the railway workshops was an appreciable number of new immigrants who did not even know Hebrew properly. Further incidents of sniper, grenade attacks, and bombings dotted the evening of the railway workshop bombing. The next day, the Haganah extolled the attacks, boasting on Koi Israel that the government was no longer in control in any part of Palestine. The militias wreaked havoc even in the purely Arab parts of the country and fully to the borders. 276. That afternoon at 1:20, 12 Jews armed with Tommy guns drove up in 4 taxis and 2 light trucks to the officers' club in Tel Aviv's Hotel Hayarkin. After cutting the telephone lines and suspending traffic, they went round the dining room inspecting shoulder tabs and seized 5 senior officers. 2 who attempted to resist were struck on the head with lead piping. Elsewhere at about 3:15, armed Jews drove up in a taxi and tried to abduct 2 more officers, but settled for shooting them in the legs when they successfully resisted. An 8th officer was abducted in Jerusalem. He managed to slip his bonds and escape from the house on Moshe Street where he was being held. When word of the kidnappings reached London, military officials argued that talks with the Jewish agency about raising the immigration quota should be suspended pending their release, but government officials, in deference to the United States, refused. The saga ended on July 4 when the 3 remaining kidnapped men were chloroformed, put in a coffin-esque wooden box, and dumped on the corner of Shtetl and Rothschild Street in front of hundreds of passers-by, none of whom, the British complained, apparently considered the occasion worthy of note, and no information was obtained from them. In the evening of the day of the kidnappings, a train driver came across red flags on the tracks near Kafar Jindis, 2 miles north of Lydda. but the driver was savvy to this airgun ruse. He kept going as a bomb blew up under the train and airgun fighters fired on it from the sides. 277. Sherritt exuded confidence when he addressed an extraordinary session of the Jewish Agency Executive the next day. Their political influence in the U.S., he assured the members, will suffice to compel the president to act energetically and quickly for the Zionists, and the U.S. knows that the threats of the Arabs are worthless and that their military potential is nil. We shall exploit to the maximum the American pressure on the British government, emphasizing the US pre-election period and Great Britain's dependence on the U.S.A for its post-war loan. Sherritt continued to speak of Europe's Jewish DPS as agency property. They must be permitted no future other than Palestine. 278. Another diamond heist on June 26 by some 30 to 40 Jews, most 20 to 21 years of age, raised speculation that these robberies were sometimes pulled off as insurance scams in collusion with the owners. 279. The British, meanwhile, had new indications of the agency's surveillance abilities. They intercepted a letter, dated June 27, from the Jewish Agency in Washington to Eliezer Kaplan in London, containing details of a private meeting of the Anglo-American Committee 3 days earlier. 280. Training in Europe. Both the Irgun and Lehi were active in Italy, which had become a final way station for the refugees' presumed destiny in Palestine. Training kibbutzim and training camps supplemented the UNRWA camps, and America's Joint Distribution Committee made Hebrew the official language of the schools it established and of the refugee camps' weekly newspaper. 281. A weekly periodical, La Risposta, began publishing in Florence under the Irgun emblem, advocating terror and the establishment of a Jewish government outside of Palestine. The editor, Corrado Tedeschi, had worked for the psychological warfare branch and published a translation of a violent Irgun pamphlet that originated in the U.S. On June 22, the English-language Rome Daily American carried an interview with a Lehi member who threatened the British ambassador in Italy and various other government officials with assassination when their activities became inconvenient to the Jewish cause, and described in highly colored detail the training given in Rome to Jewish terrorists. 282. Irgun recruitment in Austria was accelerating with what the British described as the terror gang's considerable activity among Jewish DPS. Polyglot Irgun leaflets encouraged Jewish youth to join the crusade for a great and independent Palestine. In Salzburg, Parsha DP camp was now named New Palestine and organized into Zionist nationalist associations. As reported in the intelligence summary Mitrupsi, those in the Bajstein contain a core of fanatical Palestinian nationalists who are organized into units of the Irgun Zivei Lumi. These Jewish fanatics are a constant security problem. 283. At Pocking, in the U.S. zone of Germany, a similar but smaller group of about 250 members carried out regular drills with the objective of reaching Palestine by any means necessary. The streets of Prague were plastered with Irgun posters enlisting support for the Jewish struggle in Palestine, concluding with "Glory to Russia, America, and Czechoslovakia," the last of these a major arms conduit for the coming Israeli state. 284. Operation Agatha. Telephone lines throughout much of Palestine went dead at 3:45 on the morning of June 29. A massive blitz to nip terrorism, codenamed Operation Agatha, had begun. The British considered Agatha a declaration of war against the Jewish extremist elements, and extraordinary efforts had been made to keep it secret. U.S. President Truman was notified only 7 hours before it began, a timing that would marginally satisfy diplomacy while ensuring that the message does not arrive in the White House until it is too late for leakage to be of any consequence. But despite the extreme precautions, a large degree of surprise has been lost due to a leakage through military channels of part of the original plan. That leakage included the blacklist of names of those to be detained, which, to the Brits' palpable unease, was reproduced and plastered all over the walls of Tel Aviv. Should the document find its way to America, the British worried, it might have the most unfortunate results for us. 285. Moshe Sna, for one, had been tipped off and slipped away, and when British soldiers seized the Jewish agency offices, it was apparent that a number of documents had recently been removed from safes. Nonetheless, the documents still there made clear that the agency ran an elaborate espionage organization and that the Jewish agency offices were the center of a vast organization for the theft of top-secret diplomatic, military and police documents, including police personnel and weekly intelligence summaries. 6 secret reports from British intelligence organizations were found, as well as a note to Ben-Gurion that read, attached here with a report from American intelligence. It is interesting because it reveals the opinion of the State Department. Jewish agency possession of these U.S. documents likely explains why the agency's U.S. representative, Stephen Wise, had begun pressuring Truman to dissociate U.S. policy from his own State Department, which the U.S. president did, dismissing the rumors that Wise raised, and loyally and wholeheartedly assuring him about his support for Jewish immigration into Palestine. 286. Officially, Agatha did not specifically include a search for arms, any such search being purely incidental. Whether this was indeed the case, or whether it was to protect informants and minimize the risk that targeted settlements would get advance warning, one settlement, Meshech Yagur, was searched. 3 major and about 30 smaller caches were uncovered, despite the elaborate methods devised to conceal them. Of the major cache, the ventilator shaft of the storeroom was identical with the central prop of the children's seesaw. Entrance into one of these stores was effected after a paving stone with a small trolley beneath it had first been lowered by a worm and wheel and then pushed aside along a ramp. The smaller caches were skillfully hidden as well, their entrances being disguised beneath paving stones or rubbish or behind sliding panels in rooms. 2 were found in the cowshed, 1 in the nursery and several built into the masonry of culverts. The weaponry found were most diverse in type, varying from German 80mm mortars to Polish detonators, and grenades concealed in beer cans. Much was from Britain and the US, and many were of unknown origin, lacking any of the usual identifying markers, apparently made in Palestine or by private contract in some other country by makers anxious to hide their identity. Some probably found their way to Palestine via the many thefts by Zionist gangs from U.S. arms supplies in Europe. It was known, for example, that ex-Jewish brigade personnel had concealed huge quantities of war materials in hut partitions and elsewhere in a shipment from a U.S. Army camp to Palestine. 287. The Haganah suspected that the discovery of arms in Meshech Yagur was not luck, and suspicion turned to 2 Jews, named Freund and Papanek. Papanek was a Czech who had lived in Yagur settlement before the war, and then returned to fight in the Czechoslovak army, despite pressure from the Jewish agency not to do so. After being discharged he moved to Haifa, where he shared a residence with Freund. Papanek was visiting friends in Yagur when the British raided the settlement, and the timing led the Haganah to believe that he had tipped them off. On July 3, Haganah operatives chloroformed and abducted them both, then chloroformed and moved them again the next day. Freund was released a week later, but Papanek was tortured, beaten, and burned on various parts of his body, including his penis, in order to elicit his confession. He was found guilty of high treason by the Haganah Tribunal, the High Court of the Underground Movement, and sentenced to death. July 1946. His luck changed suddenly, en route to his execution. His captors came to a military checkpoint and had to hide him, at which he escaped. The British safely repatriated him to Czechoslovakia, while COI Israel announced that a Jewish People's Court had banished him. 288. Zionism, terrorism, and the purity of Jewish blood. Increasing normalization of terror as a means, combined with the belief in Jews in racial terms and the determination to preserve its purity for the coming Jewish state, crystallized into a new terror organization, Etzrei HaMagifa. Meaning the stoppers of the epidemic, it fought against the epidemic of friendships between Jews and non-Jews, the ultimate fear being that such a friendship might produce a child. Its vigilantes disfigured a disobedient Jewish girl with acid, leaving her blind in one eye. The same word epidemic is now invoked by the Israeli state's vigilante groups, such as Fire for Judaism and Love of Youth, that patrol Israel and the settlements to catch, and stop, mixed dating. 289. The King David Hotel. The terror gangs reacted to Agatha with a spectacular sneer at British impotence. The British were still assessing the results when on July 22 the Irgun, under the helm of future Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin, blew up a wing of Jerusalem's King David Hotel. Executed with the approval and cooperation of the Haganah, the attack was timed for when the maximum number of people were in the building, as a British report gloomily observed. It was mass murder, wrote Cunningham, obliterating a complete cross-section of the public service. The 91 dead included 41 Palestinians, 28 British, 17 Jews, 2 Armenians, 1 Russian and 1 Egyptian. 69 people were injured. British records describe how Irgun operatives disguised as Arabs entered the hotel and removed the reception clerk as other Irgun Arabs rounded up the remaining hotel employees in the basement. Milk cans filled with 500 pounds of high explosives were delivered to the hotel basement through the passage to La Regence restaurant and placed directly under the cafe, timed to explode at about noon, the lunch hour. Security became aware of the intruders but, according to the British War Office, other Irgun Arabs then launched a diversionary bombing between the hotel and the YMCA and then fled in a saloon car. An Irgun communique later called this a warning bomb. The Haganah immediately acted to protect the bombers. As recorded in written orders seized by the British that had been in the possession of SNA, at 11 o'clock that night it issued a general order that included: if the army comes to your settlement looking for the bombers, the Mukhtar will express disapproval of the bombing and declare that no terrorists are there. If the army searches, there must be no cooperation with the searchers. If the army nonetheless discovers an arms cache in a settlement, wait until the army has left and is at least a kilometer from the settlement, and then attack it. Suspects must not sleep in their usual dwellings. The special detachment men will be given false names. However improbable, according to what the British called a reliable report, representatives of the Irgun, Lehi, and Haganah had met the day before the King David bombing, July 21, in the Steroid Chen area of Tel Aviv, to plan the bombing and decide who would carry it out. Menachem Begin, Nathan Yellen-Moore, Moshe Sna, and Itzhak Ishshadeh were present. At this meeting, lots were cast as to which of the three organizations should fall the task of bombing the hotel. TNA, KV2 2251, penciled 25A. The day after this iconic terror attack of the Mandate period, youths plastered all walls and shops in Tel Aviv with broadsides extolling the bombing. Of the Hebrew press, only the Hashomer Hazair published an unqualified condemnation of the bombing. An intercepted message from a leading member of the Haganah stated that there would be a civil war among Jews if they were to oppose the terror. A week later, an informant alleged that SNA knew about the attack in advance, but that the Jewish resistance movement as a whole were authorized to disclaim responsibility. 290. Following international condemnation, the Irgun defended the bombing by claiming that it had made phone calls to the hotel giving warning to evacuate. This is a diversion. No one, beginning with the operators receiving such calls, would simply wait inside the building if they knew they were about to be blown up. The onus cannot be put on the victims to have known that these particular claims were credible. The author interviewed a survivor of the blast who was in the building delivering papers to the British offices during the time the warnings calls were allegedly being made, who was friendly with one of the telephone operators, and who was inside until the end, reaching the exit as it exploded. He had heard of no such calls. The British, to be sure, were keenly aware of the hotel's value as a political target. Security precautions at the building, according to a document dated exactly 7 months before the bombing, are all that can be taken without declaring open war and going into a state of siege. 291. The King David bombing endures as the iconic terror attack of the Mandate years, and history books falsely cite it as the most deadly. The 1940 bombing of the Patria was 3 times deadlier, killing about 267 people, and the two atrocities are identical in the claim that only infrastructure, not people, were the targets. Of the attacks in which the killing was the acknowledged purpose, at least one of the Irgun's bombing of Palestinian markets killed more, and the Zionist army's coming slaughter of villages such as Deir Yassin still during the mandate would also kill more people than the King David attack. Why, then, the status of the King David attack as the defining image of pre-state terror? The answer would seem to lie in the adaptability of this bombing to the Zionist narrative. Unlike the more deadly terror attacks, the building itself can be explained as a military target, since it housed the seat of the British colonial administration. 292. We will continue to go our way, the voice of fighting Zion announced after the King David bombing, the way of sufferings, the path of war. The Hebrew Daily, Dav-Ar, stated that not only would the attack not alter the political struggle of Zionism, but this struggle for the secret plans of Zionism will be even more terrible and bitter. In its newsletter Herod, the Irgun referred to their terror campaign as the Third World War. For the Palestinians, the bombing reaffirmed the fear that the government could not protect Arab lives and property from Jewish terrorists. In comic irony, Brig. Iltid Clayton joked that the way Zionists are extolling terrorism, we might one day even see Menachem Begin head the Zionist organization, scarcely imagining that Begin would become prime minister of the Israeli state. Will nothing, this veteran of both world wars wrote, ever convince people at home that in dealing with political Zionism we are dealing with something based on sentiment, on lust for power and I believe hatred for the West, and that it is fundamentally unjust. 293. The King David outrage prompted another massive anti-terror operation, this one codenamed Shark. On the morning of July 30, 20,000 troops, mainly from the 6th Airborne, cordoned off Tel Aviv and screened 100,000 residents with instructions to watch particularly for bogus women, bogus sick. Over the next 4 days, the operation led to the discovery of 5 arms caches. Tel Aviv's Great Synagogue, 110 Allenby Street, proved to be the hiding spot for a large weapons cache, counterfeiting equipment, and according to some reports, $1 million in counterfeit government bonds. Another large weapons cache was discovered behind a hollow wall in the washroom of a technical school. The Palestine Potash Company, which since 1929 had been extracting lucrative potash from the Dead Sea as Israeli companies do today in Palestine, was also discovered to be secretly doubling as an arms depot. But the Irgun boasted that Shark missed the big prize, Menachem Begin, who was actually screened by the British but slipped through with the help of false papers. In the aftermath of the King David bombing, the British decided to go public with 8 telegrams between Jerusalem and London that they had intercepted during the previous few months, supplemented with statements from Lehi's publication Hamas, the Irgun's Herod, the Haganah's Koi Israel radio broadcasts and an informant, as best as could be done without unduly risking his life. The telegrams proved the Jewish agency's collaboration with Irgun terror, indeed that Ben-Gurion himself wielded the baton on its podium. The Jewish agency and 241 policy regarding planned Irgun attacks were to be put into effect on receipt of instructions from Ben-Gurion in America. For the British, the intercepts provided irrefutable evidence of the complicity of the Jewish agency in terrorism, under the cover of their positions in the Jewish agency, have been for long engaged in directing, planning and organizing sabotage of all kinds throughout the country, and also in directing praised the terrorist acts of sabotage and murder in the highest terms, and have poured forth a stream of perverted propaganda of a standard imitated from Nazi Germany. It is further revealed that, under the direction of those high officials, the Haganah and Pal Match have assisted the Stern and the NMO. 294. Although the British continued to fear that taking stronger action against the terror would alienate the Americans, it was hoped that the evidence would help justify any future raids on. Asterisk 241 referred to the number of alleged terrorists held under emergency regulations. Jewish agency offices and settlements. It was first condensed into a typewritten white paper of evidence, and then published by the Colonial Office in July as a pamphlet entitled Palestine Statement of Information Relating to Acts of Violence. Nervous about the response, the British prepared responses to foreseen criticism. The evidence is flimsy. Why were Weizmann and Eliezer Kaplan, both implicated in the documents, not detained? Why action was not taken sooner, with evidence already in hand? Yet not even everyone in the House of Commons agreed on the interpretation of the evidence. Richard Crossman, a staunch Zionist who served on the Anglo-American Committee and who had even advised the Jewish Agency against anti-terror cooperation with the British, isolated chosen passages to argue the opposite. As for the Jewish Agency itself, a jumble of alleged telegrams is how it dismissed the revelations. 295. Other British members of the Anglo-American Committee proposed abolishing the Jewish Agency because of its direct involvement with terrorism. When word of this leaked out, Weizmann warned of the consequences with more apocalyptic theater. Abolishing the agency would mean the destruction of the Third Temple and the last hope of Jews throughout the world. 296. The Irgun, and to a lesser extent Lehi, continued to enlarge their ranks with defectors from the Haganah. 3 reasons for disaffection were cited: anger at the Haganah's betrayal of some Irgun agents to the British, anger at lax security that had allowed the British to seize documents and acquire a great deal of information on the organization, and disgust at agency denials of association with Haganah and all it has accomplished. The Irgun, meanwhile, was winning considerable clout, claiming for example that Britain's commuting of 2 terrorists' death sentences and other concessions were done with the sole purpose to calm American opposition against the American loan to Britain. To stem the exodus to its rivals, the Haganah promised stronger activity in the future. 297. August began with the bombing of rail tracks near Petah Tikva. The next morning, the people of Salzburg, Austria, woke up to a city plastered with posters in 10 languages encouraging young Jews to enlist in the Irgun and go to Palestine, what the British called the continuing deliberate and highly organized plan to force the creation of a Zionist state by exploiting the sufferings of unfortunate people. August 1946. Herded into overcrowded and unseaworthy ships, with insufficient food and in conditions of the utmost privation and squalor, they are brought across the Mediterranean inspired by a conviction, which has been instilled into them, that this is their only road to safety. 298. Instilling that conviction required maintaining the terror of a war that had never ended and whose only relief would be a Zionist state of biblical proportions. In London that month, the Jewish Struggle published a cartoon showing Prime Minister Attlee and Bevin gleefully destroy Jews' last hope of survival by symbolically taking a scissor to a map of Palestine and Transjordan. 299. When a Red Cross ambulance arrived at the government hospital in Jaffa on August 11, 5 hospital orderlies or so they were dressed emerged and asked for the ward where 2 injured Irgun members were recovering. The sentry became suspicious and called for reinforcements. A gun battle ensued, but the 5 impostors escaped in their stolen ambulance. A change in British policy on August 13 threw new fuel into the terrorists' fire. Until then, illegal immigrants were not denied landing in Palestine, but were held in the Athlit clearance camp until they could be released under the current quota of 1,500 per month. Since this policy presumed unlimited Zionist immigration, it was seen as prejudicial to a decision on the future of Palestine, and so the new policy required that above-quota immigrants be taken to DP facilities on Cyprus. Exceptions were made for the sick, children, and pregnant women. Among several incidents on August 16, Lehi bombed a Tel Aviv flour mill because its owner refused demands for contributions. On the 2/16, 3 Haganah swimmers placed bombs on the vessel Empire rival in Haifa harbor, blowing a hole in it 8 by 3 feet. At 2000 hours Palestine time on August 29, Britain announced the commutation of death sentences for 18 Lehi terrorists, following repeated intelligence warnings of a surge in terror and assassinations should the sentences be carried out. August also brought calls for a Jewish atomic fission facility in Palestine. 300. Sept 1946. Ben Hecht's pro-Zionist play A Flag is Born was launched by Peter Bergson in the United States in September. With a cast that included Marlon Brando and Paul Muni, the play raised money for the Irgun, whose terror it romanticized. In a brilliant stroke of marketing savvy and irony, Bergson wooed American progressives to his ethnic supremacist cause by refusing to perform in segregated venues. Hebrew University President Judah Magnus, who was in the US at the time, assailed the play's glorification of Jewish violence. In response, Hecht ridiculed Jews in fancy dress with frightened brains. Bevin, frustrated by the worsening situation, called for a London conference between Arab and Zionist leaders to discuss Palestine's future. Arab states agreed to attend, but Palestinian representatives did not. They maintained their right to self-determination and thus saw nothing to discuss. The Jewish Agency refused to attend because Britain would not accept its preconditions for attendance. Among those preconditions was global control over which Jews would be allowed to attend. When challenged on this point at a press interview, Golda Meir pursued non sequiturs and finished by stating that the Jewish Agency was the spokesman for Jewry. Other preconditions set by the agency appeared to Prime Minister Attlee to be an obvious maneuver to put the Arabs in the wrong and to avoid a position where the Jews would have to come out for partition, this reflecting a tactic used by Ben-Gurion in which partition would be exploited but never advocated. The Jewish Agency also insisted that Bevin share Britain's proposals in advance of the conference. Bevin refused. If, for instance, he wrote, it leaked out that we were willing to consider partition, the Jews, having got us to that point, would, I am certain, change their tactics and put pressure on the United States for the whole of Palestine. Thus, representatives of Arab states were the only attendees to this London conference. Palestinians boycotted it peacefully, Zionists boycotted it with fury. 301. This is our protest against the London conference, the Irgun scowled in a typewritten statement, taking its share of credit for a 3-day bombing blitz that began on September 8, a day of bomb outrages in Palestine, terrorism on eve of conference in London, as the Times headline read. After blowing up some bridges, the militants bombed a signal box near Haifa, wrecking the building and killing a Palestinian child nearby. Bombings of the railway system continued throughout the night. Communication lines between Palestine and Transjordan were blown up, a bomb at a railway bridge near Haifa exploded as attempts were made to remove another bomb, a level crossing near Haifa oil refineries was bombed, 3 oil pipelines were cut and oil set ablaze, the Lydda-Jerusalem railway line was bombed between Bitir and Jerusalem, and the main Haifa-Kantara line was destroyed in several places in a series of bombings. 6 explosions near Tarshiya incapacitated the Haifa-Beirut line, while more bombs discovered there and on the Lydda-Tel Aviv line were discovered and detonated, sparing lives but not the infrastructure they rigged. The British continually hunted for more bombs to avert further attacks. 302. Sergeant killed by Jews is how the Times headlined Lehi's assassination in Haifa on the morning of September 9 of Sergeant T.G. Martin in retaliation for his capture of Yitzhak Shamir of the terror gang's high command, despite the future two-time Israeli Prime Minister's attempt to camouflage himself as a bearded Orthodox rabbi. That evening, Jews dressed as soldiers drove in 2 taxis to the food control office. After killing the guard, they were engaged by the local Haifa security officer, Major Desmond Doran, who was on his balcony where he had been dining with his wife. The militants al-Lehi demolished Duran's house with a mine, burying the couple and at least one other person under the rubble. Doran survived briefly. The cornucopia of bombings continued, targeting communications, transportation, and anyone maintaining public order. Relief workers remained a particular target. An ambulance assisting the wounded was blown up north of Hadera. 303. When a jeep patrol sent to investigate explosions at Caesarea, Tulkarm, and Petah Tikva was halted by mines, it was a trap. A sergeant exited the vehicle to investigate and was shot dead. A series of incidents began 15 minutes later, bombs thrown at a jeep passing Ramat Hadar, numerous roads south of Rehovot mined, bombs on the railway between Lydda and Kafrjans, explosions on Petah Tikva Road, and attacks near Kfar Vitkin. A trolley carrying civilians near Rasln was bombed and blown off the tracks, and a railway was blown up in the Hadar Zikran Binyamin area. Civilian trains near Batir and near Kalkalia were targeted with bombs, as was a railway by a culvert near Rehoboth. The Greek monastery in the outskirts of Jerusalem was the site of more violence. In response, 8,000 British troops were sent to Tel Aviv and nearby Ramat Gan, but what Cunningham called the outrages by Jewish terrorists continued. Airgun boasts of its anti-conference terror occupied its September 11 broadcast of Voice of Fighting Zion, while Lehi used its bulletins to catalog its own contributions. The tallies followed the expected divisions of the two terror gangs' philosophies. The Airgun had carried out the bulk of the mass destruction, while Lehi had focused on narrower targets and assassinations. The Airgun hit the Ottoman banks in Jaffa and Tel Aviv on September 13, killing 2 people during a diversionary attack on Central Police Station in Jaffa. Arriving in jeeps at the main thoroughfare of Bustra Street in Jaffa, the militants threw petrol cans which hit pedestrians as they burst into flames. Simultaneously, another group attacked the police station at the other end of the street. A broadcast by KOI Israel announced that the attacks were a joint Irgun-Lehi undertaking, and in London the Jewish Struggle reported that the organizations had raided banks in various towns in Palestine and killed 4 Arabs. An attempt to bomb the railway near Kalkalia was thwarted on September 18, but the next day militants enriched themselves with a daring daylight robbery of an entire conference of diamond exporters in Tel Aviv. 304. At 10 minutes to 1 o'clock on the afternoon of September 20, the Eastern Railway Station in Haifa was bombed, wrecking much of the structure as well as railway cars and nearby shops. 3 days later an oil train on the Haifa-Kantara line north of Hadera was ambushed, bombed, and attacked with automatic fire. 1/3 of the train was derailed by remotely controlled charges of high explosive. The attackers opened fire on the train guards and attempted to ignite the oil with incendiary bullets. A guard was killed in an attack on a bridge on the Lydda Jaffa branch, and on September 27 a mob of about 400 Jews stoned a Palestinian bus in Jaffa. Dogs, already used for tracking, were now proving their ability to find hidden objects that their handlers' metal detectors missed. The trained dogs indicated a find by scratching the dirt and then sitting or lying down on the suspect area, and if accurate were rewarded with meat. At Ruhama, a dog named Dumbo found a hidden wireless transmitter, and a dog named Rex sensed something strange at Dorot. Digging out the area indicated by Rex, his humans discovered a wooden trapdoor 3.5 feet underground, concealing a large cache of light and heavy machine guns, machine carbines, mortars, and sundry other military equipment. Dumbo and Rex got meat. Acting on a tip, the British scouring Haifa harbor on September 29 found an ingenious contrivance of arm and springs that would have held its 50 pounds of explosives firmly against the side of a ship refueling at the jetty at Haifa oil dock. Its likely intended targets were British destroyers refueling there. As with the attempted destruction of the HMS Chevron 4 months earlier, the explosives were positioned to ignite the vessel's ammunition magazine. When on the Haifa-Tel Aviv road the next evening a jeep was hit by a small mine, the driver was able to keep the vehicle moving as the bombers jumped out from hiding and showered it with gunfire. Later that evening, militants drew up in a car alongside a British officer on motorcycle and shot him dead with automatic fire. 305. A new plan to end the carnage, and the mandate, was proposed in late September by a committee represented by 7 Arab states, the Arab League, and the British government. It outlined a democratic Palestine with a government made up of Jews and Arabs of all religions, with both Arabs and Jews free to become head of state. Its authors were confident that the plan was consistent with international principles of self-determination. Lest the U.S. be unaware of it, Bevin personally handed U.S. Secretary of State Burns the proposals for a democratic state as set out by the Arabs. But Zionists rejected the plan outright, adamant they would accept nothing less than a Jewish state in all of historic Palestine. 306. Musa Bey Aloma, who after the 1948 expulsions would work with Palestinian refugees to make the desert in the Jericho area bloom, visited Bevin in late 1946. Bevin described him as frank and honest and extremely helpful. He blamed Zionism and the Balfour Declaration for destroying centuries of peaceful coexistence among the region's Jews, Christians, and Muslims, but stressed that there was no point looking back. The settlers were a reality and Palestinians wanted to live at peace with them but as equals. He saw this movement into Palestine as merely a spearhead, and partition as merely a tactic. 307. Zionist persecution of Jews and intimidation is complete, so warned a Jew before an audience at a Dominion Club and noted in War Office records. Zionism's course, the speaker continued, is potentially disastrous to Jewry and to the peace of the world as a whole. Like other witnesses, he compared the Haganah's conscription of teenagers to Hitler's youth movement. Every boy of 16 years of age must join the Haganah. If he declines, his life at school is made unbearable and professional training and openings are withheld from him. If parents object, they are encouraged to deceive them in secret obedience to the call. Even children 10 years old are enrolled in political parties, and this, 18 months after we all believed we had destroyed Hitlerism for all time. 308. Speaking from first-hand knowledge, even Orthodox rabbis fear for their jobs and their lives, should they speak out. It is fundamentally difficult to reconcile the pleas to force open Palestine's door when safe haven elsewhere is thwarted by the Zionists. Zionism was never predicated on the sufferings of our people, but on political objectives, on making the DPS propaganda pawns of Zionist power politics. 309. Despair, a British report agreed, was exploited to swamp the country with a Jewish majority. Any relief for the suffering of Jewish DPS, other than Palestine, was shunned. There were in fact large numbers of Jewish refugees in Europe are seeking to emigrate to other parts of the world where living conditions are surer and more attractive than Palestine, British intelligence reported separately in September, and so to combat this regrettable trend, propaganda and a species of blackmail are waged to keep the flame of Zionism alive through the exploitation of human misery and despair. The Jewish remnants are being actively incited to embark on stinking, unseaworthy hulks in a promise that the Zionists cannot keep. 310. On the last evening of September, a jeep returning to Tel Litwinsky from Nathania was ambushed with a Molotov cocktail and sprayed with automatic fire, hitting a girl in her back. Near Petah Tikva, a man from the 1st Parachute Brigade was gunned down from a passing car. Then a new tactic appeared, probably the work of Lehi. A sign bearing the single word mines was placed on the side of the road next to 6 objects which turned out to be shoe boxes. When a vehicle stopped at the site of the warning, it was ambushed and the occupant murdered. The British interpreted the shoebox murder as confirmation of reports that Lehi was widening its tactic of personal terror. 311. October heralded a heightened Lehi campaign of assassination favoring off-duty personnel. On the 1st it assassinated a senior NCO of the Airborne Division, and tried but failed to kill the occupants of a jeep on the Haifa-Tel Aviv road. In Tel Aviv the next day, the airgun blew up the house of a woman who refused to finance them. October 1946. On October 6, 2 British RAF personnel who had just arrived in Palestine that day were gunned down with automatic weapons, leaving one dead on the spot and the other in critical condition. The method was Lehi's signature. The operatives shot their victims in the back and instantly disappeared into a conveniently placed Jewish quarter, as the British put it. The heightened assassination campaign was accompanied by further deaths through a steady stream of road mining. A key dimension to the terror in Palestine during the post-war, pre-state period is almost completely missing from this book's account: the terror against the Palestinians themselves. The British did not keep record of the violence by Jewish settlers against Palestinians, except occasionally to confirm that it continued. An attack that evening in which an Arab was stabbed in the back by Jewish youths on the Tel Aviv seafront gives some indication. It was described by a British intelligence summary as being typical of many that have occurred against Arabs by Jews. 312. Commentary during those years suggests that the Palestinians as a whole believed in the integrity of the Allied powers to do, ultimately, what was just. It was also widely believed that their collective refusal to retaliate would prevent their tormentors from obfuscating the situation with claims of self-defense. On the 8th, Palestine saw renewed widespread road and rail mining operations by Jewish terrorists. TN1 incident, the worst was averted, although a bomb exploded as a train passed about 30 miles south of Haifa on the Haifa-Kantara line. That bomb was merely the detonation charge for a much larger bomb that failed to explode. The road to the government house in Jerusalem was mined, a Palestinian civilian was hit by a landmine in the Sheikh Jarrah quarter on the Mount Scopus Road, and a Palestinian car was bombed in Tel Aviv. A prepared charge of considerable size was electrically detonated on the Jerusalem-Jaffa Road, blowing up a truck and killing 2 of its 5 occupants immediately, severely wounding the others. The attackers then waited on the side for the first responder, which happened to be a policeman. They killed him as well, and then disappeared into Givat Shaul settlement. 3 more roads were mined, causing at least 1 more casualty, another Palestinian civilian. People were maimed by mines between Jaffa and Beit Dajan, and more mines were discovered on the roads between Petah Tikva and Wilhelma, between Tel Aviv and Petah Tikva, and east of Kirbut Beit. Main traffic arteries mined throughout the country, as the Irgun described its day's accomplishments. Lehi claimed responsibility for a series of attacks on October 9 in which it paralyzed major roads with mines, attacked a train on the Haifa-Kantara line, and exploded a bomb on the Jerusalem-Jaffa Road, killing 2 and injuring 6.313. A large gang of armed Jews raided a military training depot at about 1 a.m. on October 11, stealing various guns, grenades, and bayonets, along with 3 trucks. The owner of the Yahalom Diamond Company had refused to pay Lehi subscriptions, and so on the 13th the gang staged a robbery that yielded the entire wages of the workers. It mined roads in many sectors on October 14, wrecking at least 1 vehicle, with casualties. When the PAL Central Haifa cable went dead that night, the break was traced to Yarkana, where about 8 Jews were attaching a bomb to the end of the cable by way of a pole igniter, to kill the repairmen sent to fix it. This heralded a new trend. 2 days later, Lehi sabotaged the main telegraph cable between Haifa and Tel Aviv and booby-trapped the broken ends with mines, which exploded as intended when the repairmen arrived. Anyone who helped keep Palestine a functioning society now had to fear. When the next day Inspector Bruce, condemned by a Haganah court, was assassinated on Jaffa Road in Jerusalem, none of the Jewish occupants of the street who witnessed it, the British complained, will throw any light on the matter. Extensive mining of the roads during the night of October 17 to 18 left the British uncertain as to who was responsible. Although road mining was typically Irgun, they suspected Lehi because the night's array of bombs seemed calculated to kill, and only secondarily to wreak wider havoc. Their suspicion is borne out in Lehi records that cite road mining in 4 regions, and an attack on an army motor transport. Lehi was widening its scope. The same militia blew up an army jeep near Rishon LeZion on October 20, choosing a site near Beit Dajan between an ice factory and a cold storage building. Inside the vehicle, which was reduced to a mangled wreck, the 2 occupants were found alive, severely injured with serious burns and multiple abrasions. Its routine destruction continued, such as the severing again of the Haifa-Tel Aviv cable. The next day, the militants destroyed 2 heavy mountain wagons of a train near Jerusalem, attacked an army truck near Haifa, and blew up a jeep near Rishon LeZion, seriously injuring 2. Bombs derailed a train on the Jerusalem-Lydda line on October 22. An army truck was attacked near Haifa on the 23rd, and 3 checking posts were bombed in Jerusalem on the 24th, killing 2 and injuring 11. A bridge near Hadera was bombed, and the Jerusalem-Beirut and Jerusalem-Cairo cables were cut. Lehi buried several bombs during the day in various key locations, but the British, suspicious that multiple assassinations were planned, made last-moment changes in personnel's locations. The worst attack in store for the evening was averted when a diabolical shrapnel bomb of formidable dimensions malfunctioned. 314. Ever more confident that partition would be imposed, the Jewish Agency expedited the establishment of new outposts in the Negev and southern Palestine, and the Hula area in the north, in order to secure regions that it predicted would lie on the Palestinian side. As Cunningham put it, the agency was planting further Jewish outposts in an area at present unlikely to be allotted to them in any scheme of partition, regardless of cost, for example spending some £30,000 to lay a 25 to 30 kilometers water pipeline to establish 2 new outposts deep in a region it was confident would not be given to them. The specter of partition led former U.S. Senator Guy Gillette, now in his second year in the employ of the Irgun's U.S. operation, to place large messianic advertisements in the press directed at the recently formed United Nations. The fate of the Hebrew, the notices read, has long been the barometer of civilization, the oldest unfinished business in history. The only way to finish history's business was to hand Palestine over to the Zionists. 315. When the ZOA held its annual convention on October 26, President Abbas Silver categorically condemned any discussion of partition. Silver demands all of Palestine, as the New York Times headline put it, and he demanded an aggressive and militant line of action to get it. Silver stressed that the Zionist movement must stand on the proposition that it is not an immigration or a refugee movement but a movement to rebuild the Jewish state for the Jewish nation. Hence the Zionists' enthusiasm for giving Americans immigration permits intended for the war's Jewish survivors. 316. Lehi killed 2 soldiers on October 29 in an attack on a truck near Wilhelma, east of Tel Aviv, what is now just northeast of Ben Gurion Airport. The Irgun was active as well. Its bombers blew up vehicles on the Haifa-Jaffa road, then escaped to the settler colony of Gan Haim, while others blew up a Palestinian civilian truck and a British military vehicle in the Sheikh Jarrah area of Jerusalem, killing 2 immediately and leaving 4 in serious condition, then disappeared in the direction of nearby Jewish quarters. The bombing of the British Embassy in Rome. Zionist bombings made their European debut on the night of October 30 with the bombing of the British Embassy in Rome. This, however, was merely the nightcap to a busy day in Palestine. It began at 5:45 in the morning when Zionist extremists blew up a truck in Jerusalem, killing 2 soldiers and injuring 17, 4 seriously. The blast was so strong that it set fire to the truck behind it, destroying its cargo of blankets and bedding, plunged a truck over an embankment, and overturned a Palestinian truck bringing grapes to the city market. One of the victims was hurled 30 yards. Elsewhere, the Haifa-Lida train was derailed, a truck was ensnared by a wire mesh across the road, a jeep was blown up causing 2 casualties, and a truck was destroyed by an electrically detonated mine, killing 2. A large cache whose explosives paraphernalia. Lehi boasted of a similar attack on October 27 that is probably a misdating. The front, back, and inside of AEFET to influence British soldiers in Palestine, 1946. Included detonators for acid bombs, was discovered at Givat Shaul in a shack near a biscuit factory. 317. At about 3 o'clock that afternoon, a green taxi pulled up to the Jerusalem railway station. A girl exited the taxi carrying 3 suitcases loaded with high explosives, walked into the booking hall, and abandoned the suitcases. As she ran back, she shot at a Palestinian civilian who had become suspicious and tried to stop her. Once in the taxi, her accomplices fired at the station precinct as it sped off. A police sergeant dragged 1 suitcase outside and destroyed it by detonating it with a revolver. He returned to repeat the procedure on the other 2, but the next one exploded, killing him and destroying the waiting room, station master's office, booking office, and military transport office. There are 2 curious footnotes to this attack. The Palestine Post printed a Haganah claim that it had sent a member to remove the explosives, but that he was too late and was killed in the crossfire between the police and the taxi gang. But the Haganah knew that such suitcases were booby-trapped, and only the Palestinian bystander is mentioned in other reports. A more curious enigma is that the British captured 4 of the attackers, while a 5th, known as Yanai, disappeared. The Irgun suspected that he was an informer, and the following May its operatives tracked down the man they believed to be Yanai in Belgium and tried, unsuccessfully, to assassinate him. 318. So end the daylight hours of October 30. That night, 4 months after Zionist gangs used the Italian media to threaten attacks on its soil, the Irgun destroyed the British embassy in Rome with suitcase bombs detonated by timer. The explosion shattered windows throughout a wide area and severely damaged the 350 child handmaids of the Sacred Heart, a school run by nuns across the street. Reports conflict regarding the several casualties, but one man who happened to be passing the building when the bombs detonated was so badly hurt that it has been impossible to question him. With no immediate claim of responsibility, the media suspected communists as well as Zionists, and the Communist Party in turn blamed fascists. But Irgun posters soon appeared claiming responsibility, and 4 days later, several American correspondents in Rome received a communiqué, the Supreme Command of the IZL in Eretz Israel taking credit for bombing of the embassy. Will continue to fight the British enslavers. The attack against the British embassy in Rome is the opening of the military campaign of the Jews in the diaspora. May God be our aid. IZL published in the Diaspora 2 ND November 1946.319. Jewish refugee centers in southern Italy were, according to the British, exceptionally well-organized strongholds of extreme Zionism. 4 UNRWA camps in the heel of Italy were an extreme Zionist enclave on Italian territory, believed to be full of hidden arms, but the Italian authorities are not unnaturally afraid of the political consequences of provoking a row with UNRWA. The Anglo-American Committee became aware of the camp's radicalization when it visited them the previous February. Indeed, certain members woke up to slashed tires. But the Rome bombing forced authorities to bring under proper control the camp and admin machinery, which was suspected of financing terror by selling UNRWA rations on the black market. As always, the British worried about upsetting the Americans, since otherwise we may have them, as well as the Jewish terrorists, against us. Both the British and the Italians avoided searching the Jewish camps for fear of violent resistance and the exploitation of it to the U.S. audience. 320. 7 weeks after the bombing, the Italian press reported the results of the initial Italian investigation. Several DPS from the refugee camps, including one from the camp in nearby Ostia, had set up a bogus correspondence bureau in an office near the embassy. Operatives arrived from Palestine with instructions how to carry out the attack, the order allegedly hidden in the sole of a shoe. After the attack, the Irgun office moved elsewhere with all its equipment, but the police seized 2 suitcases full of documents and propaganda, which included instructions for the use of explosives written in German and translated into Hebrew. The principal suspects escaped, apart from one who was killed by Italian police in the attempt. 321. 5 years later, Israel lobbied Britain to pressure Italy not to pursue the terrorists, claiming that doing so would evoke memories of past bitterness. The result was a token trial in absentia of 8 suspects, all living in and protected by the Israeli state. On April 17, 1952, the Rome court sentenced ringleader Moshe Deitel to 16 months imprisonment, and 7 other bombers to a maximum of 8 months, these nominal sentences then forgiven. As the Daily Express summarized it, light sentences, automatically wiped out by amnesties, were imposed today on 8 Jews accused of blowing up the British embassy in Rome in November 1946. None of the 8 appeared, and it was said that they were living in Israel. 322. It is about the time of the Rome bombing, October-November of 1946, that the British began systematically undercounting casualties in terror attacks, or so Lehi claimed. The enemy has for the first time, their L.H.L bulletin bragged, been issuing fake lists of casualties. We know for certain that on several occasions the casualties suffered by the British were higher than those officially disclosed. Meanwhile in London, the Jewish struggle mocked Yehudi Menuhin and Bronislaw Huberman for performing in Royal Albert Hall, comparing them to the Moshka who danced and sang for his oppressors in 17th-century Poland. The juxtaposition of the 2 famous violinists was curious. 10 years earlier, Huberman, along with Felix Galimir, had founded the Palestine Orchestra, precursor to the Israel Philharmonic, and Menuhin was the son of Moshe Menuhin, who after attending yeshivas in Jerusalem and the ultra-nationalistic Gymnasia Herzliya in Tel Aviv became an articulate and impassioned critic of Zionism. Galimir, a native of Vienna, joined the Palestine Orchestra in early 1937 after being fired from the Vienna Philharmonic because he was Jewish, but emigrated permanently to New York by the summer of 1938. 323. Britain itself becomes a target. Substantive threats of Zionist terrorism on Britain's home soil date back at least to early 1944 and 1945. Even the radically pro-Zionist Winston Churchill incurred Lehigh's wrath by condemning its assassination of Lord Moyne, and so was cited as a target by May 1945 and continued to be a target of Lehigh letter bombs. In the fall of that year, reports warned that both Lehigh and the Irgun would infiltrate Britain by posing as merchant seamen and service personnel in ships reaching British ports from the eastern Mediterranean. More warnings of maritime infiltration followed quickly. The British learned that agents for Swedish and Norwegian vessels in the Greek port of Piraeus were willing to arrange passage for individuals as crew members, and Zionist operatives would exploit this to enter Britain. January of 1946 brought the first confirmation of specific Lehigh plans to assassinate Bevan, and the roster of targets widened in February. In August, British intelligence reported that 5 Irgun/Lehigh cells would go to London if the death sentences of 18 Lehigh operatives were confirmed, contributing to the commutation of their sentences on the eve of the London Conference. Several British officials, including Colonial Secretary Arthur Creech-Jones, received death threat letters claiming to be from Lehigh, dated from Barcelona but postmarked from Lisbon. Most threatened that the execution of the stinking British pigs will soon take place by silent and new means. Meanwhile, in what the British called one more victory for the pressure groups, the US granted Moshe Sna an entry visa, and so he and Ben-Gurion reportedly left France for New York on an American aircraft on August 28.324. In the hours after the Rome attack, the early morning hours of October 31st, a truck was blown up 2 miles south of Petah Tikva, killing 2 and seriously injuring 2. Another truck tripped and detonated a road mine near Ir Ganim colony, and a police mobile patrol was attacked north of Tel Aviv. November began with a mine detonated under a goods train on the Haifa-Kantara line between Hadera and Bini Amina, damaging a bridge along with the train. Nonetheless, the British, ever fearful of violent backlash from the settlements, initiated what the Times called an official policy of turning the other cheek. An attempt to sabotage an oil pipeline near Kishon Bridge at Haifa on November 2 was foiled. The bomb was discovered strapped to the pipeline, removed, and detonated. Near Jaffa, a truck was blown up and burned out, injuring 10, 3 seriously. Electrically detonated explosives hit a culvert. A truck was ensnared and forced off the road by a wire mesh stretched across the road north of Petah Tikva. A road bridge was blown up on the main Haifa-Tel Aviv road near Tulmund, and vehicles were attacked near Hadera and in Jerusalem. In the north, the settlement planned for the Hula region was founded, a fact on the ground towards preempting partition. 325. Jews continue their terrorist activity, the Jaffa-based PALESTINE reported the next day, as militants blew up a train on the Haifa-Kantara line south of Kalkalia, killed 2 Palestinians, injured 11 soldiers, and blew up a train on the Lydda-Tel Aviv branch line near Batir village. When the Jerusalem-Beirut telegraph cable was sabotaged again, engineers were unable to locate the underground break. Fully 8 kilometers of the cable had to be replaced. The saboteurs bombed oil train number 57 on the Haifa-Kantara line near Kalkalia on November 5, and then attacked the train and the railway blockhouse. A car was blown up on Beit Dajan Rishon Le Zion Road. The railway was bombed near Kiryat Haim. 2 mines were electrically detonated under a train on the Haifa-Kantara line, and telephone wires were cut again. A military train traveling on the Haifa-Kantara line was mined by the Irgun on the 6th, and Lehigh bombed the Cairo-Haifa train on the 7th, derailing 2 coaches, then bombed the tracks at both Niani and Petah Tikva on the 8th. 326. More sophisticated railway bombs were making their debut. In a November radio broadcast, the Irgun claimed credit for the device's increasing sophistication, their military experts having developed a new type of railway mine that cannot be dismantled and is capable of paralyzing any railway system. According to the broadcast, the device automatically regulates itself to destroy both heavy and light trains. The newer devices could be completely buried and were better booby-trapped to kill anyone who might discover them. They worked as planned. 2 people were killed and several injured when the first one was uncovered. 327. Nerves were given a reprieve by what a captain in airborne field security described as an amusing anticlimax regarding a Palestinian man whose house lay within what had become a divisional training center. He was long established and the British were loath to evict him. Enjoying the rare opportunity to relax security and trust a civilian, they simply gave him a key to the military gate and made it his responsibility for seeing that it is secured when he returned home every day from his field, which lay outside the camp. 328. In the morning of November 9, police received an anonymous phone tip about a hidden arms cache in an abandoned house. 4 officers were sent to investigate. Shortly after entering, the booby-trapped house blew up, killing all 4 men, what Lehi explained as its retribution for the police tracing Hebrew arms. 4 train incidents between the 5th and 8th of November intrigued 317 airborne field security for their sophistication and planning. Most interesting was the bombing and attack of an oil tanker on the 5th, probably the largest single ambush of its kind, involving not 1, but 3 separate charges, and 2 entirely separate detonating circuits. The operation had been carried out by 8 persons during the night, and great energy had been expended in burying the charge and flax, which was, on the whole, well camouflaged. The party had been well equipped and prepared for the job in every detail. Then, when all was ready and prepared to catch the first train, the main body withdrew, and left 2 no doubt innocent-looking people to press the button. Even if they had been caught at the scene, it would have been difficult to have convicted them. Working the night trains had become so hazardous that the drivers struck, leading the saboteurs to shift focus back to the stations. The LN railway station was the principal target on the 10th. 4 Jews dressed as police entered the station and planted suitcase bombs in the station master's office while they held the station master at gunpoint, then left. 1 Palestinian was killed and several people injured in the attempt to remove the bombs, and the station was completely demolished. The Jerusalem-Beirut telegraph cables were cut again, and 80 meters of rail were destroyed on the Haifa-Lydda line. 329. Terrorists say nothing can stop us, screamed the headlines of London's Daily Herald on November 11, as their war to bring Palestine to its knees forged ahead. The railway station at Rosh HaAyin was destroyed, the railway line near Kalkalia was bombed, 2 coaches were sabotaged near Tel Aviv, telegraph lines were hit, and a railway trolley was attacked near Jerusalem. England, the domestic terror threat, but no poisoned wells. In England, Scotland Yard locked its gates as Parliament opened with detectives on the watch for terrorists who might have smuggled themselves into the country mixed with Remembrance Day crowds in Whitehall. A primary suspect was a 32-year-old woman who was said to be the fiancée of a prominent member of the Irgun. According to news reports, she entered on a British passport but, according to Lehi, a fake one. Lehi's L.H.I bulletin of December 1946 claimed the passport used by Mr. Irgun's fiancée had been issued by the LHI Passport Department. 330. The British media's nervous coverage of the domestic Zionist terror threat was treated by the militias as proof of their success, an unease compounded by the continuing security problem presented by the presence of suspect Jewish terrorists in His Majesty's forces. Lehi gave itself credit for an England in terror and claimed responsibility for 2 attempted bombings of the Colonial Office. Tai Gang also suggested enigmatically that Jews had attempted to poison water wells, as if to bring to life the medieval anti-Semitic lie. In Middle Ages, Lehi wrote in its bulletin, many slanderous rumors were spread about Jews, notably that Jews poisoned wells of Christians. Jews, Lehi said, had good reason to do so, but couldn't, because Jews were not a living organism in those days. But they are today, and although not the cause of the panic in London, Jews were involved in this affair of poisoned wells. But which affair? Although poisoned wells would soon become a reality in Palestine at the hands of both the Haganah and the settlers, there is no evidence of this in England. Lehi, rather, was probably referring to the foiled poisoning of German water supplies by the Nakam, a terror group composed in part of Jewish brigade soldiers. NACAM allegedly planted operatives in the water filtration plants of 5 cities: Munich, Berlin, Weimar, Nuremberg, and Hamburg, ready to poison the water for the indiscriminate murder of Germans on a massive scale. The delivery of the poison was foiled, though NACAM killed a few hundred German detainees by having an operative secure employment at the bakery that supplied their bread, then lacing it with arsenic. 331. At this time in the United States, the Political Action Committee for Palestine, formed the previous February by a soon-to-be infamous Rabbi Barak Korf, was especially active, and its media propaganda rivaled Bergson's. Britain, one of Korf's newspaper ads said, was not merely as bad as the Nazis, it was worse. Britain was running concentration camps for Jews that are even worse than the Nazi German concentration holes, where millions went to their deaths. No one could remain Christians and accept the torture, suffering, and murder of 6,000,000 Jewish men, women and children, the wording nearly suggesting that the Holocaust was ongoing and being conducted from London. Like Bergson, Korf seduced bigots with the lure of fewer Jews, and threatened everyone else with being smeared as anti-Semitic or unchristian. Korf went further: Christians had to fear not just for their reputations, but for their very lives, because Britain is a malignant cancer from which no people eventually will be safe. Whichever incentive applied, there was a solution: pressure the US government to cancel its post-war loan to Britain unless it cedes to Zionist demands. 332. Palestine's epidemic of railway terrorism kept trains limited to daylight hours and preceded by a special armored car. A dawn patrol combed the railways every morning for bombs, a job known as the suicide patrol. The patrol not only risked happening upon booby-trapped bombs, but also being ambushed by the bombers themselves. At 5 o'clock in the morning of November 13, airgun operatives ambushed the workers on one such ramshackled hand-propelled car looking for the malicious bombs, murdering all 4 Palestinians and 2 British. Later that day, a locomotive and 3 wagons were hit by electrically detonated mines, and an electrically controlled bomb was detonated on St. George's Road in Jerusalem, both incidents with. Despite being well aware of the trail of corpses left by airgun bombs, railway workers still tried to protect the trains. At 5:20 in the morning on November 17, a worker discovered a bomb on the Haifa-Kantara line near Kafr Sirkin and tried to move it away from the tracks, but the airgun's anti-lifting device worked as intended. The explosion killed him and injuring another man. A second mine was discovered 55 minutes later on the narrow-gauge track near Haifa. At about 6:45 a third mine exploded under a train on the Haifa-Kantara line between Rehovot and Yibna, but in what the British described as a most astonishing incident, it was faulty and did not blow up until the 17th wagon of the 31-wagon train. Probably in fear of the traditional militia attack coordinated with the bomb, the driver continued on, the 15 derailed wagons destroying a mile of track as they were dragged along. A fourth bomb was found on the Jaffa-Lida branch outside Tel Aviv. The worst attack came in the evening, when bombers blew up 3 civilian vehicles and 1 British vehicle on the Haifa-Jaffa road. The blasts so loud that, according to PALESTINE, it was heard to resound in Jaffa and Tel Aviv. 3 policemen in their 20s and 1 RAF sergeant, all returning from the cinema, were killed instantly, and 6 people wounded. Again on the 18th, despite a keen awareness of the militants' predilection for booby traps, the safety crew who discovered a bomb on the Haifa-Kantara thought first of protecting the trains. The device outwitted them as well, killing 4 and injuring 6, 1 blinded in both eyes. The use of multiple, hidden anti-tamper triggers on a single device, the British were learning, was among the airgun's new fetishes. As the day wore on, a pressure mine on the Lida Rehovot line derailed a train and injured the driver. A mine was detonated under a train on the Lida Jaffa branch, and a rail trolley that was checking for bombs was blown up. Further bombings were spoiled when militants were discovered laying road mines near Givat Shaul. 333. A complete shutdown of railway traffic hit Palestine, so boasted the airgun of the day's sabotage on the 19th. 1 person was killed and others injured while attempting to neutralize a bomb at Kafr Sirkin. A constable was murdered in Tel Aviv. A mine was detonated under a train on the Haifa-Kantara line, and more mines were discovered on the same line, as well as on tracks near Beni Amina and near Batair. An attempt to blow up a police car failed, and in Jerusalem a landmine shattered windows without known casualties. Cunningham decried the continuance of terrorism with its almost daily toll of lives, while a small group of enraged British policemen rebelled with their own anti-Jewish rampage in Tel Aviv, resulting in an anti-British feast in the media. 334. At 8 o'clock on the evening of the 20th, two juveniles, riding bicycles, shot and gravely wounded 22-year-old Shimon Atzalai as he was walking with his wife and their baby, in what was judged a political crime. He was in possession of a British passport and was contemplating leaving for London in a week. In Jerusalem, the income tax office was destroyed by an airgun bomb, killing a policeman and wounding 10 people. Constable Moshe ben Bezalel was assassinated on the 21st for refusing to cooperate with Lehi, as railway tracks were sabotaged on the Jaffa-Lida line. 15 meters of track were blown up near Petah Tikva on the 23rd, and a military vehicle was attacked near Beit Dajan on the 25th. On November 30th, roads were mined in several parts of Jerusalem and a police billet in Mustashfa was hit by bombs, gunfire, and grenades. Jerusalem rocked by bombs, gunfire in revived terror, the New York Times headline said. Jews are attacking Jews, the Times reported. 335. Dec. 1946. This is murder and nothing else, a mother wrote to the government on the 1st of December after her son was killed, one of the many letters that reached members of parliament from parents, spouses, and siblings protesting their loved one's murder at the hands of the Zionists. We must get these terrorists under control, wrote another. Will you please get our youth out of Palestine before they all get blown to smithereens. 337. When the Council of Christians and Jews met in London early that month, it adopted a resolution condemning Jewish terrorism, and the Archbishop of Canterbury leveled blame at the United States. I do not think that we can possibly feel that from across the Atlantic there has been much to help the relieving of this situation. Cunningham was more direct. He complained of the militants' increasing confidence deriving from the effective pressure which Zionists in America are in a position to exert on American administration. 338. Analysis of the various explosive devices and booby trapping was collected into a restricted pamphlet printed in Jerusalem for British personnel. It gave a brief summary of present-day methods employed by Jewish terrorists with mines and booby traps. Devices that had been recovered were analyzed and illustrated. The book warned, however, that every device encountered must be treated anew. Take nothing for granted. Having discovered one means of firing, look for a second and a third, they are seldom used singly. 339. When printed in December, the debut of a new type of bomb already made it out of date. On the 2nd of the month, the first electrically detonated road mine to be fired in broad daylight, killed all 4 people in a jeep on Latron Jerusalem Road at 11:45 in the morning. The bomb was a departure from previous road mines, in that a single charge of ammonal, packed with rivets, was exploded to cause a shrapnel effect similar to that of the German S mine. The bodies were in an appalling state. This mine has only one advantage over the previous twin charge of He, in that it inflicts more serious and sickening casualties on its victims. Rocks and broken glass were scattered over the ground above the bomb in order to increase the effect. At least 2 more people were killed and 3 seriously wounded in continuing attacks over December 2nd to 3rd, with the bombs placed on, or dug into, the camel track by the edge of the road, the detonating wire tailed off into the nearby terrain. One gang member was injured in a malicious thwarted attempt to steal funds from the Polish Refugees Committee on the 3rd. His accomplices brought him to the hospital for an operation and then took him away. 340. 2 or 3 hours after leaving a Tel Aviv repair shop on the morning of December 5, a 3-ton truck appeared at Sarafand camp, driven by what was described as a tall, fair-skinned Jew, who produced identification and a work ticket. After a couple of minutes working inside the truck, he tinkered with the engine, then told the sentry he was going to the Nafi and left. The blast from the explosive-laden vehicle killed 2 people on the spot and wounded 28, including 5 civilians, demolishing nearby medical and operational buildings. Separately, a grenade and firearms attack on the Mustashfa police station seriously wounded a constable, and the GOC's residence was attacked with grenades. Bombers' carelessness averted what could have been the worst attack of the day. As the British recorded it, a terrorist motor convoy, consisting of a truck with over 400 pounds of explosives and 2 taxis in line astern, was proceeding down Street of the Prophets in Jerusalem for an attack on air headquarters. The militants in the second taxi were about to lay mines by the police billet as a diversionary attack when they ran over a traffic island, detonating the mines they were transporting and killing 2 of the bombers. Aware that the explosion had likely alerted the British, the other militants. The Navy, Army, and Air Force Institute was a canteen service for the British. A few days after the failed attack, 3 Halifax aircraft left the airfield and risked dangerous weather conditions to drop food, clothing, and medicine to intended illegal settlers shipwrecked off the island of Cyrene. In gratitude, the Jewish agency gave the flight commander 3 crates of beer, but the gratitude was short-lived. Although Britain brought the injured, women, and children to Palestine independent of quota, it brought the uninjured men to Cyprus to await their turn, for which the agency warned of retaliatory terror attacks. 341. December brought a lull in significant bombing of the railways, the result of a business deal the Irgun and Lehi struck with Jewish citrus interests that needed the trains at this point in the harvest cycle. Both gangs issued pamphlets assuring the public that the railway terror would resume once the citrus season ended. High-profile attacks on the British also entered a brief, relative lull with the opening of the Zionist conference in Basel on December 9. The terror groups were not, however, inactive. During the lull, British intelligence reported, the Jews have turned their attention to Arabs and to unpopular Jews. 2 days after the conference began, in the village of Salama, a village that would be leveled and erased by the Zionist armies in a year and a quarter, the Haganah kidnapped 2 Palestinian children and shot the Mukhtar who tried to help them. Palestine Arabs schedule general strike as protest against Zionists' terrorism, the New York Times headline read, as Palestinians organized nonviolent resistance that the War Office described as orderly. Cunningham as well remarked on the Palestinians' continuing restraint, but worried that further Jewish provocation would risk isolated acts of retaliation. 342. Not coincidentally, a well-informed Jewish contact told the British that Zionist leaders were spreading the propaganda that the only real solution to the Arab problem in Palestine. Mimicking Lehi's latest device that debuted exactly a month earlier, the Irgun was producing this newer, more lethal device in 2 sizes, one with 18 pounds of explosives and 18 pounds of scrap metal, the other with 24 pounds of explosive and 22 pounds of scrap metal. That evening, one such mine blew up between 2 jeeps. 352. Early the next morning, another of the new shrapnel mines hit a vehicle near Petah Tikva, while a third missed a civilian lorry near the cold storage depot between Rishon and Beit Dajan, the site of 3 previous attacks. At 7:20, yet another of the new mines blew up a jeep, putting 3 people in the hospital. The next day, January 5, brought the attempted bombings of a mail van at 5:15, and a civilian bus 3 hours later. The Irgun attacked the railway station at Hadera the next day and blew up a military vehicle on the Lida Petah Tikva road near Petah Tikva. The body of Israel Levin was discovered in a garden in Tel Aviv, executed by Lehi the previous Saturday evening for alleged collaboration. Levin was said to be about to leave for Italy on behalf of the British. 354. Italy was still a busy spot for the Irgun as well, as it threatened to attack nerve centers unless the Italian government accepted Zionist demands. On the 10th, pamphlet bombs exploded in 8 major Italian cities, though these were amateurish in production and most of the pamphlets were destroyed in the explosions. 2 men planting the bombs in Milan and Padua were caught, both were from the Zionist-run DP camps. A series of Irgun bomb threats against US and British interests in Italy caused havoc, but none materialized. 355. As the Zionist Organization of America allocated $800,000 for a new propaganda campaign, Ben-Gurion returned to Palestine from what was called a peace mission to Europe. In a goal-setting broadcast from Tel Aviv on January 11, he made no reference whatsoever to the problem of terrorism. Lehi, meanwhile, hijacked a Chevrolet utility vehicle from its owner. Vehicle theft in Mandate-era Palestine was often more than the crime itself, but preparation for an attack. The next day, Sunday the 12th, the vehicle was driven to the district police headquarters in Haifa, now filled with explosives. The driver ran away and guards saw the fuse, but time and fuse were too short. The vehicle exploded as they were evacuating the area. 2 British and 2 Palestinians were killed immediately, and among the 62 wounded were several with life-threatening injuries. As Lehi claimed credit and bragged that there were no casualties among our men, its gang members murdered a railway guard near Haifa. When the next day the British again confronted Ben-Gurion about the continuing terror and the agency's complicity, he gave a curious reply: if the agency used physical force would result in Jewish leaders being killed by themselves. Whatever his motivation for the odd admission, it reinforced the Civil War warning in the previously intercepted Haganah text. The Zionist movement's tactics had succeeded in creating such a psychosis among the Yishuv as to make the movement self-perpetuating. Beyond the lives of its architects. 356. The agency was expanding its intelligence gathering antennae of informants and wiretapping. Eating and drinking establishments patronized by British soldiers were fruitful venues for its extensive network. Indeed, some of these popular meeting places were specifically designed as eavesdropping operations. At least by mid-1946, the British had been aware that the Haganah was employing women spies to consort with British troops in order to extract information when discretion and restraint invariably weaken, as they put it, as well as Jewish sex workers who were unwilling spies but were exploited to gather intelligence from the right customers. When the British found that some Jewesses, employed as business bait by the manager of the Arman Hotel in Nahariya, were remarkably well versed in sensitive intelligence, pressure was applied to have them removed from the hotel employ. This proved futile. The women continued in the espionage trade without the convenience of the hotel because, as the British would learn, the gangs left them little choice. 357. High-profile kidnappings. Jewish terrorists struck again tonight, the Daily Telegraph reported on January 26, when they broke into the home of Mr. H. E. Collins, a British banker, beat him insensible, chloroformed him and carried him off in a sack. He was, in fact, in the flat of a friend on Mamilla Road in Jerusalem, who could not summon the police until she was released by the abductors about 40 minutes later, at 5:50 p.m. British media were struck by the terrorists' choice of Collins because he was an official in a bank owned and operated by British Jews. The most brazen kidnapping came the next day, January 27, when Judge Ralph Wyndham was abducted right from his courtroom in Tel Aviv by 8 armed Irgun operatives, 4 of whom were listening to the proceedings inside the court. Telephone communications had been severed, and all other offices in the building were held under the gun. It is at this point that British officials publicly acknowledged that no one in Palestine was safe against Zionist terror, and that British women, children, and non-essential civilian personnel must be evacuated. 3 days later, High Commissioner Cunningham ordered this evacuation, Operation Polly. The Irgun confirmed that they held the 2 high-profile figures as hostages to force Britain to stay the execution of convicted terrorist Dov Gruner, scheduled for the next day, the 28th. A strangely Machiavellian demand on the Irgun's part, given that Gruner would ultimately refuse a life-saving appeal that the British wanted to give, and that this suicide was allegedly at the Irgun's instructions. 358. Palestine Jews Gwen ultimatum and ultimatum gives Jews 48 hours to free Britons were typical of British headlines as the fate of the hostages remained unknown. It was, however, the militants' ultimatum, not Britain's, that decided the issue. The British stayed Gruner's execution, and the 2 hostages were freed. The government led the media to believe that Gruner had appealed to the Privy Council, but this was a lie so as not to appear to have caved to the terrorists. In fact, he had refused to do so. When after the abduction Collins regained consciousness from the chloroform, he found himself bound, blindfolded, gagged, and covered by a sack, being frog-marched over rough terrain to a cave with a mud floor and water that dripped continuously overhead. His burns from the chloroform were so severe that it was impossible for him to eat. An Irgun doctor tried to stitch his head wound, but his captor's treatment continued to be what he described as brutal and coarse. If Gruner were hanged, his captors explained, so would he. After the stay of Gruner's execution, Collins was forced to sign a statement saying that he had been well treated. He was then blindfolded and led over stones and ditches for about a half hour and abandoned. Collins never recovered, he died from the chloroform. Judge Wyndham was hidden in an outhouse and given a copy of Arthur Koestler's newly published Zionist novel, Thieves in the Night. In contrast to Collins, he was not gratuitously maltreated. When the British combed 2 suburbs of Jerusalem in an attempt to find the kidnappers, alleged to be members of a Black A squad, the Jewish agency denounced the search, saying it alters the situation beyond all expectation. 339. On the day of the would-be execution, the House of Commons listened to Arthur Creech Jones explain why Britain was powerless against the kidnappings. Jones had credibility. He had been imprisoned as a conscientious objector during the First World War and had directed a rescue of hundreds of Jews from Czechoslovakia after the Munich Agreement was signed. Jones told the House of Commons that the suppression of terrorism demands the active participation of the whole Jewish community and also direct cooperation by the Jewish agency, which I regret has not been forthcoming. 360. Schools remain the prime venue for the Irgun's recruitment of youths between the ages of 15 and 19, with teachers powerless to protect their students. Behind closed doors, the VA Adlumi spoke of the terror group's domination and coercion, intimidation and threats, the extortion of money and use of force against teachers and pupils, policemen, drivers, and others, yet like the Jewish agency, refused to challenge it. JNC Chairman David Remey, future Knesset member, acknowledged that they compel Jews to join them and help them against their conscience. People are compelled to subscribe money and assistance against their will. Pupils in the schools and youth movements are also compelled by beating and threats to join these organizations. Headmasters and teachers are also similarly constrained. 361. Exasperated with the open secret that the Jewish agency was itself part of the terror network, the British decided to call its bluff. They challenged the agency to live up to its claim to be the nascent government of a civilized nation to be. On February 3 they invited the Jewish agency and the VA Adlumi to call upon the Jewish community for their assistance in bringing to justice the members of the terrorist groups who had been guilty of murder and other crimes over a considerable period. Such, the British pointed out, would be the behavior of any civilized state. The agency's response was that to do so would be contrary to Jewish political interests. 362. Independently, the Archbishop of New York asked the same question: how will the Jewish agency, failing to control terrorism now, control it in its own state? He wrote of the deep and growing indignation over the treacherous and cruel outrages worldwide Jewish propaganda. Justifiable anger is felt not only against the actual terrorists, but also against the reckless and unscrupulous support which they receive from Jews in the United States and elsewhere. 363. The diplomatic correspondent of the Daily Telegraph summed up the situation thus: the inflation of Jewish claims from a modest spiritual home to a Jewish state, which they were seeking to enforce by terrorism, had driven the Arabs to the point of exasperation. 364. The Times, reflecting not just Palestinian fears but what was self-evident from the agency's behavior, put it this way: statehood would not be geographically finite, but instead give Jews a bridgehead capable of indefinite expansion. 365. The next move in this indefinite expansion came on February 7 when hundreds of Haganah militiamen roared south in a truck convoy today and founded 3 new Jewish settlements near the Egyptian border, the latest installment in the Jewish agency's tactic to scupper any coming partition. In Samaria, more hikers continued their intelligence gathering in preparation for the final showdown everyone assumed was imminent. Expansion into Lebanon remained a goal as well. Uriel Haid, a Jewish agency official then in London with Kalek, discussed with fellow official Eliyahu Epstein, who in a year would become Israel's first U.S. ambassador, the goal of absorbing the Lebanon into Israel. 366. February 1947. In an admission through which the coming UN proceedings and partition resolution must be viewed, the British now state plainly what had been obvious for 3 decades, that the Zionists will not honor any partition of Palestine. Partition was for them a temporary expedient. The ensuing deliberations over partition and its precise configuration were acted out in full expectation that it would never happen. In the end, not just the Zionists, but Britain and the United States as well would be party to the charade. Refugees vs settlers of convenience. With the war over and the Palestinian reckoning approaching, the Jewish agency's preferred immigrants were increasingly non-refugees from safe countries, because they make better colonizers than the desperate survivors of war. Where the desperation and misery that typified the wartime's nightmarish voyages was missing, it had still to be maintained by theater. The British reported ample proof that after a voyage of strict discipline and cleanliness, an atmosphere of poverty, misery, and filth is encouraged for the final 2 days before interception or beaching. There is a considerable discrepancy between the picture painted by the agency's propaganda of the weak, desperate survivor arriving in its vessels, and the Europeans and Americans it often selects instead, the young and healthy who will make ideal colonizers. The overcrowded vessels serve to confuse the 2 entirely different issues of displaced persons in Europe, and the Jewish population of Palestine. When the illegal immigrant ship America, said to have been financed by the Irgun's Bergson boys in the U.S., reached Haifa on February 9, it was noticed, the British commented, that a large number of the passengers, both male and female, had worked themselves into a state of hysteria, and were obviously playing to the gallery of numerous press reporters. The passengers, all of whom were in a disgusting state of filth and squalor, attacked the British with broken bottles and tins, injuring several soldiers. But according to what airborne field security judged a reliable source, a reasonable state of hygiene was maintained during the voyage, but about a day before reaching land, orders were given to convert the ship into a veritable pigsty for propaganda value. The report tallied with others received about the camps in Cyprus. 367. On the night of February 11, the Irgun used Molotov cocktails to burn down 2 youth clubs of the Hashomer Hatzair. This and other incidents, Air Headquarters Levant reported, confirm the belief that the active intervention by Jews to wipe out terrorism must inevitably involve civil war. On February 13, Dov Gruner's sister arrived in Palestine in a failed attempt to persuade her brother to sign the appeal to the Privy Council that would save his life. In Haifa port that day, the Haganah bombed and sunk 2 vessels. In Jerusalem on the 18th, Lehi blew up 2 vehicles by remote control mines, one near the Jerusalem Zoo with 5 casualties, the other on Haifa Jaffa Road opposite Gan Hayim Colony. These mines probably evaded detection by being disguised as kilo stones, as the following day, 2 mines disguised Lehi bombing of a civilian car and police car. Photo stamped 6th Airborne Div, May 1947. As such were discovered on the main Gaza Rehovot Road, attached to electric detonating sets in a nearby orange grove. More mines exploded in Haifa outside the Moriah Cinema, 2 army trucks on Mount Carmel were bombed, the airfield at Ein Shemer was attacked by mortar and arms fire, and oil pipelines near Afula were sabotaged. A female Irgun member with what was described as an American accent telephoned correspondents to claim credit on behalf of the organization, though the British were grateful that the Afula sabotage cell appeared to be poorly trained and its botched job did not cause a serious loss of oil. Shoddy work also minimized the damage to the airfield, not one of the Irgun's major technical achievements, the British reported upon examining some mortars found fixed on the airfield. Continuing sabotage of the pipelines strained oil supplies, with some leaks only later discovered to have been caused by explosives. The last day of February heralded a bloody march, with the bombing of the Haifa shipping agency on the 3rd floor of Barclays Bank leaving 2 dead and 7 seriously injured, some with fractured skulls. The incident was carried out by 2 Jews dressed in khaki uniform, carrying army packs, who walked into the building in a leisurely manner, talking to each other. Both of the dead were Jewish, leading Lehi to publish the story that 2 Hebrew clerks had been forced by the enemy officers to remove the bomb. 368. The curious case of the Ulua. At 10:45 that morning, the illegal immigrant ship Ulua ran aground at Ras El Kurum. Less than 2 hours later, before any announcement of the inelegant landing had been made, the British were perplexed to see printed posters rallying the Yishuv to action against the British for having imprisoned all 1,350 of the Ulua's passengers who, the posters said, had jumped into the water after the vessel had beached not at Ras El Kurum, but at Bat Galim. As it turned out, the plan was indeed for the ship to beach at Bat Galim, but a miscalculation had brought it to Ras El Kurum, where the prepared script of hundreds of refugees jumping into the water did not take place. The pre-made posters condemning, as had become commonplace, among the Ulua's European refugees were elective settlers from the United States. 369. The United Zionists Revisionists of America published full-page ads in March calling for the total boycott of Britain, which was the successors of Hitler's extermination camps and had callously decided to let the tragic remnants of European Jewry continue to rot in concentration camps in order to turn them into degenerate slaves of a police state. In Palestine, air-gun broadsides now threatened worldwide hell until its demands were met, and civil administration in Palestine, British officials admitted in private, was a besieged garrison. March 1947. The first day of March lived up to the phrase. It began fairly typically, with the bombing of a vehicle on the main road between Rehovot and Rishon LeZion at 8:35, another blown up by a landmine on the Haifa-Jaffa road at 11:15, killing 2 people, and bombs thrown at the Rehovot police stations. There was one break, a mortar hidden in an orange grove failed when the first bomb exploded in the barrel. Next, at 3:20 p.m. the Goldschmidt Officers Club in Jerusalem was bombed in a well-planned attack, killing 14 people immediately, of whom 10 were civilians, and injuring 16. As the militants plowed their truck through the building entrance, one exited the vehicle under the cover of automatic fire from 5 locations, 2 points in the Yeshurim Synagogue, the Jewish Agency grounds, Pykovsky's printing press, and an unidentified point. The militant who had slipped out of the truck planted a phosphorus bomb while others threw a suitcase bomb through a side window and planted more bombs against the building. The attackers escaped as a big explosion destroyed the south end of the building, which collapsed burying a number of occupants. 370. There were several witnesses to the bombing of a jeep by a shrapnel mine disguised as Kilo Stone in Haifa. The bombed vehicle continued down the road with its dead driver, hit a pile of stones, turned a complete somersault, burst into flames and was completely gutted. 3 of the occupants were dead on the spot, later reports refer to all 4 dead. 2 of the eyewitnesses were a Jewish couple who were sweeping up broken glass quite calmly when 317 airborne field security reached the scene about 2 minutes later, but as usual, neither had seen anything. Another was a Palestinian, who supplied a description of the assailants to police. But there were other eyewitnesses unknown to the British at the time, a party of young Jews including a woman who, some months later, was with a man in 317 Airborne. The woman told a member of the section that she had witnessed, and volunteered information, whilst in an intimate mood, which exactly confirmed the description of the operators which had been obtained. And the saboteur ran past within a few feet in Herzliya Street. She said, "Look, he's the one that did it." "Shut up," said her escort, "and mind your own business." The party then walked into a nearby cafe, as they had originally intended to do, while the bodies of the British soldiers were lying, as yet undiscovered, by the side of Mountain Road. At 6:45 that evening, 6 armed Jews laid explosives at the Naval Car Park in Haifa, wrecking 14 vehicles. 2 minutes after that attack began, a road mine exploded under 2 vehicles at Kirbet Beit Lid, and at 7 o'clock a truck was hit by a landmine at Kiryat Haim on the Haifa-Acre Road. 10 minutes after the hour, 8 mortar shells were fired into a military camp near Kirbet Beit Lid, killing 1 and injuring 3. After a half-hour reprieve, at 7:45 another landmine exploded on the Haifa-Jaffa road near Petah Tikva, followed 15 minutes later by 3 separate attacks. Old stock appears to have been used up on an attack on a truck at Kiryat Moskin. It was, as the British put it, of the pre-shrapnel period types. At 1:45 a scout car was blown up by a landmine on Rehovot Gaza Road, adding 3 more dead and 1 more seriously wounded to the day's tally. At least 23 people died and 25 injured in the day's terror attacks. 13 of the casualties were civilians. 371. The next day, as martial law was declared in parts of Palestine, a Bedford 3-tonner was blown up by an electrically detonated mine at a roundabout near Hadera. The chaos continued on March 3 to 4, as 9 people, 5 British and 4 Palestinians were injured, 5 critically, in continuing Zionist attacks. 3 men were seriously hurt when their army truck was blown up near Rishon LeZion, and civilian workers were hurt when their truck was hit by an electrically detonated mine near Rami. A canteen at a military camp in Haifa was hit by grenades thrown from a stolen taxi, a camp near Hadera was hit by automatic and small arms fire, and armed Jews raided the booking office of Orion Cinema in Jerusalem. On March 5, pedestrians were injured by grenades thrown at a CMP vehicle and into a Jerusalem street. A civilian vehicle going between Rishon and LeZion was blown up by a road mine, killing 1 person and injuring another. An unknown Jew placed a russet brown suitcase in Haifa's municipal assessment office, which then blew up as suitcases are wont to do in Palestine, the security officer added bitterly. The next day, 2 grenades that failed to explode were analyzed. They contained rivets and American TNT. Successful blasts that days caused injuries but no deaths. 372. In the U.S. that month, full-page ads by the United Zionists Revisionists of America, based at 55 West 42nd Street in New York, pushed for a boycott of Britain to stop what it called the British War of Extermination on the Jewish people waged by the successors of Hitler's extermination campaign against Jewry. London bombing. Meanwhile in Britain, authorities monitoring domestic Zionist terror suspects were getting increasingly nervous about attacks in London. The suspects' careful language, however, left little to act upon. What, for example, to make of a suspected terror cell's tapped telephone conversations of February 21, involving the transportation of some object to Britain by small plane? And that even then, we have to carry it around, have to bring it from the landing spot and wait for a reply from Palestine as to whether they want it done. 373. The concern was vindicated when on March 7 a bomb exploded at the Colonial Club and Colonial Welfare Department, 6 St. Martin's Place, causing considerable structural damage and injuring several people. That evening, an unnamed man from France left his hotel near Victoria Station with a case and visited Abraham Abrahams, co-editor of the new Zionist party organ The Jewish Standard, in his private flat. British surveillance recorded a conversation between Abrahams and his wife shortly before midnight, in which he skirted around explaining to her why he must keep the visitor's case, pending his return. Yes, it has a false bottom, he conceded, but only some papers from abroad were hidden there. 374. Circumstantial accounts of how the Colonial House bombing was accomplished came a few days later in France, when Lehi claimed responsibility. Robert Misrahi, who was a protege of the anti-colonialist, but ironically pro-Zionist Jean-Paul Sartre, allegedly wore a coat with explosives sewn inside it. Lehi explosives artist Yaakov Ilyev, who was perhaps responsible for the development of the letter bomb used in a wave of Zionist attempts on public figures, probably made the device. 375. As the Colonial Club was bombed, a staff car on tow on the Haifa-Jaffa road near Hadera was blown up. The next day a military camp in Haifa and a police camp at Es Arena were both hit with grenades. Coldstream guards in Tel Aviv were attacked by heavy small arms fire, killing 1 guardsman. 2 armored cars were blown up, and 2 policemen in civilian clothes were shot, killing 1 immediately. Grenades thrown at a patrol in Jerusalem seriously injured 3 people. The whole Zionist community is allied in spirit with the terrorists, the New York Times reported on March 9. A prominent Zionist official privately acknowledged, the reporter continued, that Irgun Zvi Lumi, with its bombs and guns, and not the Jewish agency, was dictating the policy of Palestine Jewry. Once their deeds are done, the terrorists melt back into the population. They are not betrayed to the authorities. What the New York Times reporter did not know was that the British, noting the correlation between the terror tactics of the Zionists and those of the defeated Axis powers, now sought the help of a small number of officers who have both technical and psychological knowledge of terrorism, having themselves been engaged in similar operations on what may be termed the terrorist side in countries occupied by the enemy in the late war. 377. The Syrian orphanage in Jerusalem was the target of a grisly attack on March 12. Early that morning, the terrorists blasted a hole through the orphanage's 12-foot wall and then made a diversionary attack while bringing in 3 fused sacks of gelignite. When the first sack detonated, it rocked every building in the vast orphanage, threw many of the boys from their beds. The blast was followed by the sickening sound of falling masonry as a large part of the interior of the building collapsed, burying the occupants beneath the dust and debris. Many were injured and one person succumbed to his injuries almost immediately. The full intended carnage was averted. An armed and uninjured British official chased the bombers and prevented them from detonating the other 2 sacks of gelignite. 378. Elsewhere in Palestine that day, a military camp near Karkar was attacked with grenades and firearms. An Arab truck was targeted with a mine on Gaza Road near Rishon LeZion, a WO vehicle was blown up by road mine near Seyran, and vehicles were attacked near Tulkarm and on Haifa Jaffa Road. The citrus shipping season was now over, and with it the deal the Irgun and Lehi had struck with Jewish citrus growers to spare the railroads from terrorism. On March 13 the gangs used an electrically detonated mine to blow up a goods train south of Jerusalem, near Beit Safafah, killing its Palestinian engineer and injuring its Palestinian fireman. North of Lydda, bombers hid near the scene as they watched their 5 contact mines blow up an oil train, knocking 19 of the train's cars off the tracks and destroying 500 yards of track. They then jumped out from hiding and sprayed the train with gunfire for 15 minutes. In Tel Aviv, the Tolat Ashrei Bank was robbed, presumably for arms money. On the 14th, a branch of the main crude oil line running from the Iraq Petroleum Company's fields to the Haifa oil docks was bombed by 4 Irgun operatives. The choice of targets, the British noted, and the placing of the charges shows a fair theoretical knowledge on the part of the saboteurs, though insufficient explosive was used to cause a major incident. Near Bir Yaakov, 2 mines were detonated under a freight train on the Lydda-Gaza line. The Irgun demolished the officers' club and a food depot in Hadera on the 15th. 379. The Irgun's next choice of pipeline target was as savvy as the last. It bombed the crude oil feed near Kfar Husadini on the 16th, causing considerable loss of oil. Its separate bombing of a military vehicle left 4 casualties. Another incident that day was not routine, the bombing of the Jewish Agency press room and tourist agency on Jerusalem's Ben Yehuda Street, for which no group took credit. It was a strange target, but in retrospect, might be explained by an event 2 days later and at the distance of 1,000 miles. A representative of Jewish Agency in Romania called on the British consulate to read out a statement he had been instructed to make by the Jewish Agency Palestine, expressing sincere condolences to the families of its terror victims. Although no connection between the 2 events is noted at the time, perhaps the condolences were originally to have been made on Ben Yehuda Street, at British pressure, and to the outrage of the Irgun. The Irgun blamed the Nazi British rule, which would fit the theory. 1 constable was killed and 6 injured on March 19 by a bomb thrown near Zikron Yankov police station in Haifa. At 2:45 the next morning, a remotely detonated bomb missed its targets, a sergeant and 3 constables. 6 armed Jews robbed the Palestine Discount Bank on the 24th, apparently assisted by members of gang already in the building. When 3 days later, a grenade was thrown by Jews at the car of a party of police, the police managed to throw the grenade out of the car, but the explosion injured 2 pedestrians. The attackers continued with gunfire and a flash bomb. At 9:05 the next morning, 5 young Jews youths dressed as Arabs drove a truck to the Acre Beach area. 2 remained in the truck as cover while 3 got out and walked to a carefully reconnoitered point where 7 oil feed pipes ran together above ground, laid explosives under each, rushed back to the truck, and drove toward a level crossing to escape. As luck would have it, the War Office reported, the barrier was down and shunting was taking place. They abandoned the truck and fled. The blast came a few minutes later, first igniting oil and benzene, and after about 15 minutes the heat of the fires caused 2 further explosions. This is correct sabotage technique, the War Office concluded warily, and indicates forethought and attention to detail. 381. The air gun was nonetheless still short of competent help. In Kiryat Haim, its operatives bombed the water supply line valve and inspection chamber, an odd target, which while costing the British £1,000 to repair did not interrupt the water supply. The explanation began to emerge 6 days later, at 2:30 in the morning on April 3. A party of Jews entered a house at Kiryat Haim near Haifa and beat up a Jewish civilian, and in the course of the the air gun claims to have sabotaged oil pipelines near Alyala and near Haifa on the 29th, but I have assumed this to be a misdating for the 28th day. As many as 16 more Jews were similarly beaten up, 3 so seriously that they were hospitalized. Pressed for an explanation, they explained that the air gun had sent them to sabotage an oil pipeline, but they blew up the water main by mistake. The beatings were punishment, and the day they were beaten up, new operatives did the job correctly, sabotaging oil pipelines near Kfar Hasidim. Meanwhile, the routine attacks continued, such as the assassination of an officer and police inspector on horseback on March 29.382. The most colossal of all the Zionist oil sabotage, indeed the most catastrophic attack ever to hit Palestine's coast, came on the last day of March, with Lehi's bombing of the Shell Mex oil tanks. The blasts rocked the entire Haifa coastal area, destroying about 20,000 tons of oil, disrupting oil supplies, and causing huge fires that raged for 3 weeks. A quarter-mile of Mediterranean waterfront was devastated. Taking credit for the attack, Lehi noted in its L.H.I Bulletin No. 5 that its fighters had successfully penetrated the heavily guarded zone and returned safely to their bases, without loss. No longer just the assassination virtuosi, Lehi now rivaled the airgun and Haganah in the field of sheer destruction. The coast in flames must have been a shocking and foreboding sight to those aboard the illegal immigrant ship San Filippo as it approached Palestine that day. The vessel was so dangerously unseaworthy that the British had already rescued a third of its passengers during its voyage. Spinning these latest settlers' arrival in bluntly messianic terms, the Jewish agency called the San Filippo passengers Palestinian subjects returning home had owned Palestine for thousands of years. 383. With 100,000 British troops in Palestine impotent against Zionist terror, public servants and victims' families continued to write to the government in despair. One former constable's letter typifies the exasperation of those charged with maintaining public safety. "We keep hearing the postponement of execution. Did we do that with the Arab? No, his house was burned, Arabs were hanged by the dozen there seems to be." Creech Jones replied. First, there are very considerable differences between the Arab disturbances of 1937 to 1939 and the Jewish terrorist organizations of today. The Arab insurgents were loosely knit bands of guerrillas operating in the country districts, whereas Irgun Zvi Lumi and the Stern Gang, the terrorists active today, are secret societies of well-trained saboteurs, some thousands strong, buried in the heart of an urban population. 385. During the Arab disturbances, Jones continued, the police and the army did enjoy this cooperation to some extent, and were able to track down the guilty parties. In contrast, Jewish community institutions made the decision to withhold all aid in this matter. The security forces have been confronted by the stolid refusal of the Jewish civilians to give what information they may possess. The Jewish institutions have maintained their attitude of non-cooperation. 386. It is a situation, Cunningham wrote from Jerusalem, in which a policeman is shot and lies wounded in the street beside a bus queue, no member of which will lift a finger to help him. The British are powerless against the terror without the aid of a still functioning civil power. The placing of explosives against the walls of a building under covering fire was a method successfully used by the Germans in 1940 against the strongest fortifications in Europe. The chances of its succeeding are plainly improved where, as in Palestine, the law-abiding members of the community for purely political reasons have combined in deciding not to distinguish themselves from the members of the attacking forces, who thus emerge from within a civilian population at any moment with full initiative and every operational advantage. 387. April 1947. April brought what should have been very good news for Jewish DPS, when U.S. Bill H.R. 2910 was introduced in Washington, D.C. The bill was to provide immigration to the United States for 400,000 displaced persons from Germany, Austria, and Italy over a 4-year period, as non-quota immigrants. The State Department supported the admission of Jewish DPS, and the bill was championed by the American Council for Judaism. Yet none of the famously proactive, Zionist lobbying organizations demonstrated any support for the bill, and it died. 388. On the first day of April, as fires raged along the Haifa coast from Lehi's attacks on the oil supplies, 2 Lehi dressed as Arabs entered a railway control box near Nahariya, murdered the sentry propped up against a wall, and stole weapons. 4 constables escaped attempted assassination, while a civilian was murdered in the course of a botched assassination of a sergeant. In Cyprus the next day, the Paliam, the sea force of the Haganah's Palmach, bombed the British freighter 55 Ocean Vigor. In broad daylight on April 3, and in full view of the local Jews, militants set up an explosive device on the corner of Mountain Road in Haifa. While being calmly witnessed by a number of local Jews taking breakfast in flats overlooking the scene, they blew up a ration truck, seriously injuring 2. The next day, as the Empire rival left Haifa for Port Said, it was bombed for the second time. 389. British intelligence had long been concerned about the radicalizing of Jewish youth at the hands of the revisionist organization Baader and its North London premises. This militant Jewish youth movement, as Percy Salito, then Director General of MI5 described it, bears a striking resemblance both in general structure and character to the Hitler Youth movement. Children under 10 were in a section called Sholem, those aged 10 to 16 in Baader Zayrer, and 16 to 23 in Dargat Hail Jun. Among Baader's protégés was the Irgun terrorist Dov Gruner, whose execution the British continually delayed in fear of the repercussions. When Gruner's execution was stayed in late January, Churchill knew that it was not, as the media had been told, because Gruner had appealed, but to win the release of the Irgun's hostages, H.E. Collins and Judge Wyndham. By April, however, the British ran out of ways to avoid handing the Irgun a martyr. He was an engineered martyr. The militia, led by Begin, saw that Gruner would be more powerful for the settler state if executed, and so allegedly convinced him not to cooperate with the reprieves that would spare him, to ensure that he is put to death, which, on April 16, he was. 390. His impending martyrdom had already led to heightened security when on April 11 Gilbert Elizabeth Lazarus, the young but battle-seasoned granddaughter of the composer Alexander Scriabin, reached England. Immigration believed her story. She had come to visit one Chun Chanyang at Trinity College whom she had met in France. 4 days later, feigning the need for the loo, she got past the guards at the Colonial Office with a substantial bomb concealed in her coat. She deposited it in the lavatory, wrapped in copies of the Evening Standard and Daily Telegraph. As she left, a cleaning woman named Lizzie Hart saw the package and, having no clue as to what she held in her hand, did exactly the wrong thing. She began removing the wrapping paper. The next instant, however, passed without catastrophe. The bomb was not booby-trapped and, as Scotland Yard later explained, one of the hands of the watch was pressed too close against the face and the watch stopped before it reached 0 hour. The watch bore a fingerprint on record with the British, that of Lehi Bigwigiliev. Its Dolomite bore the trademark of the explosives factory of Saint-Martin-de-Croix, France, and would later match explosives discovered in the Paris residence of Rabbi Barak Korv after his thwarted aerial attack on London. 391. The bomb planted by our fighters in the British Colonial Office in London was perchance discovered before it exploded, Lehigh conceded in the June issue of its L.H.I. bulletin. Lehigh had, nonetheless, penetrated into the heart of the empire, and the Chief of Scotland Yard was unable to keep his public promise to arrest within 48 hours the female terrorist. Lazarus had, indeed, slipped back to France. As Britain hunted for the terrorist, bomb and death threats continued to rattle its embassies and consulates throughout the world. In Chicago, Athens, Bogota, Buenos Aires, Santiago, and Tunis. 392. In Palestine in mid-April, as the last fires from the March 31 Shell-Mex attack were extinguished, roads themselves were set afire. The air gun doused mined roads with gasoline and ignited them at the presence of a mobile patrol. Attacks were now so numerous that many merited only cursory mention in British records, such as a bomb that was discovered and defused at Jerusalem's Eden Cinema on April 16. On the 18th, 8 Jews drove up in a truck to number 61 Field Dressing Station in the Nathania area, a building flaunted by 2 prominent Red Cross flags. They shot the British sentry dead and laid explosive charges at the facility, blowing up the medical inspection room adjoining a ward of sick people. The airgun claimed responsibility. Militants assassinated a policeman in Tel Aviv, killing a civilian in the process. Military dispatch riders in Haifa were targeted from a saloon car on Herzl Street, and others were targeted on King George Avenue. The airgun claims it mined a train near Rehovot that day. Random military personnel were the targets of sniping from a commandeered taxi in Haifa on April 19. On April 20, an Arab Legion truck was blown up by a landmine on Acre Haifa Road near Kiryat Moskin. A Red Cross depot was bombed, leaving many casualties, and 2 road mines were uncovered in Haifa, one with a considerable amount of Italian explosives, partly buried in a heap of asphalt. At Ramat Zev, a landmine blew up a Sherwood Forester's truck, injuring 4, and in Jerusalem another kilo stone mine was exposed. 4 people were injured, one quite seriously, when a bomber threw an explosive device into the camp cinema at Nathania Convalescent Depot as the audience of about 200 was leaving. Although April 22 brought minor failures for the militants, the police freed 3 people the gangs had kidnapped, and 3 bombings failed. These disappointments were dwarfed by the day's great success, the bombing of the Cairo-Haifa train at Rehovot, killing 8 people on the spot and leaving 6 wounded, 3 seriously. As described by a survivor, the train was mined and wrecked by Jews traveling at reduced speed along an embankment with orange groves on either side. Suddenly, there was a terrific explosion. The air became dense from smoke, there were sounds of shattering glass and of woodwork being reduced to splinters, and debris was flying in all directions. The coach in which I was traveling was blown off the rails by the force of the explosion. The scene along the track was an unforgettable sight, 2 compartments blown to bits, down the embankment, telescoped by the 6th car, in which more casualties had occurred. For some distance the track had been torn up, rails were buckled and twisted into odd shapes. Troops were moving the bodies to the side of the track and covering them with blankets, the injured were being given first aid treatment, passengers pinned in the wreckage were being released with the aid of crowbars, pickaxes. 394. The next morning, a furious High Commissioner Cunningham called in Ben-Gurion. After the Jewish agency leader professed his condemnation of the attack but refused the commissioner's plea for cooperation, Cunningham asked if his refusal was especially strange given that the UN was currently reviewing the Palestine situation. Ben-Gurion replied with a flood of polemics and told Cunningham that the British were still bound to interpret the mandate as the Jews see it. Meanwhile, 2 more trucks were blown up on the Litapetatikva road, with 4 casualties, the assailants reinforcing the blasts with automatic weapons. 395. The attacks raised new questions in Parliament about protecting the railways against Jewish terrorism. Counter-terrorism measures already in place before April 22 included frequent examination of lines, patrols, guards and restriction of traffic to hours of daylight, and curfew prohibiting all movement outside built-up areas is imposed as the situation demands. It was conceded, however, that the terrorists' use of remote control electronically detonated mines makes it most difficult to take effective precautions against sabotage. 396. Aside from the usual scattered attacks, April 24 brought two odd incidents. 5 armed Jews entered a Tel Aviv hotel and inquired whether any Britishers were present. The front desk obviously complied, because a British businessman guest was abducted but then released on finding that he was a Jew. The second odd incident, in Haifa, could be described as macabre irony. Lehi had booby-trapped a house to kill the policeman whom they would summon to investigate on some invented pretext. But the plan went afoul, a Haganah operative entered the house and was blown up instead. The next morning at about 8:55, a post and telegraph vehicle was stopped by a Jew dressed as a Palestinian constable, at which 8 militants appeared and abducted the driver and a postal employee. They were taken to the Bnei Brak area, held under guard, and later abandoned, still bound. 397. While British records do not make the connection, it was surely this vehicle that Lehi used for a brazen attack on Sarona camp that began an hour and 20 minutes later, at about 10:15, when 2 of its operatives dressed as employees entered Sarona in such a vehicle. The guards were at first suspicious but found nothing irregular, and the men's passes appeared to be in order. These workers parked the van between 2 buildings containing the telephone exchange office and company office, then returned to the gate carrying a ladder and wire, saying they needed to repair the telephone cable outside the perimeter. The explosion followed quickly upon their exit, shaking the camp and destroying both offices. According to the British, 5 people were killed immediately and 60 injured, some seriously, but Lehi scoffed at these figures. The dead, it bragged, numbered much more than the number officially disclosed, and added that before our Haifa was spared a bombing that day when the device triggered prematurely, killing the operative. Another attack failed in Jerusalem, when the bomber was caught depositing a mine in a tree. The usual sorts of minor incidents continued, hand grenades thrown at vehicles, hijacked taxis, and the like. On the 26th, A.E. Conquest, chief of the SID in Haifa, was assassinated by Lehi. The next morning, 3 separate attacks occurred within a 22-minute period. The first came at 10:30, when a remote-controlled explosive device was triggered under a goods train on the Lydda Jaffa line near Tel Aviv. 15 minutes later, another goods train was targeted on the Haifa-Kantara line near Beni Amina. At 8 minutes to 11 in the morning, the Ramley railway station was blown up and completely destroyed. A civilian was injured the next day by a grenade thrown at a CMP vehicle in Jerusalem, and on the 30th, a large landmine found buried on Jaffa Road in the outskirts of Jerusalem was safely dismantled. It consisted of 2 4-gallon petrol cans containing a large quantity of explosives and rivets. 399. May's routine terror was overshadowed by the successful defeat of security at the Acre prison on May 4. The operation began when a party of armed Jews, some of whom were wearing British military uniforms, entered the Acre market in British military transport. Explosions and gunfire broke out immediately in various localities, with 4 huge blasts near the old Turkish baths abutting the prison. May 1947. This attack was more than a blow to British security, it deepened the soul-searching in London because it advertised just how little control Britain actually retained in Palestine. 3 days later, officials were groping to explain to the House of Commons and the British public how such a heavily fortified facility can apparently be attacked with impunity. Indeed, Cunningham's dispatch about the attack was an admission that the civil and military authorities are quite unable to put down terrorism. 400. Yet the most revealing aspect of Cunningham's report was that the British government feared publishing it. They feared doing so because it necessarily addressed the general political background in Palestine, which is, in effect, a most severe castigation of the Jewish community and its leaders, and this might cause repercussions, especially in the American press. 401. On the same day as the prison break, mines were laid on roads over a large area, and a truck was blown up near Kiryat Haim. The shops of 5 Jewish merchants who refused to fund the Irgun were gutted with incendiary bombs on the 8th. 4 days later, 2 constables were murdered and a workman's train was sabotaged. Calls for a Palestinian resistance to the ever-increasing Zionist terrorism were now heard, and even talk of an Arab awakening, but the Palestinians, British intelligence observed, appear no keener to disturb the peace than hitherto. In the New York suburb of Lake Success, the fledgling United Nations grappled with the Palestine debacle. Representatives of the Arab League objected to the Zionist plea to the United Nations to base a solution for the Palestine controversy on the homelessness of Europe's displaced Jews, while the Irgun filed a claim to turn all of Palestine and Transjordan over to them for a Jewish state. As they did, they bombed a cinema at Sarafand camp and a railway line north of Hadera. 402. Both Arab and Jewish passengers were the targets of an attempted train bombing near Bat Galim on the 15th, as they were employees of an army depot in the vicinity of Haifa. The bomb was positioned to send the train crashing down an embankment, but the alert driver saw something irregular ahead and was able to stop the train before triggering it. A mine discovered on the Haifa-Beirut line near Acre exploded while being dismantled, killing 2 officers and injuring 3, one seriously. Another mine on the Lydda Jerusalem branch was discovered in time, and one on a railway near Tel Aviv failed. Near Rehovot a goods train was blown up, and the next day a constable was killed and others injured by a remote-controlled shrapnel bomb in Haifa. 403. Even Irgun-seasoned readers of the New York Herald Tribune and the New York Post were likely taken aback by May's full-page appeals to finance terror in Palestine. The ads, in the form of an open letter by the playwright Ben Hecht, abandoned any pretense of military targets, celebrating even the bombing of trains. In what would otherwise be seen as vile anti-Semitism, he states that U.S. Jews take joy at the terror all except for the rich Jews, whom he ridicules. Every time you blow up a British arsenal, or wreck a British jail, or send a British railroad train sky high, or rob a British bank, or let go with your guns and bombs at the British betrayers and invaders of your homeland, the Jews of America make a little holiday in their hearts. Brave friends, I can imagine you wondering, if the Jews of America are behind us, why don't they help us with their support and money? It so happens that a certain small percentage of the Jews of America are not behind you yet. Unfortunately, this small percentage includes practically all the rich Jews of America. 404. Yet Hecht's call to terror was not off the spectrum of mainstream views. It was supported by the popular columnist Walter Winchell. The British once again lodged protests with the US for allowing the terror fundraising on its soil, but Truman replied that it was better not to inflame the passions, while the relevant government agencies replied that even revoking the Irgun's tax-exempt status would stir up more trouble than it would be worth. When Orm Sargent, head of the Foreign Office, asked Ambassador Douglas if the US might not be unhappy if such calls to murder appeared in the British press targeting the US, Douglas as well refused any action against the Zionists. 405. A New York City government worker reported that higher UPS frequently stretched regulations on behalf of revisionist causes, otherwise strictly enforced. When a new front, the Palestine Relief Committee, began sending large sums of money to Palestine, the nature of these remittances raised eyebrows even within New York Mayor William O'Dwyer's particularly pro-Zionist. Ben Hecht's views changed in later years, as evidenced in his 1961 book Perfidy about the 1954 trial of alleged Nazi collaborator Rudolf Kastner trial in Jerusalem City Hall. Nonetheless, the city's accountant was told not to record the identity of the money's recipient in Palestine for obvious reasons, and the committee's purpose was officially recorded as the dissemination of public information for Palestine. 406. There was a spurt of resistance that appeared in Palestine at this time from a Jewish organization called the Anti-Terror League. It accused the militants of using the same methods as the Nazis, and will therefore cause to the Jews the same fate like the Nazis did suffer. The British, probably correctly, believed its members to be from the socialist Hashomer Hatzair. The League appears to have had no identifiable influence, an obscure footnote. 407. A failed attempt to kill 4 police in a SID car on the morning of May 20 was followed by a more successful raid. At 8:15 that evening, a number of armed Jews entered an Arab cafe and searched the occupants. On leaving, they placed a mine in the building and fired a number of shots, killing 1 Arab and wounding the rest, 3 seriously. Rather than the usually fatal attempt to challenge the booby trapping, the military destroyed the bomb in situ, completely wrecking the Palestinian cafe. Roughly 45 minutes after the cafe attack began, about 25 armed Jews entered Arab Sarwar K encampment near Petah Tikva and opened fire on the inhabitants, killing 1 Arab, and planted a landmine as they left to blow up first responders. The long ubiquitous bombings of vehicles continued, such as a convoy targeted in Tel Aviv by a remote-controlled device. In Paris 2 days later, the arrest of 5 young Lehi members brought a new clue to the bombing of the Colonial Office in London on April 11. One of the 5, Jacques Martinsky, had bomb-making materials believed to be related to that attack. 408. 2 train stations and 2 railway lines were bombed on May 2. Rami Station, a station near Zikron Yaakov, the Haifa Kantara line near Beni Amina, and the Lida Jaffa line near Tel Aviv. The next day, an attack on the IPC oil dock and office in the Haifa port area was largely thwarted. 409. But Haganah envoys, using relief work as a cover, accelerated their campaign to persuade these uprooted individuals that their only hope for a decent future is to turn Zionist, in the words of British intelligence. A May telegram from the Foreign Office described the situation as a racket largely organized and financed by Zionists in the United States, themselves in no personal danger, who are persuading the displaced persons of Europe by false promises to sell all their property and belongings and embark in search of a land flowing with milk and honey, whereas in fact they will be herded in overcrowded, unseaworthy vessels without regard to conditions or safety of life. 410. The Haganah quoted a figure of $200 as the cost of transporting 1 refugee across the Mediterranean to Palestine, of which $40 was getting the person overland through Germany, $10 was bribes, and $150 was everything else, loss of ship, indemnity, and insurance. The finances and accounting were dense, with several people investing, and no paper trail. In but one example of these opaque dealings, a Greek national who was a procurer of women in Alexandria backed such a settler voyage by paying harbor dues owed in Britain by a Swedish shipping company. The agency's campaign to displace North African Jews was also bearing fruit. A Haganah-sponsored ship arrived in Palestine carrying not European DPS, but North African Jews. The British at this time received intelligence that a vessel filled with European immigrants has set out on a propaganda mission, to arrive at Palestinian shores for the benefit of the fact-finding commission and the 60-odd journalists who will accompany that UN committee. The vessel, renamed the Exodus, was en route. 411. Gilbert Lazarus. June 1947. Meanwhile in France, explosives guru Yaakov Ilyev and the energetic Gilbert Lazarus set out on a new sabotage mission, this time in Brussels. Their luck, however, ran out at the Belgian border on June 2, where suspicious officials pulled them aside and found 14 sticks of explosives secreted on the person of the woman. Under her suitcase's false bottom were detonators, pencil batteries, and 6 letter bombs identical with those dispatched to Britain from Turin, corroborating British suspicions that the letter bombs mailed from Italy originated in France. Ilyev was carrying more of the batteries, but allegedly managed to dispose of a watch that would have proven incriminating for its similarity to the watch used in Lazarus' failed Colonial Office bomb. 412. The ranks among the terror gangs ran the gamut from self-serving, opportunistic leaders to the traumatized survivors of the war who were their easy prey. Gilbert was born in 1926 to poet Ariadne Scriabin and Daniel Lazarus, like her famous grandfather, a composer. After a failed second marriage, Ariadne began a long friendship with poet David Canute. They visited Palestine in the latter half of 1937, became dedicated revisionist Zionists, and in 1940 married. Mother and daughter converted to Judaism. And Ariadne grew extreme in her revisionist politics, remembered for uncompromising statements about ridding Arabs from our land. And so when Gilbert, who was living with her uncle in Paris, announced that she wanted to convert to Catholicism, Ariadne was furious. She had her daughter brought immediately to Toulouse where, with the help of a rabbi, convinced her to remain Jewish and indoctrinated her into revisionist causes. And so Gilbert, at age 14, was already active in the resistance movement her mother and Canute established, La Main Forte, which became Th and Armée Juive. Ariadne was ambushed and murdered by the Vichy regime's milice française while en route to an Armée Juive appointment in Toulouse in July 1944, 2 weeks before that city was liberated. Gilbert, separately, had been injured by a landmine. Her indoctrination to Lehigh began about a year before her arrest, when she received an anonymous phone call to meet in the Café de la Paix in Paris concerning a Jewish resistance organization. Under the gang's grooming, battlefields blurred, enemies blurred, the war had not ended. Well seasoned in the tasks requested of her, she was given rendezvous points and descriptions of contacts, sometimes a man, other times a woman, and instructions to transport a case. Usually she did not know its contents. She was a complicated prisoner, both a terrorist and a war hero. The Exodus affair also helped turn public sympathy in her favor, as it would for vastly less sympathetic characters like Rabbi Korf. She served 8 months in a Belgian prison and was fined £8. By August 1948, at age 22, Gilbert Lazarus was in Israel working as a reporter for a French newspaper. Lehigh threw a café party for her on the 24th. "They are a stern gang patent, you know," she told reporters about the deadly letter bombs that caused her arrest. She expressed regret that none of them reached their intended recipients, as we are still at war with Britain. But the murder of Folke Bernadotte the following month appears to have been a reckoning. She parted ways with Lehigh. Lazarus moved to Beersheba in the early 1950s and opened its first nightclub, The Last Chance. Whether she intended the name as a reference to the city's southern location, or to her final hope for a normal life, it would also prove autobiographical. She died of a heart attack at the age of 37.413. 2 days after she and Iliev were arrested at the Belgian border, on June 4, an envelope bearing Italian stamps reached the home of Harold MacMichael, the retired High Commissioner who had returned to England nearly 3 years earlier. He began to open it, but stopped short upon seeing 2 pieces of cardboard between which were a quantity of material with the appearance of toffee and wires. MacMichael was experienced enough to appreciate, in that instant, that he was fortunate still to be alive. Carbon paper often obscured the interior, and even unfolding the plain white paper surrounding it might already have completed the circuit to the detonator. His was one of several Zionist letter bombs that reached various British. Failed Lehigh letter bomb, c. 1947. In this oblique view, the explosive SOW occupied the central dark area, and the 2 cylindrical objects on the right are the detonators. The batteries had connected to the wire on the far left, via the triggering mechanism in the center foreground. On the far right is the fold and part of the cover. Officials in England in early June, among them Ernest Bevin and future Prime Minister Anthony Eden. A bomb intended for MP Arthur Greenwood was misdirected and reached a different Arthur Greenwood, the owner of a laundry in Gypsy Hill. The laundry owner proved saucier than some MPs. He was suspicious and alerted the police. One MP's secretary began opening an envelope for her boss, but sensed heat and thrust it into a pail of water kept handy for the event/14. Winston Churchill was among the intended victims of a new rash of more potent letter bombs that began arriving on June 7, 20 of which originated from Turin. Other recipients included the Admiral of the Fleet Lord Fieser and the Postmaster General. One reaching Nairobi was caught in time and analyzed. It was similar to those sent from Italy, consisting of slabs of gelignite sandwiched between 2 pieces of cardboard, with detonating wires fastened by small nuts. .415. President Truman, whose pro-Zionist influence would prove decisive in Palestine's future, also received airgun letter bombs that summer. When one senior mailroom worker was called back from vacation because of a backlog resulting from the Palestine question, it was not from volume, but because some letters reaching the president's mailroom had obviously been intended to kill 6. UNSCOP hosted by a spy network. The British wanted to get out of Palestine and turned to the UN for an exit. To this end, the UN appointed the United Nations Special. Unknown to the committee, the Jewish Agency prepared for its arrival in Palestine with an elaborate spy ring, manuscript records of which were found among other Haganah papers uncovered by the British in Jerusalem after the fact, on August 3. Some of the words used were euphemisms, such as the word hotel, which the British believed to mean the Jewish Agency, but these appeared not to be intended as code. The ring comprised 3 networks: a driver's network, waiter's network, and theater network. 5 spies were needed for the driver's network, but a 6th was recruited to displace a committee driver who happened to be Palestinian. The other 5 drivers supplied information daily on the movements of the committee members, their meetings, etc. The manuscript notes read in translation, but to our regret the drivers had not too much understanding and therefore they did not utilize fully their special position. Further limiting their effectiveness, most of the cars had a glass partition between driver and passengers, making listening difficult. One driver spy, however, accompanied a committee member on a likely fruitful trip to Beirut. The waiters' network, similarly, operated for the purpose of tracing the meetings of the committee's members with various persons. By far the most productive, however, was the all-female theater segment of the spy ring. Through full cooperation of the General Labor Exchange we were able to engage 5 house attendants at Kadima Building 1. Just what these theater girl spies did while serving the UNSCOP cast is not elaborated, but 2 qualifications were cited: they had to be educated and, most importantly, they had to be daring. Finding suitable candidates was difficult. The time allowed for procuring these girls was very short. We succeeded in pushing in 3 suitable girls and 2 others on recommendations by close persons, but they proved insufficiently daring and their educational standards was much less than that of the first 3. The 3 better educated and sufficiently daring girls proved their great importance. They brought considerable and first-rate material. Through them we received among other things Banch's letters and reports, Sir Abdur's and Sandstrom's questions, as also Hood's telegram to his government. The 3 girls showed great devotion, understanding, and a great deal of risk which must be recorded. There is no record of the sort of risk and daring the young women employed to secure their considerable intelligence prizes, nor any way to know whether any excessive hospitality might have influenced the men's subsequent decisions. Although the 2 insufficiently daring girls were less productive, they did not prove an obstruction and their material was emptied and brought by the first 3. After the mission, the agency faced the lack of an expert stitching group of secondary and high education which knows the English language thoroughly. The machinery staff pitched in for the stitching, but it was only after the completion of the examinations at the university that we succeeded in recruiting a number of female students for this work. 17. UNSCOP held its first public hearing in Jerusalem on June 17. This was the committee that would decide Palestine's fate, yet most of its members were, according to the New York Times reporter Albert Clifton Daniel, obviously unaware of some of the simplest facts about the country and were groping for information. Jewish agency officials like Sherrod were there to supply that information. Banch is Ralph Bunch, who was then assistant to UNSCOP, and would soon be principal secretary of the UN Palestine Commission. Sir Abdur is Abdur Rahman, representative from India. Sandstrom is Justice Emil Sandstrom, representative from Sweden. Hood is JDL Hood, representative from Australia. To UNSCOP, and its liaison officers maintained a close association with the committee throughout its visit. As would happen at the UN in November, only India's Sir Abdur Rahman attempted substantive debate, which Sherrod sidestepped, to use the New York Times word. Seated around a horseshoe-shaped mahogany table in the auditorium of the Jerusalem YMCA, Sherrod stated bluntly that the Jewish Agency would never accept equality with the Palestinians, justifying the discrimination to UNSCOP with the argument that Palestine owes its existence to the fact that it is the birthplace of the Jewish people. Denying the ethnic cleansing that he thought his audience feared was soon to come, he made the remarkable claim that not one single Arab village has disappeared from the map of Palestine due to the Zionists, which, if reporter Daniel's assessment was accurate, some members may have accepted as fact. A far more honest meeting took place in secret a week later. Carter Davidson, another American journalist in Palestine covering the committee's visit, was approached in secret by a man bringing a message from Irgun commander Menachem Begin. Begin wanted to arrange a clandestine meeting with committee members. Davidson conveyed the request to committee chairman Sandstrom. Sandstrom agreed. On June 24, Davidson and 3 committee members, Mr. Sandstrom, Dr. Victor Hu, and Dr. Ralph Bunch, went for a stroll and met a pre-arranged taxi. They were driven to a darkened street and left there. Then a pretty girl approached, mentioned the pre-arranged password and took us on a circuitous walk to a second taxi that drove them for 15 minutes through an unlighted route to the meeting place with Begin and 2 of his aides. The peace of the world, Begin vowed to the UNSCOP representatives, will be threatened if partition is approved and the Hebrew homeland not returned in its entirety to its rightful owners. Lest there be any doubt as to what this homeland encompassed, it is the territory which stretches between the Mediterranean and the desert east of the Jordan and from Dan to Beersheba. Why not simple democracy in Palestine? The committee asked. Yes, Begin agreed. But 3,000 years ago the land had a Jewish state, and so Jewish blood, worldwide, now constituted the citizenry of Palestine. All Jews, worldwide, were its electorate. What if, despite his methodology, Jews worldwide still did not vote as he wished? Begin replied by enlarging the dimensions of his Jewish electorate from the geographic to the temporal. Such a vote would be illegitimate, he explained, because the Jewish nation belongs equally to Jews of all generations to come, and therefore no majority of this generation of Jewish people mattered if it voted contrary to Zionist interests. The meeting with this most wanted of terrorists was kept out of the committee's report and not acknowledged until Davidson revealed it in the New York Times a month later. A formal transcript of it was produced by the Jewish Legion, but the first transcript was 14 typewritten pages by the diaspora headquarters of the Irgun Zivei Lumi by authority of the High Command in Eretz Israel of the Irgun UNSCOP Conference 418. UNSCOP's presence brought only a modest lull in Zionist violence. The Air Ministry Works Department compound on the grounds of the Italian hospital in Jerusalem was bombed on June 3, and trains on both the Haifa-Kantara and the Lydda Jaffa lines were blown up on the 4th. Both the Athlit railway station and the IPC pipeline northeast of Jalama were bombed on June 5, causing extensive damage in the former and the loss of 800 tons of crude oil in the latter. 419. At about 5 p.m. on the 9th, the telephone line at Galgil swimming pool at Ramat Gan went dead. 7 Jews armed with T.S.M.G.S and revolvers entered and abducted a sergeant and constable. As they threw 2 smoke bombs to hide their escape, one witness saw 10 men and 1 girl pull the captives into a truck. The Haganah issued a statement ordering the Yishuv not to give information about the kidnappings to the British, but rather to the Yishuv security institutions. At noon the next day, the British cordoned off Kiryat Shal settlement and recovered the 2 men, whose captors had told them that their fate was dependent on the outcome of ongoing trials of accused Irgun members. Among the weaponry uncovered were a Thompson submachine gun and U.S.A. pattern grenades. The terror. The Irgun, meanwhile, had been busy boring a tunnel to Army HQ in Tel Aviv's Citrus House from the basement of a neighboring building. Citrus House had long been in the Irgun's crosshairs. Their complicated attack on January 2 failed to cause the destruction intended, but the 250 to 300-foot tunnel would give them a deadly advantage. As was their practice, the gang booby-trapped their handiwork to kill any unwary snooper, and so when at about 11 o'clock on the morning of June 18 the Haganah operative, Zeev Weber, came across the tunnel, a bomb detonated, killing him. The explosion was heard outside and alerted the British. The Jewish agency made great play out of their fallen hero, saving British lives. Although saving British lives was a happenstance consequence, it was nonetheless true. British representatives attended the funeral in respect. 420. On June 22, 4 men and a girl attempted to kill an assistant superintendent of police with an iron pipe in Jerusalem's Jordan bookshop. That evening a small bomb blew up in a porch of the English girls' school on Shabbatai Levi Street in Haifa, to deter Jewish mothers from sending their daughters to a foreign school, as 317 Airborne Field Security interpreted it. A Sten gun and ammunitions factory discovered on June 20 proved to be one of a chain of such factories maintained by the Haganah. 2 days later, an attempt to kidnap the frontier control officer in Jerusalem was foiled. When on the evening of the 24th, a small explosion was heard in the garden of a house near the Salvia Hotel opposite the Jerusalem military courts, the British, well aware of the terrorists' penchant for baiting police into a booby-trapped house, did not enter until daylight. Their suspicion of being lured into a death trap was vindicated. Inside they found a mattress, but careful not to disturb anything, they attached a rope and pulled it from a safe distance outside. The explosion demolished the entire wall. A drawer of a table also proved to be booby-trapped. 421. On June 25, militants burst into the Jerusalem flat of an UNSCOP liaison officer and struck him on the head with a pipe. He resisted his attackers' attempts to chloroform him long enough to run outside and signal a passing military vehicle, foiling the abduction, though the assailants shot the driver as they fled. Meanwhile, in Devon, the theft of explosives from 2 quarries heightened domestic terrorism concerns, as wiretaps strongly suggested that the explosives were destined for bombings in Britain in the Zionist cause. 422. On the Sabbath, June 28, Lehi drove a taxi to the Astoria restaurant on Haylett Street in Haifa and sprayed it with automatic fire, killing an officer and wounding 2 before the assailants sped off upon return fire, then escaped by foot when the British punctured the taxi's tires, leaving behind 2 grenades. The restaurant was known to be crowded with British officers on Saturday evenings, and the Jewish proprietress well known for her reasonable outlook on the Palestine issue. In Tel Aviv on the Allenby Road, 4 British officers were gunned down from behind, the signature Lehi method. 1 survived. During the night, a bomb detonated behind Jerusalem's Vienna Cafe without casualties. On Sunday, soldiers were attacked while bathing near Herzliya, 2 presumed not to have recovered from their wounds. Heedful of Irgun boasts of undefeatable booby-trapping, the British detonated a bomb discovered on the tracks between Kafr Sanir and Athlit in situ, destroying 60 yards of track. Lehi, in the meantime, added an imaginative twist to booby-trapping. It began distributing pamphlets and banners that exploded if burned. 423. Train bombing reaches Europe. The Irgun's infiltration into European DP camps had made Europe a new front in the terror. In May and again in June, Zionist-mentored DPS attempted to bomb trains on the main railway line between Berlin and Hanover, but the explosives were discovered before their intended deadly disasters. The first traceable clues as to the source of the bombs came with a failed attempt on the Hanover-Hamburg Express train on June 28. The bomb was typical, 30 kilograms of gelignite of the type used for quarrying, with an electrical detonator. The breakthrough in sleuthing came with the paper used as wrapping in the device. Part of the paper had Hebrew printing, which was traced to a publication called Unsere Stimme from Belsenkamp. This and other bits of paper wrapping placed the source of the explosives to a quarry at Bochum in the Ruhr, where the foreman's records, combined with separate investigations in Hanover, led to the arrests of 4 individuals, 2 in the vicinity and 2 in Munich. Although the terrorists were reluctant to give information, one of the 4 confirmed that the Irgun's European operation was headquartered in Paris, with subordinate headquarters in Munich, the whole being supported by the United Zionist Revisionist Organization. 424. The first week of July was marked by a number of assassinations and attempted assassinations of British soldiers. Lehi's retaliation for the disappearance of 16-year-old member Alexander Rubowitz on May 6. Evidence implicated one Major Roy Ferran, who allegedly grabbed Rubowitz for posting Lehi broadsides and killed him in the process of a brutal interrogation. Ferrand maintained his innocence and was acquitted, but his behavior only reinforced suspicions, and Lehi continued to believe that he was guilty. 56 years later, in 2003, the British declassified documents that substantially prove Lehi's allegation, a confession allegedly made by Ferrand to the Assistant Inspector General of Police, Bernard Ferguson. 425. July 1947. The Exodus. July 18 to 19 brought Palestine to the headlines. The overburdened vessel President Warfield reached Haifa brimming with 4,515 Jewish DPS, unwitting actors on a grand stage that stretched from Germany to the Promised Land and with an audience as large as the world. Choreographed for the global media and timed for UNSCOP's visit, the vessel itself became the stage prop. Its sponsors renamed it the Exodus for the obvious biblical iconography, and Ben-Gurion extolled its passengers as even more heroic than the Jews who had rebelled and died in the ghettos of Europe. Yet Britain, as the story was spun, refused to allow these desperate survivors of fascism to disembark in their promised land, their final hope of survival. Britain found itself in its worst public relations catastrophe of the entire mandate. The British were not taken by surprise. 2 years earlier, then High Commissioner Gord, in conversation with informant R. Newton, already expected that the Jewish agency might arrange the arrival at Tel Aviv of a ship with illegal immigrants from Bergen-Belsen who would ostensibly be welcomed ashore, at which the Palestine police would thus be dared to take action. The clash would be fully utilized for propaganda. The Exodus was the consummate theater of what Newton described as exploiting the plight Jews in Europe, to gain control of Palestine. Now having to choose between Zionists' unscrupulous attempt to exploit the sufferings of unfortunate people, in order to create a situation prejudicial to a final settlement, or unleashing a storm of atrocity propaganda in the presence of the UNSCOP Committee and the global media, the British chose the latter. 426. Ben-Gurion called the Exodus affair an enormous, awesomely great spectacle, with spectacle the revealing word. He cried out against Britain's having forcibly returned Holocaust survivors to the land of the Nazis, but this was a lie. It was he and the Jewish agency that forced the survivors back to Germany. The Jewish agency executive sabotaged efforts to get the passengers true safe haven elsewhere, such as in Denmark, and but for them, the Exodus passengers could at least have disembarked in southern France. As described by Professor Edith Zertel, these survivors of the Holocaust were for that moment Zionism's trump card, and the greater their suffering, the greater their political and media effectiveness. Not only did the Zionist leadership make no effort to spare the refugees the appalling return to Germany, it actually took distinct steps toward preventing any solution other than Germany. 427. Once the curtain fell on the final act of the Exodus show, its human cargo were quickly forgotten by Ben-Gurion. It's over, finished. In the years to come, Israel simultaneously exploited the Holocaust to shield the state against criticism of its own racial nationalist policies and expansionism, while treating the survivors with condescension, as second-class citizens, as one survivor put it. The state would systematically steal German reparation money intended for survivors who continued to live in poverty, and Ben-Gurion would frame them for atrocities he knew to have been committed by his military, in order to insulate the state. 428. The return of the Exodus refugees to Europe. The Exodus passengers were split among 3 vessels for the return to Europe. A British officer of the escort of one, the Runnymede Park WHS from the 6th Airborne, and wrote an account of the voyage. By no possible stretch of the imagination could they be called Zionists, but Palestine was the only choice they were offered in the Zionist-controlled camps. They had all been told what to say and would repeat whatever political mumbo-jumbo was required. They survived at sea at the mercy of quite a little Nazi organization complete with muscle men, group Führers, and capped by Hitler himself, or so we called Exodus leader Mordecai Rossmann. The DPS lived in terror of the organization. For example, an old woman who came one morning in terror of her life because her service to the ship's hospital was branded by the onboard Zionist regime as cooperating. When the 3 vessels carrying the ex-Exodus DPS reached Port de Bouc in southern France, All were legally free to disembark there rather than continue to Germany. The Exodus script, however, required the imagery of the DPS being forcibly returned to Germany, and so persistent Zionist threats and propaganda, these the words not of the escort's often hyperbolic account, but of an official communiqué, confirmed by an announcement from the Haganah itself, were used to be sure the DPS did not disembark in France. The 6th Airborne officer states that in response, the British set up a secret disembarkation center in the hospital to smuggle out any Exodus DPS at Port de Book willing to risk being torn to pieces in the holds for endangering the Exodus narrative. One couple who escaped the Ocean Vigor in this manner naively returned to retrieve some belongings, unaware that their secret had leaked out. They were set upon and would undoubtedly have been killed by the thugs detailed for the job had 11 men not raced to their rescue. These 11 were then attacked with tins of bully and broken off bottles by the agency thugs, but successfully extracted the unconscious victims from their grips. Both survived. Fearing that the incident would prove difficult to explain if the press learned of it, the agency concocted the story that the two were Gestapo agents taken aboard to bring them to justice. We also know independently of the onboard officer that the British, meanwhile, called the Jewish agency's bluff. They appealed directly to Golda Meir and spoke as though the agency would obviously want to spare the DPS from the horrific return to Germany. Why not send an agency representative to Port du Book to remind the DPS that they are free to disembark there, in case they are not aware? Meir scoffed at the suggestion. No Jew, she said as if it were a reply, could contemplate advising another Jew to proceed anywhere but Palestine. 429. On the evening of July 11, two sergeants in civilian clothes, Mervyn Payas and Clifford Martin, met at the Café Pinity in Nathania with a friend, Aharon Weinberg, sat at a table near the orchestra and consumed a quantity of beer. Conversation was, according to Weinberg, of a general nature, and the attitude of the other patrons was mutely hostile. After leaving the café at about midnight, Weinberg decided to accompany the two non-commissioned officers as far as his home. Walking along Herbert Samuel Street near the Café Ryman, a dark saloon car passed and stopped in front of them, and some 6 Jews, armed with submachine guns and pistols, alighted. All 3 were abducted, blindfolded, and chloroformed. Weinberg was later abandoned in an orange grove. 2 trucks carrying military personnel on Tikvalida Road were targeted on July 16 with electrically detonated mines, killing 1 and injuring 3, 1 seriously. On the Haifa Tel Aviv Road north of Petah Tikva, 4 were injured when an electrically detonated mine struck a jeep. A mine exploded in Jerusalem, injuring 8, and an electrically detonated mine hit a staff car on Haifa Jaffa Road. Near Kfar Bilu on July 18, a truck was blown up by an electrically detonated mine, killing a sergeant and injuring 3 others. Jerusalem was hit with scattered attacks by grenade, incendiary bomb, and automatic fire, wounding 3, 1 seriously. 2 constables in plain clothes were assassinated by Lehi the next day in Haifa, shot in the back as usual. A civilian was also killed. A truck was blown up in Jerusalem, wounding 5 civilians and 3 military personnel, and incendiary bombs were thrown at vehicles. 431. When a bomb thrown at a British constable in a main thoroughfare failed to explode, the constable attempted to make an arrest, but then a hostile crowd assaulted the officer and made good the suspect's escape. 432. More activity in London. In London that same day, July 19, British fears of continuing domestic Jewish terrorism heightened. Harry Isaac Priesman, prominent in Jewish circles in North London, owned 2 cars which he had kept in adjacent lock-up garages on Fairholt Road until 2 weeks earlier, July 6, when he told his chauffeur that one of the garages had been rented, and so one vehicle would now be kept at new premises he had acquired at the rear of Church Street. The next day, Priesman phoned Leo Bella, whom the British believed to be a controlling figure behind the plans for domestic terror attacks. The British were listening. Priesman wanted to get back into the garage because I had to leave some things there, some of my chauffeur's things, and as he is rather nosy I would like to have those things removed. 12 days passed without the chauffeur needing access to the garage. But on July 19, wanting to wash both cars, he needed box ends that had formerly been kept there. He went to the garage door and found that although the padlock was closed, it had not been put through both ends of the hardware. Opening the door, instead of box ends he faced 24 hand grenades and 23 detonators. He alerted a mounted policeman. Although a stash of airgun literature awaited the police in Priesman's flat, Priesman claimed ignorance. The garage was being rented from him. 433. The morning after the garage hideout was exposed, Bella called Senior at the Waldorf Hotel and in what British eavesdroppers described as nervous, disguised language, told him that something had happened. Then Bella, who owned an Auster aircraft and had been taking flying lessons, called his instructor in Cambridge, asked if it was good weather for flying, was told yes, but then said he would not have his lesson today. British intelligence was aware that Senior, in the course of flights between England and France, was making unreported emergency landings in fields to collect or drop off unknown items. Bella was now very anxious that he deliver something to Senior at 11:30 the next morning, and this had something, unspoken, to do with the Auster. Efforts turned to figures that British intelligence had already been following, in particular Leo Bella, Boris Senior, Abraham Abrahams, Chonel Poniamunsky, Paul Homsky, Eric Prinz, Moises Kaplan, Cyril Ross, and the South African revisionist Israel Lifshitz. These men clearly assumed that they might be trailed and wiretapped, and behaved accordingly, speaking in what appeared to be plain language code. Poniamunsky, suspected in the quarry theft of June 25, seemed to be toying with the police to make them look foolish. He traveled frequently, but searches of his baggage yielded nothing damning about 10 small tins of surplus American contraceptives. Diamond suit 434. On one inspection. Back in Palestine, July 20 brought more railway bombings and attacks by mortar, mines, and firearms. By 9 a.m., 5 separate instances of bomb-rigged tracks had been discovered by the suicide patrols. At noon, a bomb detonated in front of a goods train on the Haifa-Kantara line, and an hour later, an electrically detonated mine on the Jaffa-Haifa road north of Hadera killed 1 person and seriously injured 2 more. A constable on duty at Mustashfa Billet was shot from the roof of a neighboring house. 2 police were shot in the back by 3 young Lehi militants as they walked down Hehelo Street in Haifa. Both died on the spot. It was in Haifa as well that the next day's attacks began. At 1:30 in the morning, Jews armed with machine guns and grenades attacked a radar station, and 2 hours later armed Jews bombed a wireless transmitter, destroying it, and mined nearby roads. A jeep was blown up by an electrically detonated mine, killing 1 boy and injuring 6. A Palestinian civilian was seriously injured by a mine, and roads were extensively mined. Iraq Petroleum Company pipelines near Afuli and near Klar Yehoshua were bombed, but another bomb in Haifa was discovered in time and destroyed. The next day a military truck was hit by an electrically detonated mine, grenades were thrown at a Palestinian civilian truck, and shots were fired at an RAF vehicle, injuring 2, 1 a civilian. A firebomb was thrown at an RAF vehicle in Jerusalem, 2 civilians were burned by a firebomb intended for a police car, and the Mustashfa police station was attacked. British records detail numerous further, daily attacks by sniper fire, bombs, mines, and hand grenades that failed to cause major injury but maintained the state of debilitating fear without relief. 435. The strange case of the Empire Lifeguard. Terrorists sink British ship landing 259 Jews at Haifa. So read the New York Times headline to a terror attack that was particularly revealing as to the mentality of those at the helm of the Zionist project, both in Palestine and in the United States. The Jewish agency's bombing of the British vessel Empire Lifeguard on July 23. This was an attack that involved elaborate, costly, months-long preparation, and risked the lives of Jewish refugees while serving no possible practical benefit. The Empire Lifeguard was doing precisely what the Zionists wanted, bringing Jewish refugees to Palestine for permanent settlement. There was nothing to be gained by the bombing, not even the false justification of the Patria bombing. Yet to taunt the British, the agency risked the lives of all aboard to the accuracy of a detonator timer, the fickleness of the seas, and unpredictable maritime delays. The bombing was carried out by settlers from the United States in collaboration with the Haganah, using British entry permits intended for European DPS. The American settlers had begun their voyage from Miami in another vessel, the HIJACKED, and boarded the Empire Lifeguard in Cyprus along with the war's DPS who were held there awaiting their turn for emigration to Palestine, which had now come. The conspiracy required several people to smuggle aboard the large amount of explosives required. They hid the explosives in bags in the small of their backs, in shaving cream tubes, in a nurse's handbag, and even in a handicapped person's wheelchair. Haganah operatives in Cyprus taught one of the American settlers how to make the bomb. He is said to have concealed the pencil-shaped detonator in his anus. The Haganah also taught the bomber to booby-trap the detonating timer so that no one would be able to thwart it once set, including him. While this was to stop anyone from foiling the attack if discovered, it also meant that if the acid ate through the delaying switch quicker than estimated, or if the vessel's arrival were delayed more than briefly, it would have become a suicide bombing. And this, indeed, nearly happened. With its human cargo confined above the device, the vessel was stopped outside of Haifa for a medical check, its British captain unaware that they sat on a floating bomb. The vessel made it to shore with insufficient time. The bomb exploded as the passengers were disembarking, blasting a hole in the hull 6 by 3 feet and igniting a raging fire in the engine room that took firefighters both inside and outside the vessel to extinguish. Records of casualties are oddly contradictory. Many sources, including pro-Zionist and the CIA, cite 65 dead and 40 injured, though these could be from a single source, copied and recopied. A telegram sent by Cunningham at 14:30 on the day of the bombing stated believed no loss of life, and the Palestine Post, among other media, reported no casualties. The author could not find a reliable, authoritative record. The bizarre case of the Empire Lifeguard stands out as a testament to the mentality and values of all involved: the Jewish Agency, Haganah, and U.S. Zionists. Terror for its own sake without thought of consequence. The lives of 259 people, most of them Jewish survivors of the war, were gambled for a jeer devoid of purpose. 2.436. British efforts to evacuate and care for the Empire Lifeguard immigrants were complicated by the militant sniper fire bombings, and road mining around Palestine. As the vessel sat crippled on the bottom of Haifa's 20-foot-deep inner harbor, a military truck was mined in Haifa, killing 1 and seriously injuring 3, and another truck was blown up near Rehoboth, injuring 9, of whom 2 succumbed to their wounds. A school compound in Haifa used by the military was bombed, injuring 1, a car park in the city was bombed, injuring 3, and an ambulance was blown up by a mine on Haifa Jaffa Road near Kirbet Beit Lid, killing 2 and injuring 2 seriously. After the railway near Gaza was bombed, the British found an array of landmines, grenades, explosives, mortar bombs, and detonating sets left behind by the bombers that suggested that far more ambitious sabotage plans had been stymied. July 24 brought 3 more bombings, one causing extensive damage to the Haifa-Kantara line near Zikron Yaakov, as well as another Irgun or Lehigh diamond heist, and an unsuccessful attack on an officer's mess. The background terror was now incessant and escalating. The sum of relatively minor incidents, too numerous to catalogue, formed what airborne security described as an all-out effort on the part of the Jews to cooperate in creating a wave of terror. 437. That wave of terror hit Germany the next day, July 26, when Irgun in the diaspora attacked a British train in Hanover. Although the British described the train as military, the Irgun attacked it in the belief that it was civilian, as it boasted that with their attack on the Hanover train they forced the British to protect their civilian installations worldwide. The increased focus on civilian targets was apparent in Palestine that same day. Workers sent to repair a cable the militants had sabotaged were unaware that it had been booby-trapped. 2 repairmen were killed on the spot, and 8 injured. New measures are being adopted by the saboteurs, the War Office reported, namely that of attempts against the lives of repair parties by the concealment of booby traps and mines. 438. Arson attacks that day targeted the identity card office in Tel Aviv and a wooden railway bridge. That wooden bridge itself a temporary replacement for the original bridge that was destroyed in a previous terror spree. An attempt to blow up the Haifa-Kantara train near Ness Ziona was foiled. July 27 brought more explosions and more casualties, a contact mine bombing on the Lydda-Jaffa line, a rail worker attacked upon discovering a mine on the line south of Hadera, and a convoy attacked in Jerusalem by grenades. A time bomb filled with rivets exploded in the open-air cinema at Tel Litwinsky on July 28, leaving 8 casualties. Bombers targeted 2 vehicles by electrically detonating a mine on Gaza Road near Kfar Bilou, a grenade was thrown at WD vehicle in Jerusalem, and a police car was attacked by a mine and gunfire. The next day, a checkpost at the Acre roundabout on the Haifa Acre Road was bombed and destroyed, a police car was targeted by grenade, and a mine blew up a considerable length of track on the Haifa-Kantara line near Athlit. 2 people were killed and 30 injured on July 30 by an electrically detonated mine near Hadera. A bomb in the Romima quarter of Jerusalem was successfully neutralized. 439. The hangings of the kidnapped soldiers. It was in Jaffa that afternoon, July 30, that district police headquarters received an anonymous phone call about the 2 sergeants kidnapped on the evening of July 11. Police had already followed several tips without result, but the caller specified a precise map reference where. At 9 o'clock the British found the corpses of the 2 young men, aged 20 and 21, as promised. The police surmised that the original intent was to hang the bodies in public display, but that this had proved too risky. They assumed that the airgun had mined the area, and used mine detectors before approaching the hanging bodies. But again the airgun was a step ahead. The police failed to consider that the militants might have booby-trapped the bodies themselves. When an army captain tried to free the first victim from its noose, the corpse blew up in his face. 440. The discovery of the hangings was but the beginning of the troubles of July 31. Jewish mobs in Tel Aviv ransacked the Barclays Bank, the post office, and the income tax office. An RAF vehicle was overturned and set afire by the crowd, a police car was stopped and stoned, a RASC driver was dragged from his vehicle by a mob who set fire to the vehicle and then prevented the fire brigade from extinguishing it. In Jerusalem, the military billet and defense post were attacked with automatic fire and bombs. A mine was electrically detonated under a train between Zikron Yaakov and Ben Yemdana, derailing the engine and wagon and damaging 50 meters of track. More mines were discovered on the Jaffa-Lydda line and on the Haifa-Tel Aviv road. Anti-Jewish riots in Tel Aviv and England. Although the sergeants' murders were statistically unremarkable in Palestine's daily tally, the shocking method and the symbolism were seized upon by bigots as vindication. That evening in Tel Aviv, vigilantes in the British military and police went berserk, murdering 5 people, and in England, news of the sergeants' executions ignited a 5-day rampage. British Jews were assaulted, their windows smashed, and swastikas painted on Jewish businesses. Britain's 1947 anti-Jewish pogrom is but one illustration of Zionism's self-fulfilling and self-perpetuating cycle of anti-Semitism. The bigots who carried out the pogrom had accepted Zionism at its libelous word: Zionism represents Jewry. The resulting violence in turn assures Zionism's need for anti-Semitism as a permanent state of humanity. August 1947. In print as well, the battles of anti-Semitism continued alongside those of radical Zionism. The Jewish struggle extolled Zionist terror and threatened that every community in the diaspora is a center of revolt. British authorities were even more concerned by a neo-Nazi paper, the Protestant Vanguard, and back in March of 1945 Parliament had held debates on the wisdom of forcibly suppressing it. Its publisher insisted on the absolute right of any Briton to be anti-Jewish if he wants to be, and suggested to unhappy government officials they purchase from him protocols oft elders of Zion and other hate literature. In the United States, the Zionist terror gang's fundraising continued, while the anti-Semitic periodical Christian Patriots attributed all wars since the French Revolution to a Jewish conspiracy. If on the surface, the neo-Nazism of the Protestant vanguard and the violent Zionism of the Jewish struggle appear to be polar extremes, some people correctly saw both as forms of anti-Semitism. 441. On August 2 the Irgun exploded pamphlet bombs in Petah Tikva, injuring 4 people, and attacked a military patrol and the RAF club in Jerusalem. The next day a bridge on the Haifa-Kantaro line near Rehovot was bombed, killing 1 Palestinian and injuring another. In Europe that night, the Irgun bombed Vienna's Sacher Hotel by 2 suitcase bombs planted in the coal cellar. In Tel Aviv the day after that a bank cashier, a Sephardic Jew, was killed in a robbery of a Barclays bank by 7 Jews and 1 Jewess, all armed. They were Haganah. A device set to bomb a post in Jerusalem was discovered and destroyed. 442. 2 armed men speaking Hebrew walked into the Department of Labor in Jerusalem the following day, deposited a bomb, and left. After the building was evacuated, employees described the position of the bomb to police. 4 police entered the building, located the bomb and, tragically, tried to remove it. The explosion killed 3 on the spot, seriously injured the 4th, and heavily damaged the building. 2 days later a mine on the Haifa-Kantaro line between Rasln and Kalkal derailed 19 oil wagons, and an electrically detonated mine near Hadera injured 4 in a military staff car. In the outskirts of Jerusalem, a grenade was used in an attempted assassination of the Bethlehem district officer. 2 mines were discovered on the road near Petah Tikva, and near Gaza a length of the railway was blown up. 443. One of the terror gang's favorite devices, disguising themselves as Arabs, had been overused. As recorded by British officials that day, Arab guards on the Ajami police station, Jaffa, challenged a man dressed as an Arab and leading a camel. The man ran away and was captured with the assistance of the public. He was found to be a Yemenite Jew and to be carrying a haversack containing a grenade and detonating device. In panniers on the camel were found 2 mines. 444. 8 Jews with automatic weapons robbed the Hasharon Cooperative Bank in Ramat Gan on August 8. The Cairo-Haifa train was bombed by the Irgun the next day, killing the engineer, a Jew from Tel Aviv, and leaving 2 passengers critically injured. This attack was unusual in that it occurred on a plane with little place to hide, and 2 of the 3 bombers, aged 15 and 19, were caught. The third escaped by spraying the scene with machine gun fire. 445. On August 10, on the outskirts north of Tel Aviv near an Arab village, the Hawaii Cafe, a Jewish-owned cafe in which an Arab has an interest, was attacked with automatic weapons and hand grenades. 4 Jews and 1 Palestinian were killed on the spot, and 8 people injured, 3 seriously. The British never determined who the 5 attackers were. Did the Zionists target it because its Jewish owner worked with an Arab? Or did Arabs attack it because it was Jewish-owned? Each side blamed the other, and in the numerous stabbing, stoning, shooting, and arson incidents springing from the dispute, the dead included 4 Jews, 4 Palestinians, and 1 of unknown identity. 48 Palestinians and 23 Jews were injured. In Jerusalem on the day of the cafe attack, a tip warned of a bomb planted inside the income tax office. It was evacuated in time before the device detonated. In Haifa, an attack was averted by a terrorist's carelessness. Lehi militants were transporting a small bomb in a taxi they had stolen in the usual way when, stopped at the Herzl Street crossing, one lit a cigarette. All 3 were found nearby with various injuries, one with a hand blown off. In Gaza, a military vehicle was attacked between Nuseirat and Julis. 446. The bombing of the Naim railway line south of Gaza on August 11 was one success among a handful of failures. A bank robbery in Jerusalem was foiled, as was an attack on a Haifa post office with a rivet bomb. The next day police and military repelled an attacker at the police headquarters in Jerusalem. A phosphorus bomb was discovered on Ben Yehuda Street in Jerusalem, and a landmine on Jerusalem Beit Hakerem Road was found and safely detonated. 447. Most importantly, the next attack also failed. The Medlock train bombing. High in the Austrian Alps that night, August 12,3, a Medlock train reached Malnitz with 130 men and 40 women aboard, Allied troops and civilians of the Allied Commission for Austria, plus a crew of about 5. The train had begun its journey at Hook of Holland late morning the previous day. Leaving Malnitz, it now continued towards Spittai at slow speed up a considerable gradient. About 20 minutes out of Malnitz, near the Tauern railway tunnel, it proceeded onto a steep trestle. As it did, a bomb exploded underneath it, but not as intended. What would have been the most catastrophic Zionist terror attack after the Patria, twice as deadly as the King David bombing, failed. I was flung to the floor of the compartment, commanding Officer R. Wilson testified. And from that position the coach appeared to travel some distance in a series of bumps until finally coming to a standstill. On regaining my feet I found the coach considerably listed, but I made my way along the corridor to the coach door, and avoiding the electric wires which hung over the coach, ascended to the track. 448. Officer Wilson evacuated the passengers to a point some 200 yards in front of the train to a clearing on the track where a type of signal box was located and from which he signaled for help. The attack was designed to be catastrophic. The bomber's choice of this remote mountain pass was intended to plunge the train to the depths below, with no survivors. As the report from the Carinthian authorities summarized, the purpose was to derail the train and to cause it to fall into the deep Dosen Gorge, whereby the occupants of the train, about 175 persons, would have been killed. 449. Their lives were saved by a happenstance failure. The bomb was in 2 stages, an initial charge to be triggered by the engine's wheels, which would detonate the main explosive and knock the locomotive off the trestle, its weight taking the rest of the train with it. But the initial charge exploded under the next car, the baggage van, and the main explosive failed altogether. A clock device incorporated into the mechanism suggests that the Medlock train was the bomber's specific target. Despite its failure, the device was not amateurish. In his report, the explosives expert called to examine the remains wrote that the error that prevented the main detonation was the only primitive thing in the whole arrangement. Significant parts of the device had come from the United States. However disappointed, the Irgun distributed handbills in the Jewish DP camps claiming responsibility. It had least derailed an Allied train, stopped travel on the route until the damaged tracks. Above, Medlock train carrying Allied troops and civilians, crippled following the Irgun's failed attempt to blow it off the trestle into the abyss on August 12, 1947. Below, what the Irgun intended for the Medlock train is seen in this photograph of a 1946 Irgun train bombing on the Jaffa-Jerusalem line. Here the bomb exploded as intended under the locomotive, its weight dragging the rest of the train with it, in this case, only as far as the ravine, but the Medlock locomotive would have been blown off the trestle, dragging the entire train into the abyss with it. Were replaced, and most importantly kept the fear, and the need for expensive and laborious precautions, alive. 4 DPS were arrested for the attack, 3 from the US zone, 1 from the British. The first to be caught, a 17-year-old member of the DP camp police who lived in the Bad Adelschloss hotel in Bad Gastein, confessed to being the lookout. Bad Gastein had become so infamous a stronghold of Zionism that Major General Harry Collins, commander of the US zone in Austria, had months earlier forbidden British civilians from going there. 450. 2.5 hours after the Medlock bombing, a Red Devil-type bomb exploded outside the office of the camp commandant 138 BDE at Felden, Austria. Bombs threats had to be taken seriously, and so false ones continued to be supplemental methods of disruption. The hotel sacker was evacuated at one such threat on August 15, the hotel that had been bombed 12 days earlier. A spate of bomb threats followed on August 19, against the United States legation in Vienna, the minister's residence, a power plant in the American zone, a moving picture house in the British zone, the plant where the British German-language newspaper was published, and once again the hotel sacker. 451. Anti-terror policies were reassessed in the wake of the Medlock attack. The first on a list of 8 recommendations was to get Austrians to move Jews to a camp as far as possible from RLFC. Another was a change in the 20-minute rule for when a pilot engine should precede the train, as the set timing effectively told terrorists when the train would be coming. These pilot trains were an unrecognized drain on the Allies caused by the Zionists. Each day they consumed about 25 tons of coal. 452. US and British military personnel in Europe faced constant risk from DPS conditioned in the Zionist-run camps. Lucius D. Clay, Commander-in-Chief of US forces in Europe and military governor of the US zone in Germany, stressed the seriousness of this violence against Allied soldiers to members of UNSCOP when he met with them in Berlin on August 13. General Clay told the delegation that the Jewish DPS from Eastern Europe should be sent to Palestine quickly, not out of any affinity for Zionism, but because US personnel had been beaten, robbed, and killed by them, and that as a result of their violent, asocial, and criminal behavior, anti-Semitism was growing sharply in US military units in the US zones of Austria and Germany. Clay feared severe spontaneous reactions on the part of other soldiers if the situation were to continue, and his claims were reinforced by the deputy British military governor, Sir Brian Robertson. The Jewish Agency was well aware of the violence it had nurtured in the DP camps. Eliezer Kaplan, treasurer of the Jewish Agency, told MAPE leaders the previous October that he had been reliably informed that U.S. military reports submitted to Truman were very pessimistic about disturbances in the Zionist camps, and that the U.S. feared having to use force to quell them. 453. Some British officials now proposed boycotting the Jewish citrus crop pending agency cooperation against terror, but this was shelved on 4 counts: British business interests, especially as much of the payment for the crops had been made in advance, the difficulty in determining the origin of the fruit, the fear that the action would backfire and be met with increased terrorism, and the surety that a boycott would play into the propaganda campaigns in the US. 454. Near Petah Tikva the day after the Medlock attack, 2 Jews shot a Palestinian dead from passing cars and left his body on the roadside. The next day, a Palestinian watchman at a factory in Ramat Gan was abducted by Jews. They stabbed him to death and threw his body into an orange grove. 455. 2 more Palestinian watchmen were stabbed to death by a gang of Jews near Jaffa on the 15th. One of the victims was 13 years old. In Jaffa, 3 Jews vandalized a Palestinian shop and poured paraffin over its contents, but local residents intervened and stopped them from setting the shop ablaze. A bomb exploded under a goods train near Hadera, and Jews attacked a Palestinian on the Jaffa-Jerusalem road, burning out his car. 456. Asterisk Workers' Party, merged with the Labour Party in 1968. The bloodiest attack of the day was near Petah Tikva, where a party of 30 to 35 Jews in khaki shirts and shorts and armed with automatic weapons approached an Arab-owned building in an orange grove near Petah Tikva, as a British official recorded it. As the Jews approached, they split up, several entering the building, and all firing indiscriminately. 4 Palestinians were shot dead, and then the building was almost completely demolished by an explosion, probably electrically detonated. 3 males and 4 females are believed to be buried in the debris. The dead bodies pulled out from the rubble confirmed the figure: 5 children and their parents, plus 1 further victim murdered outside, pushed the total dead to 12. The Haganah claimed responsibility. 2 days later, what was described as a gang of Jews seized a Palestinian man in a cafe in Tel Aviv near the Jaffa border, dragged him to an alley and stabbed him to death. 457. The summer of 1947 thus marks the beginning of today's ongoing phase of the Zionist project, in which the Palestinians themselves remain the final obstacle to the so-called Jewish state, an ethnocracy in all of historic Palestine. Britain had nearly served its purpose. It had established the Zionist settlements as an autonomous part of the Palestinian landscape, and it had defended the settlements against the indigenous uprising as the Yeshuv's own military strength grew to self-sufficiency. During the war years, Britain's value to the Zionists quickly diminished as it became instead the colonial oppressor against which they could posture their war of conquest as a native liberation movement. Although the UN vote had yet to take place, there was no question that the mandate would soon end. The British were reduced to a defeated co-conspirator now wanting only to extricate themselves as quickly as possible. In 9 months, they would be gone, and in half that they would already be irrelevant. In a twist, the coming reckoning also meant that the Irgun and Lehigh found themselves in competition with the Haganah for international respectability as a path to power. The result was that both the Irgun and Lehigh seized upon the Haganah's slaughter of Palestinians to posture themselves as the principled alternatives. Even as the Palestinians were increasingly all three malicious targets of choice, Lehigh and the Irgun distributed pamphlets condemning the Haganah for murdering Arab women and children who are beyond any political controversy, and denouncing as traitors any Jew who harmed any Arab. The Haganah, similarly, accused the Irgun of needing a new raison d'etre now that a Zionist state appeared imminent, and assigned about 100 members to beat up in public known extortionists. Sherrod went to the United States and told the media that the Jewish Agency was trying to organize a campaign of enlightenment among Jews to open their eyes to the freak charlatan aspect of Bergson. A principal layer of this Haganah-Irgun power play was the increasing rivalry between Ben-Gurion and Begin, which would culminate with Ben-Gurion's burning of Begin's Altalena and its arms shipment in June, 1948, which Ben-Gurion would cleverly wield under the guise of Principle Point 458. Early signs of a Palestinian backlash. Near Jerusalem on August 16, the militants exploded a time bomb in a games room at Tel Litwinsky, injuring 6. Less dramatically but more significantly, Palestinians that day threw stones at a Jewish bus near Haifa. The following day, a Palestinian was attacked on the Tel Aviv seafront, and Palestinians fired 3 shots at a Jewish bus on the Jerusalem-Jaffa road. In mid-August 1947, with the end of the mandate in sight and Zionist violence escalating, the Palestinians' nearly decade-long refusal to reward Zionist terror was beginning to wear. More clashes followed on August 18 to 19, and on the 20th a Jewish cafe owner was assaulted by 6 Jews because he employed Palestinians. A Haganah arms cache was discovered that day in a Jewish school including submachine guns, 4,609 rounds of ammunition, and 401 hand grenades, and so the agency spun the embarrassment by announcing that they had so hoped these particular arms to fight terrorism. Jewish snipers fired from rooftops at police cars, and a mine on the railway line near Gaza was discovered and defused. On the 21st a road mine near Nathania injured 2, 1 seriously. Just before midnight on the 26th, 3 Jews in Samaria district were injured when they challenged Lehigh militants who had entered the village to distribute pamphlets. Lehigh continued its threats against Jewish civil servants, and when a member of the gang was caught with a phosphorus bomb after a foiled raid on a Jerusalem bank that month, he was identified as the son of an assistant superintendent of police. 459. Barakkorf. A particularly bizarre Zionist terror funding scheme came to the fore in September of 1947. Rabbi Barakkorf, a U.S. citizen, was raising money to enact, in his words, the greatest exodus since Pharaoh by his organization, the Political Action Committee for Palestine. According to the committee's money-raising ads in the New York Post in March, DC-4 aircraft would make 4 round trips daily from a certain port in Europe. Sept 1947. The operation will be divided into 2 categories. Planes carrying women and children will be directed to secretly designated makeshift landing fields in Palestine. Planes carrying able-bodied men will be unloaded by parachute. To assist them. In a June interview in the New York Sun, Korf announced a new plan, more delusional than the first. He was going to drop Jews by parachute to Middle East waterways, where they would be picked up by waiting PT boats and smuggled into Palestine. The money, in truth, was financing a project for an air raid on London from France, in the course of which leaflets were to be dropped in the name of the Stern Gang, together with high explosive bombs. For the task he hired an American pilot, Reginald Gilbert, but this was a bad choice. Gilbert informed the French authorities, and when on September 6 he and Korf, accompanied by Judith Rosenberger, reached the Tausiseli Noble airfield, they were apprehended. The Korf saga led investigators to Lehigh operative Jacques Martinsky, who was previously involved with Gilbert Lazarus' unsuccessful attempt to bomb London's Colonial Office. When interrogated in connection with the Jewish terrorists' proposed plan to drop leaflets and bombs on London, Martinsky testified that a man whose name he did not know, but whom he knew as a member of the Stern Group in Paris, had given him 10,000 francs to buy 6 fire extinguishers. 3 days before the planned raid, Martinsky took the 6 extinguishers and a heavy, padlocked case, the contents of which he claimed not to know, to a spot near Paris Gare du Nord and handed them over to a contact with a private motor vehicle. The receipt for the extinguishers was found in Korf's room. To the backdrop of Exodus sympathy, Korf was treated leniently and soon released. He later reappeared in the limelight as a vociferous defender of Richard Nixon in the midst of the Watergate scandal. 460. Korf's was not the last London terror attack to be foiled. One agent working for Special Branch, Glasgow, learned of Jews are anxious to have the stuff as soon as possible, preferably TNT, otherwise gelignite, to use as a counter-demonstration to what may happen in Palestine, probably meaning the UN decision. At 3:30 in the afternoon on September 3, a parcel slipped off a conveyor belt at the SW District Post Office and exploded, injuring 2 postal employees. What appeared to be part of a watch was found in the debris. 461. When on September 9, the 3 vessels carrying the ex-Exodus passengers reached Hamburg, one of the DPS affixed a bomb to his ship, the Empire Rival, that would have torn a 6-foot hole in its hull. It was discovered and safely detonated outside, though the blast broke about a dozen windows in nearby buildings. The following day at Haifa, where the Exodus DPS had been refused entry 2 months earlier, 4 bombs exploded at the heavily guarded consolidated refineries. Evidence suggested that sympathetic employees had facilitated the attack from the inside. Meanwhile, a terror group called Lamerai, said in a British report to be younger right-wing elements in Pal Match, distributed pamphlets claiming that the Arabs were preparing a revolt, likely to begin in October. On September 26, 3 constables transferring money from the Barclays Bank in Tel Aviv to the Treasury in Jerusalem were murdered by 10 or more Lehigh members, netting the gang 4150,000. 2 more police were murdered in the chase. The Irgun, meanwhile, continued holding up cinemas to project its propaganda onto the screen for the edification of the audience, to the accompaniment of patriotic Irgun songs played from records. 462. An Arab constable at the front door blew his whistle, and the next moment he was blown to bits. The New York Times reported about a gruesome attack on district police headquarters in Haifa 3 days later, September 29, when the Irgun tried out a new massive tar barrel bomb which it said was catapulted by a special mechanism from a lorry. Timed for the first day of the Feast of the Tabernacle, the explosion killed 12 people, both police and civilians, and injured 54, 13 seriously. 6 of the dead were Palestinians, 1 a woman. Some of the small detachment of men on duty at the front door and in the orderly room were torn to pieces. Scarcely any structure in the immediate neighborhood escaped damage, part of bodies were blown 50 yards across the Kingsway. 463. TB general reaction of the Jewish settlements to the massacre, according to a military report, was one of admiration for the way the outrage was implemented and very little sympathy was reserved for the dead and wounded. The more routine attacks continued. That same day, an explosion hit the rear of the immigration office in Jerusalem, and a rivet-type mine was detonated under a jeep on the Litapet Atikva Road.